Are you ready or not?
Final table hype.
We on the path to greatness. We're shooting the shot to make it. So moving the target is aimless. Cause we got the power to shape shit. We'll catch the energy waving. We go till our bones are aching. Cause the top spot's for the taking. And we on a mission to take it. Are you ready or not? It's about to go off. Turning up on the spot. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. We gon' sit at the top. Give it all we got. Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not?
Stamets takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Malletz has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Cyprus and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We have reached day 4 of the 5K main event. 45 players remain, playing down to 16, playing down to the last 2 tables here at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Griffin Benger.
Hello, everyone from Cyprus.
Yes, just 3 more days of the main event to play, including today. Tomorrow, play down from 16 to 6. Sunday, play down from 6 to a winner. So make sure you're with us tomorrow. Make sure you're with us for the whole weekend for the last 2 days of Cards Up coverage from Cyprus. Live tomorrow at 12:30 local time, live on Sunday at 1 p.m. local time. Of course, Central European summertime being an hour behind us. And of course, whether you're watching on Twitch, whether you're watching on YouTube, please get in touch. If you want to earn Chat Pro Saturday privileges, you need to be on your best behavior today. You need to entertain us, you need to amuse us, and you need to not annoy us. And of course, there is X, there is Facebook, there is Instagram for all of your content needs. As we near the end of this 10+ day festival in Cyprus, and these are the 10 big stacks on day 4 of the main event. These are the chip leaders. It is Bobby James who brings the biggest stack into day 4. 2 other Brits inside the top 5. Philip Joyce and Dan Jackson. Anton Wigg rounds out the top 10. He is the last remaining former champ. There were a fair few previous winners in the field yesterday. 3 of them went in a row. So Wigg, the only player here who could potentially do the double, and interestingly, a player who had a pretty deep run in the EPT Cyprus main event last year. Blinds will be 10,000, 15,000 with a 15k big blind ante. We'll be kicking off level 21, and we're getting closer to the life-changing sums of money that we will pay across the last 2 days, with more than $1 million up top. $1,030,000 for the winner of this year's Cyprus main event. So here's the deal. We have got the chip leader at the feature table. We have got the 3 big British stacks at the feature table. We also have a player, and here's a hashtag fun fact that Howard Swains from the PokerStars blog shared with me this morning. Roland Peaks from the Netherlands. He may not be the only player in the field, but we certainly know for a fact that if Roland Peaks were to win this, he would be the first ever EPT champion born in the 21st century.
Wow. Oh, wow.
That's
Okay. Cool. The future is now.
Peaks playing 90 bigs. He's an above average stack. Obviously Jackson, Joyce and James well above average. Also at the table, online qualifier Dick Postel and Diogo Coelho, who with just 195k only has 13 big blinds. He is moving towards the danger zone.
Yeah, I'll be honest, not a lot of players I'm familiar with. It's just can be quite exciting when you get into a day 4. Get some new heroes.
So there is Bobby James. He was at our featured table yesterday. Had his best of a live cash earlier this week in Cyprus. 12th place finish in the Eureka High Roller. He also won a side event here. I think it was an 8-game tournament.
I recognize this guy.
I agree. I literally said this as well. Every level you should get like 2 times.
In the 10K high roller, you do that, so I don't know why you wouldn't do it here.
It doesn't. It makes 0 sense, right?
You might use them all the first level in a hand, and then what you are screwed the rest of the
That was the same for me.
How you use your time is on you.
I had to go 3 levels around.
Also opening up put you on an all-in with a full bluff, but he was doing that all the time, so, well, most of the time.
Yeah, but the thing is, every time he raised me, he just having kings.
He was unlucky against me.
Yeah. Unless it's your first time. Oh yeah, you had ace king suited against ace king suited, right?
The ace king of diamonds.
Yeah.
The other massive stack at this feature table, Philip Joyce, 145 big blinds.
No, and I said yes.
It's gonna be the same amount of time.
But then he had 2 others.
Each break or the beginning of the day, so...
Yeah, I mean, I get it,
Well, I
but
can
I
sell
mean,
a few.
if you have one hand on the first level and like he did.
But you have option.
You got to reload.
All of them. And if you...
That's everybody, huh?
Yep, that's the entire field. 45 players returning. So I think I'm right in saying that with 45 remaining, the next table to break will be the highest numbered table. But once we fall below 40 players, once we're down to the final 5 tables, it's then random. And so we could be in a situation where midway through a level, our featured table breaks, which means we'd have to take a short break and then bring a new lineup to the main stage.
Interesting.
This is something that was implemented in Barcelona. No more redraws once you get past 40 players until we get to the final table. And yeah, the breaking order becomes completely random.
The thick plottins. I mean, it does kind of slightly inconvenient for the TV, but good for the players at least that they can get shuffled off the feature table in and out a little more randomly.
So here we go. Clock is running. Action is underway. Blinds are 10,000, 15,000 with a 15K big blind ante. 5 levels due to be played today, but the objective is to get down to 16. So there is a chance that we could play into a 6th level. Of course, if we get down to 16 quickly, we could finish earlier than playing 5 full levels.
Good luck, everyone.
Yeah, good
I
luck.
just got really excited at the thought of finishing early.
It's a fun. For the commentators back there, Dicky Dicky Dick is back. That's how they called me yesterday.
What they call you?
Dicky Dicky Dick.
Dicky Dicky Dick.
Welcome back.
Joe Stapleton was saying how we've known each other for a long time. I've been to like 10 of his comedy gigs. Definitely have been to at least 10. And he was like, we've been best friends for so long. And he goes, maybe not best friends, but like, you know, good friends. And I was like, yeah, reasonable. It's all right, Joe, I love you too.
We'll start the day off nicely. I fold. Tie fold.
I can't believe I've been denied. Like, what was it, Peter?
No.
Denied Jesus. Which one was it, Paul? I can't remember.
We know more of that. Okay.
One of the free hands.
By one of my best friends.
I kind of like to think that I'm one of Joe's closest friends in the UK, but I can never be as close to him as Bobby James.
That's a gift, that is, mate. That's 1%.
Draw in hand, yeah.
Listen to this, yeah? So you know John Kite, like Jon Keita, he was playing the 8 game yesterday because I wanted to play it. Obviously I couldn't because I'm still in this. And he was like, oh, do you want a piece? And I was like, yeah, sure. I was like, take 5% like on 2 bullets or whatever. And I like woke up today, looked at the app and he comes second. I was like, oh, sweet.
Nice.
Little free roll. Jon Keita.
Everything's coming up, Bobby.
But if you buy action...
We established that Diogo Coelho is the shortest stack at the table. Ace-Queen under the gun, and he's opening. Makes it 30K. Pocket tens for Roland Peaks, and I'm guessing, Griff, we're going to see all the chips going pre-flop.
Yeah, you know, this raise off the 13 blinds, there are going to be some raise folds in this spot, so it's not just absolute monsters under the gun here. Game's evolved a lot. It's going to be some just blocker opens, and also hands like Ace-Queen that are prepared to get it in for that amount. So this will be played as a 3-bet to get the rest in.
You didn't take a shower after, maybe.
My smell is... you smell it? No, I took it, actually.
Tell you what, you're not jumping for joy here with Ace-Queen.
We'll give them to you.
Whereabouts in France? Whereabouts in
Malta, Malta. I live in Malta.
But your intention kind of needs to be to get in this short stack. You're running out of chips here.
There is the all-in from Coelho. There is the call from Peaks. And we have a coin flip. We have a classic race on the very first hand.
Early.
Flip it and rip it.
Like my relationship with Bobby James versus my relationship with Hartigan James.
He had like
one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Mountain, and he took a video and he was like,
What do I do?
King Jack 4. Coelho with the gut shot, but we know 2 10s are not live. Aces, queens, and 10s working for him, though.
Yeah, and a diamond would make things interesting as well.
No diamond, but a 10.
PokerStars turn card. I don't think we're allowed to say that.
Straight.
It's accurate.
For Coelho, the set for Peaks. Needs the board to pair, which it does.
That was for
sure. What a twisty, turny run out.
And that will see Diogo Coelho eliminated in 45th place. First bust out of the day. He cashes for $18,240.
He's won the high roller. I think he's won enough.
Payout feature? Yeah, he crippled me in the high roller as well.
He's won enough. He's got enough money.
Yeah, the rivers are coming. He won like 350.
How much in total?
He won it. Yeah,
He won
350.
it?
Yeah,
No way. Is it 2K?
yeah, he won it for like 350.
Peaksing.
Crippled me. Left me with like 4 bigs as such is.
Yeah,
Which
big
place
time
did you
Peaksing.
12. Yeah, this trip has just been a crossbar. 19th in the Eureka main, 12th in the high roller.
That's what?
I did shout. Did anyone? Nobody got it.
Chip lead in day 4 of the main.
Barcelona.
Won the 8 game. You know, it's not too bad.
I do want to mention that Griffin is wearing a shirt with a nice tight pattern. Did you get that at the shops at the Creek?
I did, yeah. $500 out the door. Yeah,
that's where your per diem's been going.
Yeah, exactly.
Which shop is this?
The shop
Dan
at the Creek.
Flashes.
Dan Flashes.
I've raised 30,000.
Yeah, it's days like this I wish we were in Vision, you know? I'll wear it for an online stream.
There is absolutely no way that any DP is letting you wear that on camera.
The pattern's too tight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That is going to strobe like
it's too complicated is the problem.
Yeah. Also, all the half moons on it sort of rep this part of the world pretty well, since you got those moons on pretty much every flag in this region.
King 8-6 on the flop.
Vantage Peaks, though.
Can someone make a straight for once?
8 checks.
Going to be difficult, I think, for Joyce to be highly motivated to continue without a club in hand. He is still the aggressor. This, I think, important to note, this is a pretty poor peel from the small blind from Postel. Playing just over 30 big blinds, calling with ace-7, not recommended.
Just for the avoidance of doubt, it's never recommended to play the Spraggy.
There you go. And the door has now opened for Peaks. He's going to have all the 8s in this situation. You know, Joyce would have surely continuation bet and has less 8s opening in, you know, the hijack. And Postal now, you know, a significant statistical favorite, but isn't able to stick around. Nice takedown. What a start for Peaks.
Yeah, up over 100 big blinds. We've got
like people putting their blinds in
4
here,
players at
they're
the table
under here,
with
and I was like
more than 100
leaning over
bigs.
and chucking it in the middle.
Okay. So Dick, day 4 of the EPT Cyprus main event, and you're a qualifier. So how are you feeling right now?
Well, I feel excited, happy, a bit nervous now because I'm holding everybody up. But no, it's nice to be here, and every day is a new day, and we take it.
How's the journey to this point been so far? Has it been a bumpy road? Has it been quite smooth?
It started bumpy because I had to rebuy. I said, shall I do it or not? Because I went out, I had a good day, and then 2 really bad busts. And in the last level of day 1B, I rebought, and managed to since follow the average, so that's not bad.
What would it mean to you if you were to win this event?
Win this event? Wow, it would be, of course, fantastic. Maybe I jump at the table. And no, of course, that would be very nice. Even being at the final table would be nice. But if I reach the final table, I imagine everybody has a chance.
Final question. You're a retired pilot. Is there anything from your piloting days that you can kind of relate to the world of poker?
There's a few things. Maybe the patience, the observing. But there's one thing definitely I don't take, is that here sometimes you have to take some risks, and in flying you don't take those. It's basically you think about it, you have to take quick decisions, which sometimes here is also the case, especially with the clock. So then you have to decide yes or no. And luckily here you have the 30 seconds, which you don't have in the pilot life. But
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Dick Postel speaking to us before the start of play. Alexius asking on YouTube if Sebastian Mallets is still in. Nope, he was eliminated yesterday. The only previous champion still in the field is Anton Wigg.
It's a good pilot name, Dick Postel.
For sure.
Captain Postel.
Yes, Captain Dick.
Me, I came for just for that. Yeah, me too.
Pilot's name means a lot, right? Like, I definitely trust a Dick pilot.
Yeah.
No, I got an Airbnb down the road, and it's like
That's a dude that's seen it all.
It's not bad.
There's no signal. Right? There's no
Norman, another good pilot, probably.
Download a playlist or something.
Chuck.
Chuck's really good.
Ooh, yeah. I feel like Chuck will even let me come back and see everything.
Oh, you can on any flight.
Oh, that's true, actually, right?
You can just ask.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a pilot name you don't want? Lee. It's actually an old Pete Latham bit.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to steal that from him. Shout out Pete Latham.
So 10 minutes into the day, and we've seen the elimination of Diego Coelho from the featured table. We've seen Roland Peaks win a fair few hands and get his stack up to 1.6 million.
Dakota says they like their pilots named Little Dinky Daffy.
Did you come back again?
Yeah. I've definitely played poker in worse places. We had Barcelona before this, and Barcelona was obviously nice. It's too busy.
I will say I am enjoying the energy of Bobby James. It just feels like he's talking about how he got, I think, 19th in the Eureka, 12th in the High Roller. It feels like a EPT fanboy who made a wish.
He's definitely happy to be here, which
Yeah.
I do appreciate quite a bit.
So Postel is open with ace-9. And Samuel Dre has 8s in the small blind. He's got the snowmans.
Here's a question. If he wins the main event, will you perform at his celebration? You know how much it would mean to him.
A private stand-up show for
Yeah.
Bobby James? Well, he can afford it now.
Yeah. Oh, he'll pay, I'm sure.
There might be a business idea in this, kind of combining private dancing with stand-up comedy. A comedy club where there's a champagne room.
I did a private gig at Aria one time for a poker player who hired me to drive out from LA to surprise his wife.
No
for her,
way.
50th birthday or something. And security can't shut us down during my set. Because I brought a speaker, a sound system into his suite at Aria. And speaker, that finally, by the time I was headlining, security was like, get out.
So were you still able to perform it just without the speaker?
It was nice, and I've been there in Larnaca.
I finished without the speaker, yeah.
But I think
5'6".
the island itself is, I think,
Santosh was on the table.
I don't know.
Every time I put a bet in, he was like
3
this.
times the most. I like
The dealer just kept going.
I mean, I've only been in
Guys, one conversation, please.
It's better than no conversations, though.
Alarms as well, to be fair, but.
Will I wait till 5? But it can be very dry. But the weather is always good.
Yeah.
A lot of times there's wind. Like yesterday I came out, I was surprised by the wind because
I have a balcony with studio in here in the hotel. I even did videos. There were waves of 4 meters. It was unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen a sea like that. So mad. It was crazy.
I went to dinner outside. It was quiet. There was no wind at 8.
Yeah. I don't know.
And then when
We saw a little bit of Jackson yesterday.
Absolutely.
Jousting with one-time chip leader Mustafov. Played a couple of hands pretty nice, pretty aggressively.
Like in Iceland,
Flush draw for Dre here. Post-flop flip alert.
it is beautiful. It's very number nowadays.
I have a kind of job offer there. So.
What about 25,000?
Good one now.
They wanted me to start 4th of November, but that was impossible because I had a vacation plan. So I said, sorry, I can come back in January if you want.
Great place to live. Great place to live.
Yeah, for me it will be, I fly, so it will be just a base.
Right.
But I heard I was there, and I love
Board pairs on the turn. Jackson now a 6-4 favourite.
That's where it is.
My partner would love to go there.
Get some more water.
The 6 is actually going to favor Jackson's range here, so he's going to play this as a lead.
In English, like the politician, governing Barcelona.
Going to really make it difficult for the unpaired hands, like your ace and king highs in Dre's seat,
And it's better than Barcelona,
to continue.
Yes, I know. They destroyed it.
Yeah.
This one is a particular interesting one to have because, you know, you did actually hit this flop. You have the flush draw, so I don't expect Dre to fold. Wow. Yeah, I think that's pretty weak from Dre, to be honest. You know, that was a 20% pot bet.
Thanks. Cheers.
But I do sympathize, you know, in that situation. Maybe don't want to get in trouble. Could be up against better flush draws.
It's okay. We have to wait.
Great execution from Jackson.
Down to 43 players. Victoria Lifshitz eliminated in 44th place. Cashes for $18,240.
I had a choice of 3 cards, so I'd probably beat you.
Yeah, he had an ace, so he would have 4-bet, don't worry.
I should have looked at them and put one back.
We had a situation like that at a tournament in the UK. The guy got dealt 3, you know, at DTD, someone got dealt 3 cards, yeah? And then when they claimed the winning hand, he turned over like the 2 cards, yeah, and tried to mock the other card.
Oh, yeah?
Like, what? Like, take your pick. Imagine you picked the wrong one. You were like, oops. You know, wait, I have to go straight. Give me a sec.
You want some?
No, it's okay. The hand was probably better.
Yeah, the hand was declared dead and they were ejected from the tournament.
King Queen for chip leader Bobby James.
We raises 30,000.
Raises to 30K. Bless you.
4 passes. 5 passes.
Rounds the blinds. Dan Jackson in the small. Folds. Martin McKell in the big blind.
7 fold.
He calls with ace tray. Queen at 10-10. James flops best. Interestingly, checks it back. 8 on the turn, doesn't change anything.
Bets 20,000. 7 passes.
Sorry.
Delayed c-bet from Bobby James gets the job done.
BJ is on the board.
Try to do better next time.
So we have lost 4 players in the last couple of minutes. Nicola Capelesco, gone. Christopher Nguyen, eliminated. Ji Wen-Hu, out.
Wow.
Darius Gadaikis, the last player eliminated by Anton Wigg, meaning we are down to 39, meaning Table 6 is breaking. We'll get a new player on the main stage and we'll be 8-handed once again. And a reminder, when we get down to 32, when it's time for the next table break, it will be a random table. Could be our feature table.
Nice to see James opening up the range here, flexing that chip lead. Queen 10 off under the gun +1 is ordinarily going to be a few notches too poor to be opening, but with this table that I would say is not the strongest, happily opening the Queen 10. I would hope and expect, though, he's going to tread lightly once he gets 2 calls in the form of Jackson on the button and Postle on the big, but with the backdoor straight draws, is going to put out a little feeler there to the tune of 45,000. Of course, Jackson with that beautiful set of 6s. Going to be happy to put the money in there here.
Yeah, Jackson calls and no reason for Postle to stick around. Folds and we go heads up to the turn. King on the turn, which means an open-ended straight draw for Bobby James. Increases his equity to nearly 20%.
Yeah, and we can see here that Bobby's in a great deal of trouble, just 18% to make that open-ended straight draw, but this is a great example of, you know, what James's intention was here with this flop bet. You know, if his opponent has something like pocket 8s or pocket 9s or ace 7 suited, 8-7 suited, probably going to be folding all of that range share with the big bet on the turn, but it's just his poor luck that he's up against the top end of Dan Jackson's range share with bottom set.
We have not seen Bobby run into too many hands. Bound to happen eventually.
It's a nice one, I think.
I've been last year, yeah.
It's nice. I was there when it was still the...
The thing is, I've been twice, and...
Again,
both times,
Dan Jackson just calls
really
Bobby
bad.
James's bet. We go to the river.
Keep the bluffs in.
And James does not get there. It's a question. Does he try and turn this missed hand into a bluff?
I think he probably should sometimes against the perceived range of Jackson. It's going to be a lot of ace-jacks, you know, jack-10 suiteds. Not a lot of king-x unless it's like the king-jack in particular. Not a lot of king-x floats unless it was, what, ace-king that didn't 3-bet? Maybe king-queen of hearts or, you know, king-queen of spades.
And what about this sizing, Griffin? 215 into 495.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's accomplishing too much. I think you'd probably just get called by a jack anyway. So I'm not crazy about it. I would have preferred he tried to lose more here as a rule, but it's actually going to work out for him because you know, he's just going to get raised here and then be able to comfortably fold.
I think it's a great bet if you're betting into a set of 6s.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, again, when all the cards are visible, it's a very easy game to analyze. As Jackson wins with that raise and chips up over 2 million, closes the gap. In fact, Joyce, Jackson, James, the 3 Brits at the table, all bunched up now around the 2.1 million mark.
You know, there are other considerations there too. You know, your opponent can have something like 8-9 of clubs, 9-10 of clubs, and you just want to put something out there that that those can just fold and not bluff you on the river.
Well, I said we were going to get a new player. It is Yisha Chen who's coming to the table with 875K, which is just below average right now. And that means we have the last 2 female players in the tournament at our feature table.
That's lucky. Two women left in the field, and we get to watch them both right now. Nice. Sad to see Victoria go.
220.
220.
And then he made it.
Queens for Dan Jackson.
Speaking of two ladies, I mean, come on.
This stuff writes itself.
Right there.
Hey, you know that segue you were looking for? Well, look at this.
Oh, I bet.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't just say.
Chen defends the big blind with King 9, heads up to the flop. And it is a crunchy flop. All clubs. Queen still way ahead and with the better flush draw.
Jackson.
He's just got a set of sevens. Makes more sense.
Oh, 15,000 big bucks.
15,000. Min bet.
It's the only hand that really makes sense, to be honest.
Do you like to bet? Do you like to bet?
On what?
Don't fault Chen for calling here.
What we can bet?
Pairs her 9 on the turn.
Okay.
Probably the worst card possible.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
What do you say?
If we're both wrong, it's a void.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you...
I'll take sevens. Yeah.
I take 6.
Guess maybe other than the
And
king
if
of
it's
clubs.
King Jack, break even.
Yeah.
100 bucks.
Seems good.
Yeah.
That's 40,000.
Jackson recognizing there's so many different combinations of hands that Chen will continue with here. They're going to be significantly behind. Not always significantly so, of course. You know, something like a 9-8 has some ways to get there, but this particular hand, only 10%.
Yeah, and the board is bricked out for her.
And I think Jackson's really going to love this card.
Paul again, yeah.
You know, you prefer a 3, but so often you're going to be up against, you know, a 10x, a 9x, like a 9-8 or a 9-7 that might be inclined to call. Question is, how greedy does Jackson want to get? If he is targeting that range, yeah, it looks like he's going to go well into the 6 figures.
145,000.
Go polar on the river.
Yeah, 145 into 195.
Did you get to go a little bit bigger here because now you're beating like the 10-9s and stuff like that also?
I mean, it makes you more comfortable, certainly. You know, if the river was like a 5 or a jack, you know, you start to get concerned about some 2-pair combos. You know, not to say that Chen doesn't have some 6s sometimes either. You know, might have 6-7 with the 7 of clubs, 6-8.
I guess not a lot of 6-9 suited is the way that the boards run out, but.
Dan Jackson looking to have an excellent start to his day. Despite not getting called there, still real strong here.
And that's going to see Dan Jackson take the chip lead. 2.2 million ahead of both Bobby James and Philip Joyce on the leaderboard. Close to 150 big blinds and still more than an hour to run on this blind level.
Dan Jackson, DJ Upswing, coming at you.
Things are moving.
As well as watching the poker from Cyprus, many of you will get to play some poker for free later on. We have another free roll later today, which will award $2,000 in Power Path tickets.
90. 95. 95.
Keep watching the stream and we'll reveal the details. Those details being when it starts and what the password is.
Very confident, aggressive 3-bet here from Dre. And I'm very curious to see how Dick responds here. I think, you know, on these 33 bigs, you just need to play this as a shove or a fold.
230.
Oh, nice. There you go. I mean, that's effectively the same thing. You're putting in 40% of your stack. Have a go, Dick. Tell you what, that's not an easy 4-bet to make. I mean, we can see the cards. It's king, queen, and queen, jack. But when it's under the gun +1, you're dealing with some pretty tight ranges. And there's 39 players left here in this, playing for $1 million. So good for you.
I do think the pilot background has to... gives you nerves of steel, right? You're going to be a little bit less nervous in these situations.
I already saw.
Big Dick energy.
Yeah, exactly.
You're under the gun.
I mean, you've got hundreds of lives in your hand. Who cares about a tournament life?
yeah. As we get a look at the feature table chip counts here on day 4. Getting bunched up there at the top.
Yeah, the 3 Brett's still very close. Jackson with the advantage right now. Martin McKell, the shortest stack at the table with 22 big blinds.
It was second and third. The first one, they
JJJ.
like only for 1 level. The first.
It depends if they like us. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to see Philip Joyce in action, opening with ace-5 suited.
I like the way he laid out the chips there. Did you see that, Joe?
What, the little spread out there?
Yeah. It's a nice spread.
Postel's in, and we only know one of his cards, which is the ace of hearts.
It can be a bit of a tell the way you put your chips out.
Yeah, but not if you're pretty consistent with it. Postel, I refuse to hypothesize as what the other card will be, since we saw the Spraggy flat from the small earlier. So it could be any ace, really. Yeah.
Well, regardless of what his kicker is, he's got top pair. Joyce has got top pair. James has got the flush draw.
It's fun.
James, can I ask you a quick language question? You said regardless there. When would we use irregardless? Could you have used it there?
So, Griffin, are you asking knowing the answer to this question?
No.
So, irregardless for a very long time was not a word.
Okay.
And it's one of those words that people used so much that the stupids beat the dictionary into submission to the point where the dictionary was like, all right, well, I guess it's a word now. And they're interchangeable.
Okay, because he looked at me like I was trolling him, like this was a conversation you've had before.
James is going to be one of those people who does not want to recognize that the dictionary relented to the stupids.
Yeah.
Good read,
He
Joe.
did give me a look like, oh, you're one of them. Like, you know. So everyone having a piece here and has every reason to be interested in this board. I like the check call from Joyce. Get maybe Postel to bluff if he doesn't have an ace. James in there with the live flush draw. My money's on Postel, man.
You think Postel's got the better kicker?
I think there's a very strong chance. Sixes and fours are out, you know?
You know what else has been
fours, I guess.
added to the dictionary is that Joyce is literally on fire right now.
Ooh, James.
I meant James is literally on fire right now.
Yeah, and I think once we see a bet from James, I think Joyce will be very, very surprised to see a check here. Yeah, I don't like this. You've just missed the street of value. I don't understand the logic. You know, you just let an opponent that I think surely would have called to check back.
Because trapping is the best.
But trapping what? I mean, your perceived range in the big blind there is, I mean, an 8, a weak ace, or a flush draw. I think that Joyce would have gotten away with the ace-5, but I think Postel just would have snap called and said, show me. So you can get half plus pot value there. And I thought that was weak.
But check raising is awesome.
But why would he bet if he's going to snap check back ace jack? Anyways, let's move on.
We're going to one of the outer tables where Damir Jogrelin has shoved the river, and the decision is on Guillermo Gordo, who you may remember is the last Gold Pass winner in the field. Bear in mind that Gordo is covered here, so it's all in to call.
So mindful, so Damir.
So the board is Queen 10, 6, 5, 3. No flush possible. Queen of clubs, 10 of spades, 6 of clubs, 5 of diamonds, 3 of spades. He's already used one time bank card. And he's only a few seconds away from needing to use another.
It's a cool star sweater.
Okay, we're on time bank card number 2 now. Obviously a big decision. If you call and don't have the best hand, you are out.
Doesn't look like he's going to be left with very much if he folds either.
Yeah, just has the blue chips, which are the smallest denomination chips in play right now, the 5Ks. Does let it go. The shove gets through. Pot is pushed to Damir Jogrelin.
So Damir.
And we are back to the feature table. Action on Martin Mikel. Fold to Queen Jack. Round to Roland Peaks. Ace 5 in the cutoff. He raises to 30K. And a re-raise. With pocket sevens, Bobby James makes it 115K.
Bobby, the check raiser, James.
Yeah, this is quite irregular. Not only to 3-bet a hand that plays so well as a flat, but to do it near 4x. Yeah, I think you should probably be making an adjustment there. Not saying you can't 3-bet sevens there. You're very deep. It's not really what you want to do. Sort of 60 big blinds effective. You know, what do you do if you get 4-bet? Now you're not seeing a flop, or you have to 5-bet shove.
Well, James has reclaimed the chip lead with that hand.
But I don't like how he's doing it, James.
Did a duet with Brandon Shields. Did it In the End by Linkin Park. And it was completely like unprepared. He was like, all right, Bobby, we're going to do it In the End. And I was like, mate, I don't even know how that song goes. I haven't heard it for so long. And then when it started...
Sorry, I know you two are close. I'll go easier on him. All right, Joe.
Just kind of carried it on and just went with it. Fun, though. Hoping no one gets footage of that.
I did ask him to sing In the End at my wedding.
Blind v blind. Philip Joyce completes.
Hey, now this is a man who knows how to play pocket sevens.
Oh, boy.
Dan Jackson raises.
It's okay. You can act like you're going to do something here and then fold. We all do it. Whoa.
Yeah, some 4x combos are going to be happy to call here. Pocket fours, any ace 4 off, king 4 suited.
That's a pretty fun flop, even for A4.
I know, right? With just the one card, we know he has a wheel draw.
And, you know, based on how we've broken down his range, you know, it's not like he's limp calling 4-6 off here, 4-7 off. So this is going to be a good board for his range, despite us only seeing one card. Like we discussed, those ace 4s, pocket 4s, 4-5 suiteds.
Continuation bet of 35,000 called by Joyce. 10 on the turn.
Anyone who correctly guesses the other card in Joyce's hand to the suit gets a shout out on the stream from me.
Am I allowed to guess?
No. In the chat.
Well, I really want a shout out.
I know, what the hell. Hey, guess what? Yo, Joe Stapleton, you rock. Great guess. There, did it myself. I don't need you to do it.
Good luck keeping track of all this, by the way. You don't even have a computer.
I'm using yours. I always use yours.
You need to stop. You need to stop using mine because I'm almost out of tokens.
But I like reading your conversations. You have such an interesting and full life. And it is
5-4 of spades.
the 5 of spades. Do we get any 5 of spades in there?
Hollaroo said 5S.
Oh, the Brahm says 5. Sam Harug says 5 of spades.
Yet now people are writing it after they've seen the hand at Showdown, so don't acknowledge them.
Wait, I thought...
Very romantic.
But they're on delay. How does that work?
It's live, Griffin.
You're all champions
don't ruin
to me.
it for Griffin, okay? The way this works. Just let him do his thing.
Intimidating me.
I was looking for the rest
Your
of the pot.
charming looks.
He was hiding behind the glasses.
On that flop, I was looking for the rest of the pot. I'd have dusted a lot.
And number 16 of the day, the feature table.
Yeah, if I was in your position. Dan just doesn't fold.
I haven't been counting. We have something that tells me here.
We had this conversation the other day, and I said to it, and Dan was like, "Yeah, I just don't fold." I was like, "Yeah, sweet. Seems accurate."
Okay, here comes Bobby James, raising with 10-8 of spades. A7 wisely folded. Round to the blinds. Dan Jackson, 10-9 in the small.
Living proof, Dan does fold.
I have my moments.
This ain't getting folded.
Have a go, Marta. With 20 big blinds. Reckon it'll be the rack. You came to the wrong place, Bobby James. Count.
Where should he have gone?
A bit over 300. 310, I think.
Yeah, this is just a bit of gamesmanship here. Wanting to make it look like he's, raising strong from the hijack here. Needs some consideration. Pretty fair play.
And the shove gets through.
Found a new home for that chip, didn't you?
I have to work hard for them. I'll get them.
If that wasn't on stream, you could get away with that, for sure.
No, because I'm a man of integrity, Bobby.
That doesn't fold.
Yeah.
We have a bet on your hand.
Say again, sorry.
We've got a bet on your hand. 6s or 7s. Sixes. Oh, fuck, I owe him $100.
You got 6s?
Yeah.
Oh.
GG.
Oh, yeah. You want the flip? The next one is for me for sure. Revolut?
Yeah.
Speaking of gamesmanship, fun little side bet there. Appears as though James and I believe Joyce betting on what Dan Jackson had in that set of 6s hand. And I think Bobby James had the 7s. And Joyce, or whoever the bet was with, had
was
the
Dre.
6s. Dre? Was it Dre?
Don't forget about Dre.
Wow. Really, that was an alley-oop I threw you. That was incredible.
Did you have, Bobby?
Didn't know you could jump that high,
So
James.
surprising
Just
coming
slam that
from
thing
him,
down.
too,
Yeah.
So all of a sudden he could palm a basketball.
All this time, James?
Queen 10.
I saw the turn and I was like, yes, I'm firing, aren't I? Like,
Yeah.
against all people, and I'm like, oh, it's Dan. Fuck.
You did go for a bit of a wet wipe sizing on the river, though. You have to commit to the cause.
Yeah, but I kind of thought you might just
I was very
fight with
sad.
a set twice.
Very sad.
Mate, you were so greedy. You were like 7-2-5. I was like,
Yeah, damn right. Greedy boy.
Wet wipe size on the river.
You're in the blender when I just turn over kings, though, right? When I rip.
Well, no shit.
That'd have been vile.
3 passes, 4 passes.
Like, how'd you bust me? Bobby turned to set against me.
6 passes, 7 passes.
Somebody in the YouTube chat saying that they're at the Yankees-Cleveland game.
We were just talking about that, yeah.
Wild.
Yeah, just before we came on, I was telling Joe that I was just on Twitter and I saw this home run from Noel. I was like, wait a minute. So I turned the game off after the Yankees took the lead there in the 8th, and they tied it up and won. Cleveland must be buzzing right now. It's a towering shot, too.
This board, all hearts, and peaks with the nut flush draw.
One bet, 15,000.
Chen does have a pair of queens right now, but peaks is a statistical favorite.
Yeah, she's getting the exact bet size that she wanted to see.
I'll allow it.
So where's
No.
she normally play in London? The Vic?
I don't like all the hearts.
Like, I don't think I've ever seen you in London.
No.
Maybe once.
You can't flop middle pair and fold to a min bet. Let's see what's happening. You know, it's just don't defend with the queen and off. That, in my opinion.
Alex Axel 90 watching on Twitch says, where is the guy from Sweden with the tables business? That'll be Anton Wigg. He is at one of the outer tables. I still don't understand. I know he was explaining it yesterday, Joe. I still don't understand what his business is.
It's tables. I don't want any more questions about the tables.
James with the JJ.
Oh yeah, there's the Joe and James. There's got to be a Bobby James. There's 2 other jacks. You're the heart, I'm the spade. He just may be the diamond in the rough.
He's raised here to 30,000. Has been called by Dan Jackson with 6s. Last time Jackson had 6s, he made a set. Peaks, big blind, queen 3 of spades.
This feels like it's going to be fun.
10-7 deuce with 2 diamonds. Pretty solid flop for jacks.
Not a terrible flop for 6s either.
3 bets, 30,000.
Yeah, Jackson would have loved to get Bobby James twice in a row with the 6s, just for the dynamic lore too, you know?
Yeah.
Just make for good chat. He's probably going to say it anyway.
So we are halfway through the first level of the day, halfway through the first session. Well, okay then.
I think that was Halil Tazarek and Andrea Dato.
Tell you what, guys, there is a lot going on over the course of the next couple of months. We've referenced several times that straight after Cyprus, within a few days of EPT Cyprus finishing, we're going to be going to Vegas for the NAPT. Now, after Vegas, I've long had it in the book that I'm going to go to UK IPT Nottingham, going to play the main event, help Nick with the live stream from the final day. But Joe, in the last 24 hours, you've worked out your post-Vegas plans.
Yeah, I thought I was going to have a week at home between now and the rest of the year. But that has gone out the window, and it is flying direct, well, not direct, but it's flying from Los Angeles to Sao Paulo, Brazil. That's right. I'm going to go spend a week at the BSOP. My first time in South America, my first time in Brazil. I will be playing poker
This guy said
most of the week.
Perfect size, and he goes.
No commentary from what I can tell, but maybe, who knows?
And he goes, the internet in 2 sentences.
How does your girlfriend feel about that?
She was going to be in Aruba that week anyway, so
there you go.
I kind of get a free pass on that one. And James James this morning, he was like, your girlfriend's going, right? And I was like, no. And he goes, be careful, okay?
I meant personal safety. I wasn't saying that you would misbehave.
Oh, no, you would have been right. Yeah, no.
That gone with it. That went without saying.
Yeah. So there's a lot of really reasonably priced events at the BSOP as well, which I'm like pretty looking for. I think like there's like a PKO high roller. It's like $1,200.
Nice.
Yeah. So
right in your Q zone.
Right in my zone.
James going to be happy to continue against this quarter pot bet with the 7.
Should make for an interesting podcast. I think we're going to do a show where I'll be in Nottingham at the UK IPT, you'll be in Sao Paulo at the BSOP. We'll both be on location playing poker on different sides of the world.
You'll be in the Sao Paulo of England.
Dude, there's a Nando's opposite the venue. I'm
Right.
happy. I'm happy.
Portuguese chicken, either way you look at it.
So Jackson with the 5 in hand. This bet here is really going to work against the particular holding of James. Not always the easiest bluff here with, say, pocket 5s or something, trying to fold out, you know, some middling hearts. Wow. That is a very ambitious turn call. Very, I think, player dependent. Sounds like these two have significant history. There is still a chance that Jackson is just betting ace-5 here and charging those flush draw, you know, wanting to get value from like a queen 10 of hearts or something like that, or a 7x of hearts, and then be content with checking back river. The fact Jackson is thinking about it tells me that it is more likely he has a bluff, because I don't think ace-5 would be considering this. You know, let's not count out 3-5 of clubs. I understand he raised an early position, but it's not completely impossible with the momentum Jackson's been getting. But more than likely, it's something like pocket 5, something like king 5 of clubs, 5-6 of clubs. Pretty remarkable and really out of line for James to continue on this turn, even though we know he might be right. No, I mean, like, respect to him for having the audacity to continue on the turn here. It's just, even if you recognize your opponent could be bluffing on the turn, which is certainly possible, king 10, king jack, 9-10 of hearts, pocket 5s, whatever it is, you have such a range disadvantage, and he's such a capable player that you're going to get this third barrel so often from the value and from the bluffs that it's just like you're just going to find yourself here and wanting to make a, you know, a TV river call.
Yeah, and if there is significant history, it's entirely possible that Jackson knows that James is likely to call down light here. He seems like he really wants to.
Oh my God, he got him.
He does.
It can't be ace-5. It's just...
Can't it? No, he says good call.
It was
two
pocket
fives.
5s. Wow, dude. Huge call by Bobby James.
Did you see the reaction? I mean, that is a completely ridiculous call. Good for Bobby James.
He's just moved over the 3 million mark. He's just moved over the 200 big blind mark.
Do not... Oh, you don't have to explain it to him, I don't think. He probably doesn't need that.
This is why we play differently.
Yeah, don't need the speech. Just stack the chips.
That is...
Do not try to bluff Bobby James.
A ridiculous hand. I think it is...
I was either going to look like a clown or a hero. That's...
Yeah, I mean, good for you.
A little bit of both, maybe.
They two are mutually exclusive.
I mean, it's a really amazing call.
I don't care either way. I streamed for years. I took enough shit for everyone, so I don't care.
I think it's interesting. You know, we heard Bobby talk about the fact he finished 19th in the Eureka main, 12th in the high roller. I mean, this is a player that's
I thought about making it $1 million on the river.
trusting his instincts right now, feeling confident, building up stacks, cashing every event.
Feel like that.
And sometimes that can just lead you down a path of great conviction. And it's honestly, it's in a really impressive hand because you're not allowed to do that. You know, it's an early position raise. You call the 7 on the flop, sure, but we're not talking big blind button here. So that was it's super fun when you see things like that, when players get out of line in such a way that it works out for them and shows a lot of bravery. So that's a really impressive hand, to be honest, from Bobby James.
Yeah, it almost feels like careening in a way.
Yeah.
Like you're not really in control. You're just sort of going with momentum.
But that can be a powerful thing. I mean, like if you want to be the man of destiny and you want to just like trust your instinct. I mean, that's how you win tournaments. You play big pots and just like go with your gut and make moves. And I mean, he has 3 million chips. It's you gotta hand it to him.
Jerry Fall, watching on Twitch, says, I've played with Bobby a few times. He is an all-or-nothing player, but a great guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to, after that hand is developing into a central figure of this event. I mean, we're only 39 players left, and that's a real statement piece right there.
I will say that on day 2 of this event, as I'm walking to the commentary room, Bobby's like, yo, I'm going to be on the feature table, so I'll see you soon. I mean, he called his shot real early.
I mean, I love it. Look, I haven't said the most flattering things about parts of his game so far, about the way he's been playing, but I absolutely have to tip his cap for the courageous nature with which he told Dan Jackson, I'm not going to let you push me around here.
So Peaks has opened with the Spraggy. James with the legit goods. Pocket aces, 3 bets, wins the pot.
I think this is a really good example very quickly to see the imbalance in his raise sizing. 115,000 when he just wanted him to fold when he had the 7s, where I think a lot of players would have made a more balanced 3-bet or just flat. And here he makes it under 3x, trying to get his opponent in there. So a lot of sort of, bobbing and weaving, bobbying and weaving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. By the way, in between, or after, right, you've got, so I get confused with the timeline, right? Cyprus finishes, NAPT, Joe goes to Brazil for the BSOP, I go to Nottingham for the UK IPT. Right after that, there's the Women's Winter Festival at the Hippodrome in London. And I'm not going to lie, I'm actually really annoyed to be missing this one. My girlfriend's really annoyed to be missing it. We would have played the 50-50 event. She would have played the main event and the high roller. We're going to be on a Disney cruise to Mexico. Don't ask. But if you can make it to the Hippodrome, the Women's Winter Festival runs November 21st to 24th. They have just added a high roller event to the schedule. Marley says she's going to be playing that one. £1,100 buy-in. But that 50-50 format, which is basically where you partner, a guy and a girl, play the tournament together, that should be really fun, and I'd love to have played that one.
If you're like me and don't have a woman to play the 50-50 event and therefore are not invited to the festival, you can come see my show in Houston that weekend.
Yeah.
Nice.
If you tell me you have aces, I'm happy.
My show's plural. Me and former big game player Michael Ian Black performing together.
Well, mostly just focusing on striking.
Well, not together, but, the same night.
Old MIB.
I fell asleep watching it.
I will be in Houston 2 days before you perform and 2 days after you perform.
Really?
But when you perform, I will be on a boat.
You've seen my act recently.
What dates are these?
Are you like new to live poker or?
Well, the weekend of the 23rd, 24th.
23rd, 24th, that's right.
Try playing like the World Series, mate.
I'm thinking I might play a little poker at the Champions Club in Houston that weekend, though, while I'm around.
Yeah, what's that?
I'm having a artist friend of mine come in town to perform. Ruby Waters. She's got a show.
You think
I know that name?
You think by now, after doing this job and working with stars for 2 decades, I would know not to plan too much too far in advance. Like I should know that if I book a vacation like 3 months in advance, that during that 3 months, they're going to suddenly add a load of events that I should be at, yeah?
It was very smart of me to keep 1 week free this entire year. And now I'm going to Brazil.
And I also have tickets to Gladiator 2 that weekend.
Last day of the 2K.
Oh, this is your friend who's coming to visit, Griffin?
That's her, yeah.
Like the
yeah, this is your friend?
July or something like
Yes,
that.
it is.
Man.
She seems like a delight.
She is a delight.
14 hours, yeah, for day one. And I was like,
I'll send you some songs.
I'm good.
I got like sevens into tens cut off versus button for like 9 bigs, and I was like, what are you gonna do? But it was so dirt. Like you just play for like 14 hours, and you're just like not even in the money.
In FT, we was all sleeping in the final table. We was like this.
Yeah.
All sleeping.
The chips weren't working. They give you new cards.
It was horrible, really. And AC is really strong.
I only just noticed, guys, that we are down to 38 players.
So nice.
Nikan Korchidian out in 39th place. We did hit a pay jump, by the way, when we got down to 39, so he cashes for $20,980.
I think this scarf may be from Dan Flash's also.
The main. That is good.
It's a very complicated pattern.
Because it's really deep room.
Big ceiling.
They can't even make a whole shirt out of it.
No, you'd be surprised. A lot of pilots shop at Dan Flash's.
That makes sense. Yeah.
You like the horseshoe?
I mean, like, for the fact that it's quite a large.
Sure. Yeah,
So,
you can say a lot. But
you can probably breathe a little bit better in there, but there is still a lot of AC, obviously.
I'm really excited for when
it's very
he wins the EPT and then you're interviewing him and he's crying, telling you this is all he's ever dreamed of. It's us being here together like this.
Hey man, we're just two friends talking here.
Mikel flopping a bottom gutter and backdoor street flash.
Do you go December for the main event in December? I don't think so.
Chen checking back, giving some room for Mikel maybe to
I don't know the name.
come out firing. Kind of difficult on the king turn.
Maybe.
Gonna hope to get that free card. I think Chen will probably oblige, but is gonna reach for chips instead. Maybe wants to clear out some equity. I don't blame her, and is going to do so.
An event in Ireland after this, and then Bahamas coming up.
You go Bahamas?
I keep bricking the satellite, 2.6K satellite, so maybe not.
I got it in mystery.
Oh wow!
Back to back. Yeah.
That's sick. That's so sick. That's run good right there, man. I literally, every time I play Mystery Bounty, I get like mint. I got a 1K Mystery Bounty once on Stars, and I thought it was like a big one. 215 Lion. Fucking lost another time bank already. I needed it for that one though.
Bobby, the station, James. Calling station, radio station.
Poor Dan Jackson must be thinking, wow, that was a really bad bluff if you didn't fold a 7.
Yeah.
Because he definitely wasn't folding an ace.
His
what he was
face was
targeting.
awesome.
Yeah, he was targeting an ace or a queen X of hearts or something. And
He's got a stack of blues behind.
Yeah, 600.
UK, London, yeah. I live next to the airport.
Repeat?
Next to the airport.
Yeah.
30,000 rates.
I love Declan's question. What do you actually do in your Houston show? Well, it's not a striptease, Declan.
No, I take a deck of cards and I just sort of talk about them as
a Declan of cards?
As I deal them out.
The event that we've got with my company.
What is it that you do exactly?
Declan, stand-up comedy.
An event already
okay.
Dublin that I have to work/run. So
You know that stuff you watch on TikTok and the comedians are always yelling at the audience?
Yeah,
It's like that.
You think these jokes write themselves?
I actually might not play.
There's a notepad file.
In Dublin because I'm probably just a bit tired.
Is that like a Wizard of Oz thing I shouldn't say that would happen behind the curtain?
What, that I have a notepad?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
So Postal with the lead.
I don't think it's any great trade secret that comedians write material, Griffin.
Big turn for
Big old turn.
DJ Flush Draw.
19.
A lot of ways to win.
Big old
might
hot
already
dog
be,
bowl.
yeah,
19.
might already be winning, but Postal could just have something like 5-6 as well.
Not a good sign. No, I mean,
I don't want it to say, but
This is quite interesting because it almost feels like you've now turned too much equity to want to raise, because then if you get shoved on, you'd feel like you'd have to call. But if this was like the ace of spades, I think he would be raising this this bet like every time to target the 5-7s and the 5-8s and the. So, just a call from Jackson.
Great. Can't wait for the whiff here.
Oh, so annoying, and it probably gives Postel a straight or 2 pair. You know, if we expected him to be betting something like a 5-7 or a 5-8 or a 5-6. Well, I guess 5-6 is already a straight. Set of 5s would be jokes.
The same pretty brand from when we were in Vegas.
Yeah, I recognize now.
Yeah, he got me.
He is betting.
For my birthday.
By the way, there is no one in this poker room that is more annoyed than Dan Jackson was 30 minutes ago. Because he just got called down in that spot. Now he has a straight flush draw. And poor guy is facing this.
Probably one of my favorite.
You know what, though?
Very good.
This is not how I thought this hand would play out, to be honest. The leadings really threw me off.
Too many outs. Jackson lays down the queen high.
I wasn't expecting the lead. Not a clue.
Postel adds a very significant portion to his stack, up to 47 big blinds now. Camping just a dab, replying to my joke writing, saying,
that makes 2 of us.
I pray someone else is writing it.
Worked out pretty well then.
We played together.
Guess what? Someone else is going to be writing your YouTube comments from now on.
You know what? I'm so glad that you read that comment, because I had a conversation with my girlfriend last week
because you're banned.
That I meant to tell you about. At one point, I'd said something that was funny, and she said, "You know what? And I want to be very careful with this compliment." She said, I think that you might be able to perform and act jokes really well, but you wouldn't be able to write them.
Coming from her, too, that's so hurtful, because she's so sweet. And it just totally comes from a place of earnestness.
Yeah.
100K.
Jackson at the cutoff with the king-9, probably can't resist, even though he's on a bit of a downswing. He still has over 100 blinds. It's kind of a, you know, not the strongest lineup of players behind him.
Yeah, my mates live there.
Just comparatively, of course, to what we might expect in a deep in a main event. Sometimes your Ostads and the like.
Sure. Names that we're unfamiliar with, so therefore probably aren't worldwide crushers.
But having said that, Chen's putting in some big, big lady chips, and it's a really nice, nice recognition, spot recognition. Another, you know, spraggy peel in the small.
Yeah, like the squeeze here, and should work.
Oh, look at the hand. Sorry, I thought she had the ace-7. This is
no.
This is real good. Great. That's just, you know, the spot.
She heard what you said about not the strongest players, and she was like, "Oh yeah."
Dick Postel gets punished for trying to see a flop with the spraggy.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Dick, just put in your own 3-bet. I don't think Chen wins that pot. So it's little moments like that.
No. Really... Griffin, do not dispense advice that's going to cost people money. If you have ace-7 offsuit, fold.
Shlomo asks, are you guys still doing voiceovers? Where can I find them? Now, he's asked this question on YouTube. So I will answer that question with another question, which is, have you ever heard of YouTube? Because that's where to find them.
Mind blown.
Now, he does follow up by saying, I never know if it's a voiceover or an old stream. Here's the giveaway.
If we're doing a giveaway?
If it is, here's the telltale sign. If it's 8 hours long, it's a live stream. If it's 48 minutes long, it's a voiceover.
Mind blown. Presumably you're familiar with the PokerStars YouTube channel, as you're currently watching a live stream that is on the PokerStars YouTube channel. That is where you will find recent content.
I guess if I'm answering your question live also, that would be a live stream and not a voiceover.
Oh my God, my mind is blown.
Obviously always bet folding, so I might as well bet.
Anyway, thanks for asking, Shlomo. Hope you figure it out. Look at Jen gearing up.
The one thing I will say based on today's questions, comments, I do think across both platforms, the audience has upped its game. And right now, and bear in mind a lot can change. This is only the first level of the day, and we're probably going to play 5 full levels today. But right now, I'm saying Chat Pro Saturday is on.
This is the kiss of death.
So Postel saying, you know what, I could probably hit something with this Queen 7 of clubs.
And
why not just call the 3-bet? Chen, I think, great spot recognition here. Again, finding a nice 3-bet with the King 8 of diamonds. But just found someone that's prepared to call, you know, almost 7, 8 big blinds, just Queen 7 suited, and then flopping the flush draw. She doesn't love it, but she is going to continue.
She doesn't love it, but she will go along with it.
Raise. 8 raises. 150,000.
And Postel and Chen sort of have a similar idea about this hand, and that's to put some mustard on it.
We're getting a little bit of turbulence here as we get to this flop.
Stupid. And Postel muscles his way through that pot with a big old draw.
So Dick Postel hovering around the 60 big blind mark. Wow, average stack right now is more than $1 million. Bobby James still chip leader with more than 3 million, more than 200 big blinds. Blinds will be up in 20 minutes time. And on the outer tables, it's Ace-King against Aces. Ace-King.
Dead.
Hubert Machevsky is the at-risk player and is out. Machevsky cashes for $20,980. We're down to 37 players now. Running Ace-King into Aces kind of sucks.
Yeah. Do not recommend. Unsubscribe.
Five raises, 35,000. 6, 7.
Play the rush Postel?
Always play the rush.
10 fold. 1 fold.
James, how are we doing widget-wise? Are we on pace? It feels like it's going pretty quick.
Well, that's a good question. Yeah, it does feel like the average is way above where it will be. But what's the next blind level going to be? 10, 20, which means we'll be at 50 big blind average. So if we don't lose any more players this level...
That's about right.
It's about right. And there's only 20 minutes on the clock. Check in the widget, check in the widget, check in the widget.
Joyce, going to want to clear out some equity here with a continue.
Yeah, so we should have come into level 22, which is the second level of the day with 37 players, and we are at 37 right now. According to the widget, we will end level 22 with between 28 and 30.
Okay. This guy, Philip Joyce, he's a good friend of yours, right? Griffin?
No, what makes you say that?
I like you.
Meanwhile, we have another all-in. Targo Tam at risk with Ace-King against Arian Hassan Kashani's Queens. The sickest and classicest of races, and it's all over on the flop. Hashtag death by quads.
Wow, wow, wow.
Come on, guys. Someone at least acknowledge him as he walks away. Give him a something, a nod, a smile.
He's dead. No one can see him. Death by quads.
So that is Targo Tam eliminated in 37th place, and there goes not losing any more players before the first break of the day. We are down to 36. And in fact, there has been another all-in at one of the other tables, so we're just getting the cameras round to that table now. It is Rano Sutla who's at risk here, but has aces. Up against Ivan Zabakin's 10s. And there's a 10 on the flop! Oh, brutal. Wow, ace is cracked, and that is 2 players KO'd in back-to-back hands. 2 finished players KO'd in back-to-back hands.
2 finished players.
They're not finished, they're Estonian.
Oh, no.
I think maybe they meant he was finished.
2 Estonians player doesn't work as well.
Both Targo Tam and Rano Sutla eliminated, both cashing for $20,980.
I think you might have meant Toby Joyce, my friend.
Right. Well, you know, far be it from you to confuse people named Joyce or people named Toby.
Yes, far be it.
Wow.
Chen finding a 3-bet.
I let him right down the path on that one, by the way.
Ace is cracked at one table, quads at the other. What is going on?
It was a crazy game of poker.
And that means we're down to 35 players. So, yeah, we are tracking ahead of the widget now, Joe, for sure.
Wow, so check this out, guys.
Oh, yeah, we got some action.
We got raised 3-bet, 4-bet. And Chen would have felt pretty comfortable 3-betting Postel here to the tune of 85,000. But once you see that 4-bet from someone who hasn't really played many hands since Yisha Chen has gotten to the table, surely that ace-queen is going to shrink up in a hurry. We can see that Dre does have the queen of diamond is exposed, so, you know, minimum for value would probably be ace-queen, but not feeling great about it. I mean, he is making it an amount where he could then fold.
We're getting a count past 4.
Yeah, here's the real question that I have for you, Joe. If you know that your opponent 4-betting you, and you have the ace-queen, has queen of diamonds in their hand, does that make you more inclined to go all in or fold? Because it could be queen. It could be queen anything. It could be queen-queen. It could be ace-queen. It could be king-queen bluff. It could be queen-jack bluff. You're all in.
I think because I'm blocking queen-queen.
Yeah.
So the really...
Because ace-queen off could be 4-bet folding here even. I mean,
right.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm all in here. And, and king-queen.
What do you do, Chad?
Who's Chad?
Chad is...
Chat. Oh, chat. Chat.
No, Chad.
Oh, Chad.
It's my friend who texted me, he said he was watching.
Chad, if you're watching, let us know. Now, but that's only with the you know, information that you've given me that I know that the queen of diamonds is in there. Now,
yeah.
Ace queen is a hand that you're gonna get me off ace queen all the live long day.
Yeah, like if that card was the king of diamonds, you'd be out of here.
I'm out of here, and also just not knowing I'm out of here.
Now, if it's the jack of diamonds, you're all in.
No.
Why not? You already have 85 in there, and he could be bluffing or have jacks that you're flipping against or might fold.
Yeah, but even against ace jack, I'm like a 4-to-1 dog.
I'm really glad we can have these logical conversations in these long, you know, time bank spots.
No, it's what else are we gonna do?
I mean, look, it's not impossible that Dre is bluffing here. I mean, he's seen Chen now take 2 3-bet spots in a row. Postel, you know, might be a bit of a target for some of these players based on the way that he's been playing. Chen certainly could be 3-betting light here. So Dre could just have, you know, queen 10 of diamonds. I think I am also all in if I'm Chen, but she doesn't know about the queen. Who is the third commentator? Someone asked on Twitch. It's James Hartigan.
She does ship it.
Nice.
And now we find out whether Dre's got the goods.
Oh, he also has ace queen if he has that.
Yep.
Or king queen.
Prepay.
Knows he's going to need the time to think about this.
Oh, the poor guy has ace queen off.
By the way, that's the main reason that when you say he's got a queen, because I want him to fold ace queen. And I feel like I'm a pretty good favorite to chop if I get it all in ace queen against ace queen. Like, that's a situation where I don't run super bad.
Yeah.
Later.
I wish we could see it.
I think it's better not to know.
Look, I don't know about you, but I don't know. Remember the last time I 5-bet shoved ace queen off with 35 people left in EPT. That's some boss girl energy. Yisha Chen now up to 60 big blinds.
We're like yeesh at Chen.
Oh, I feel.
So yesterday, our dealers were listening to the best of Simply Red. The CD did get stuck on Fairground, so we swapped it out today. Best of Dire Straits is playing today.
Money for nothing. And your chips for free.
I think it's Walk of Life at the moment, based on the way he's kind of
Yeah, I didn't want to sit back down because I didn't
bobbing.
want to block the cameras and stuff like that. So I was like, I'll just wait, and I was like,
Exercise
this whilst I'm here.
And I saw you so lonely there. I said,
I know. Dick was like, Bob, you look a bit lonely, mate. I was like, yeah, I was a little bit. And then Dan was like, let's come and have a chat.
Queen of Diamonds, guys. Queen of Diamonds will be the first.
Pretty amazing hand from Chen there, to be honest.
Who did that?
Yeah, fun.
Best live cash for 132 grand. Second in a tournament at the APT.
I'm hearing this
Jeju?
dealer is not a fan of the slow one, so you might see him skip a track if like Brothers in Arms or Romeo and Juliet comes on. Yeah, see, doesn't like it.
Going right to the Sultans of Swings.
You might have missed that we did just lose Philip Joyce, not eliminated. He has been balanced off the table. We try and keep the same number of players at all tables, so he got moved to one of the outer tables.
First card I looked at was the Queen of Clubs, and I was like, Mov. You sleep right last night, then?
Like an absolute baby.
Me too. It's really weird. I normally don't sleep well, like their AC and stuff like that. I literally did one song, cheered for a bit of karaoke,
I
and
saw this on Instagram.
then just went straight to bed.
Yeah, nice.
Lovely.
Yeah. Nice little unwind. That's what I did yesterday. Went for a quick beer, bit of food, straight home bed.
I actually had 2 beers yesterday. I was only going to have 1, but I actually had 2.
Treat yourself.
I did treat myself, yeah.
They're free. You've got to make the most of them.
Yeah. It's true, actually.
Hey, do you think all the events have been, like the side fun has been planned already for UK IPT Nottingham?
Did you see it on Brandon's Instagram then, yeah?
I know that a lot of stuff has been planned because I guess I can reveal that I'm going to be hosting a pub quiz night at UK IPT Nottingham.
Very nice.
Because I met Jess Alice J at one of my shows, and she works for like a silent disco company.
Oh,
and I
no
thought that
way.
would be like a fun thing
I
to do.
do love a silent disco.
And I think I still have Jess's card in my bag here. I meant to give it to the live events people. I was like, oh, that might be cool. At
Well,
a
I know for a
UK
fact
event.
that they're currently planning what's happening in Nottingham, Joe, because we were talking about the pub quiz in the last 48 hours, so...
Okay, well, maybe I can still get that info across.
What is a silent disco? Guys, you're missing out. Imagine a disco where you can listen to the music that you want to listen to. Everyone has headphones, and you can choose which DJ. Some silent discos have Battle of the DJs, and you have lights on your headphones which show which DJ you've chosen to listen to.
Yeah, I got the card here.
Dan Jackson flopping the nut straight.
And improves to Broadway.
Yeah. And most importantly, a 6-card straight.
Will Benny and you be competing in this pub quiz? Not sure if they're coming to Nottingham. By the way, the pub quiz may have some poker questions, but it's going to be a traditional UK pub quiz. You're going to have different rounds. I'm going to do the movie questions. So good luck with that.
Could have been a little bit better, but it was an okay flop.
27 questions about the Carry On films.
No.
Ace Queen 3 in that one?
No, we didn't know.
Okay, yeah. I literally...
You got jacks?
No.
Really? No.
We'll see later.
Mm.
We'll see later.
You'll see later.
You will see later.
Wrecked. I love that. Did you have jacks? You'll see later.
8 minutes.
With my ear to the ground there, it sounds like Samuel Dre did in fact have ace-queen off. So getting him to fold the same hand was Yisha Chen in that incredible 5-bet pot all in.
Yeah, I think it was a big hand.
This is a great hashtag fun fact, Paul. They do a monthly silent disco at the Natural History Museum. You dance in the main hall under the big dinosaur. Pedro, my cinematic knowledge extends beyond the James Bond franchise.
Can you do it to the Jurassic Park theme?
I probably won't ask any 007 questions. Maybe that's one of the options. Maybe movie soundtracks. The Songs of John Williams is one of the channels.
Ah. Sorry, did Golden Jaguar write non-interesting fact number? You know what? You can be band number 13458. How about that? How's that feel? How's that grab you?
First spot. Man.
You're just seeing like Jack 3, Jack Deuce, 8-3. Like, okay.
Yeah.
You said it was a good time for kings, so. You didn't say in your hand.
One ace. I get to agree with that. Yeah.
You got a hand before now? You were like S-Jack something. The hand, no? Okay.
Messenger asks, are they going to play till the final table today? Nope. Down to the final 2 tables. Still got 3 days to run. Today, Saturday and Sunday. So play down to the final table tomorrow. Play down to a winner on Sunday. Unlike Craig David, we don't get to chill on Sunday. We have to bring you world-class poker from the European Poker Tour in Cyprus. You're a Craig David fan, Griffin?
No. I just don't know who that is.
You know the one hit that made it to North America. It was pretty big for a while. Met her for a drink on a Wednesday?
Did you not get
Monday?
when the crowd says Bo Selector? Did
No.
you get that one? No.
We was hanging out on Tuesday. We was making love by
Oh, yeah,
Wednesday
yeah.
and Thursday and Friday and Saturday. Chilled on Sunday.
Did you get the information if we stay here or we broke the...
I think they will change every.
We'll change every...
Hello, do we stay at the same table?
I gotta keep it.
Hello guys, back there. Here's my money. Do we stay at the same table, please?
The thing is though, there's so many tables they have where there's like 0 chat and like everyone's just like...
Yeah?
Just the information I had is 2 levels at the start of the day because it's a very entertaining.
This is
very entertaining table.
So
we all need to be quiet.
So do we get the earphones as well so we can listen also? Because I'm used to have that one as well.
Just tell them they give me a bit of...
Nobody else gets to listen to Dire Straits, just the dealer.
You bet your 5s against me. I bet you they're just like, this always works or whatever. And when I call, they're just like, oh my God, this guy's horrendous.
I do it. And he makes the comment that, oh, you could have the king eye flush. Even the whole chat's going, he never has the king eye flush.
No, and then someone
I think
after...
you've got trash talk on the chat.
Oh, for sure.
How this guy can be there.
But for sure, someone else is written after going, he has king 5 of hearts, he has this, and then, yeah, for sure.
And apparently you underestimate me. Shit.
I know.
I didn't know you told them that.
He grabs the worst combo ever.
No, but
How
you
is
know,
that
like...
possible?
I think I got the pure one to do it with.
Or the Chio guy trash talk to, I think.
Talking too much.
The thing is, as well, like with that, when I saw the flop and the turn, I was just thinking to myself, yeah, he probably barrels like all these small pairs, and I was like, it's Dan.
Sure.
I was like, it's Dan. He opens small pairs from earlier position.
You know,
for sure,
I'm
as well.
gonna jam. I'm going to do exactly the same with like king 10. What was it? Ace queen high, right?
Yeah.
King jack, king 10, all that stuff.
So it seems we've opened a can of Craig David flavoured worms. Zeev says, Walking Away was a much more famous track. I would put a significant amount of money on more people being able to recognise 7 days than
Robbie, I'm going to go so razor thin on you.
I'm walking away.
That's such an annoying comment that it almost makes me want to cancel Chat Pro Saturday.
I wish you bet 650 on the river. If you bet 650.
And I'm a Chat Pro Saturday advocate.
I did say the chance of Chat Pro Saturday earlier was 59.2%. Based on that one comment alone, it's gone down to 52.5%. So still happening right now, but Steve, look what you've done.
Nice check call here for Chen. Happens to be up against the portion of Peak's quote-unquote value range that she's actually beating right now.
Would be funny if you bluff pocket 8.
Pocket 8s? Oh yeah, yeah.
Would be really funny.
I can still have worse, right? Yeah. Better bluffs.
I was genuinely worried that he might turn over a pair that's a bit better than 7.
Just pocket 8, maybe pocket 9.
Yeah, I was thinking pocket 9 is what we have. I don't know. It's hard because the thing is, we've actually never played together. No, we played like what?
No.
It's a really sticky card.
I mean, the good news is that Peak's value range is no longer.
Yeah, he can turn this into a. He probably should turn this into a bluff, but all the same, you know, it looks like Chen is thinking about doing it herself.
It's been a lot of tournaments, right?
You know, there are going to be some ace-high hands that will check call this flop. You're somehow still beating by the river, like an ace-7, ace-6. But Chen is going to turn her hand into a bluff, see if she can fold out, you know, a 9 or a turned 8.
6 bullets in that, so that was a lot of play time.
And Peaks
Wow.
actually considering.
So is the consideration, Griffin, to hero with the 4, or consideration to turn his hand into a bluff and raise this bet?
It's a great question. I think he has to consider both. And he does call it, and going to be very so yeah, does think maybe, you know, my opponent is. Did she turn it up?
I don't need that.
Can't beat that. Yeah.
Razor thin.
That was razor thin.
Yeah, she did not think that she was value betting
Like,
there.
how do you like your Dutch Edam? Thin? Like.
So yeah, just going back to what I suggested, that you know, if Chen had something like ace-7, ace-6, ace-3, would probably check call on 10-9-4 and then have to turn her hand into a bluff, and I think that's what Peaks was thinking, and she had a similar type hand. It just happened to be one that was actually better than just a 4.
Yeah.
So sometimes you see these and you feel like a fool, but there's a lot of logic to why he made that call in the river.
Yes, Lobster, the break is coming up. Just a few seconds left on the clock until we hit that break and we put the blinds up.
Value bet or bluff?
Value bluff.
Don't say you'll see later.
I don't know.
Don't know. That's the greatest answer. That's probably the most true answer. Value bet or bluff? I don't. Fair enough. I don't either.
So this is the last hand of the session.
Yeah.
And we've already established these guys are going to be staying at the feature table for the next level.
Yeah, I don't think Peaks is going to be folding King-8 of clubs against Postel in particular. Raising the cutoff is going to play it as a call, and James quickly hops in with his 3 million chip stack with 3 deuce of clubs.
Queen 7-4 on the flop.
And Postel finding a bet with that 8 of diamonds in hand. And going to easily get it through against those 2 hands.
See you in a bit, boys.
Have a go, Dick.
So Dick Postel
Microphones when we go to the toilet.
ends the session with around 42 bigs at the next blind level. Before we go on break, there is a hand still in progress at one of the outer tables. And it's an all-in. Artem Kotkovsky with 9s at risk against Faradin Mustafov's queens. A domination situation and a queen on the flop. Spade's not a factor, but a straight is still possible. Jack on the river, that's a full house for Mustafov, and Artem Kotkovsky is eliminated in 35th place. Cash is for $20,980, and I guess we're coming back from break with 34 players in the EPT Cyprus main event. And confirmation that when we come back, the blinds will be 10,000, 20,000 with a 20K big blind ante. So we're still playing above a 50 big blind average. We've got Bobby James, the chip leader, on the main stage. He's got close to 150 bigs. He's sorted. Martin McCall, however, just 16 bigs, slipping towards the danger zone. Danger zone! More action on the other side of the break as we continue to play down to the final two tables, continue to play down to the final 16 here in Cyprus on the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Taking the title bracelet and $10 million first prize was Jonathan Tamayo from Humboldt, Texas. We're delighted he's able to join us on this week's podcast. Jonathan, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
And congratulations, $10 million. Joe, you get to ask the question.
What are you going to spend the money on?
I'll tell you. First big purchase. Let's see if I can find it in here.
Oh, nobody ever has an answer for this. Thank God. I knew you were going to because you seem like such a dude. You're just like a regular dude.
10 pounds of Jelly Belly jelly beans.
Dude, those are not cheap jelly beans. I remember that from when I was a kid.
10-pound bulk box. I had to find a place to put it.
What flavors are in there? That's what I need to know now.
Only lemon.
Only lemon?
Yeah, if you buy them in 10-pound boxes, it's one flavor.
Oh, wow. And you like lemon Jelly Bellies that much. Geez, this is something that...
It'll last me about a year or something. I saw the expiration date on the box. It says November 2025, so we're okay.
Jonathan, I'm interested to know your background, your life story. Can you give us the elevator pitch of how Jonathan Tamayo found his way into poker and how you came to this point in your poker career?
So I was a decent golfer in high school. And then one summer... hurt my wrist on a tree root. Started playing poker home games. This was around, was it? Yeah, it was the Moneymaker summer.
Wow.
So that on the TV, and the cash game I was playing was, I believe, a $20 minimum buy-in, but it was ante only. But the cash game had one of those dumb things where they raised the ante every hour or so, and if it got too hot, they said, then get out.
I love this. This is a weird home game rules where they're just like, yeah, okay, the blinds are going up in a cash game. Fantastic.
And if it got too hot, you can cash out. I don't care. Don't have to play. To where I think at the end of the night, it was like a $2 ante. And I remember the first time I had two aces. I don't think I put a single dollar in the pot pre-flop because you're allowed to check because I didn't know what I was doing. Okay, this is nice. Played something post-flop, made some money. I forget. But I was like, what am I supposed to do pre-flop? I have no idea. And then that year, those years were great online. So if you had half of a brain at that time, you could make money.
Yeah.
Eventually. And then it kind of carried on to college because for about 5 years after that, it was kind of the same thing. The population didn't really start getting better until after 08, 09, 2010, everyone started getting a lot better.
I mentioned that this was another record-breaking field in the World Series of Poker main event, and obviously when you've got more than 10,000 entries, no one on day one or day two is thinking, I'm going to win this. I'm interested, at what point did you think I could win this? At what point did you realize there is the potential for me to win an extraordinary amount of money in this tournament?
There's some weird saying that I don't know if I came up with it or one of my friends came up with it that told me that the tournament doesn't get real until 100 left.
Right.
But then you start thinking about it. It's like, wait a second. I have a 1% shot. No big deal. Even at the final table, on that day off, just going through expectations, you don't get them too high. And Jay told me, just don't be too disappointed. Your expectations like 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th a lot. And if you die in 6th, in 7th, 8th, 9th, then so be it. You did what you could, because I had 4.5% of the chips in play at 17 blinds.
Wow.
So that's one. One region. And then you can be gone. So it's like, okay. Didn't really get real until 3 left, because you had time. You have time to go eat. Like, wait a second, we're all even. 3 left in the main. It's a shot now. I ended up looking. Somebody sent me one of those crypto sportsbook that put up the odds before the final table. I was 25 to 1 to win. So wow. those are vague. So what are my true chances? Okay, 4.5% of the chips in play. I'm not the best player at the table. I'm probably somewhere between number 4 and number 6 as far as skill. I'm not better than Brian Kim. I'm not better than Astet. I'm not going to outplay those guys. They play high rollers. That's not my scene. I'm not studied like that. I know my limitations. You're just going to have to. You got to have to out sun run them.
Yeah, of course, and fortunately for all of us, there is variance in poker, especially in tournaments. The weird thing is, I was following this in real time because I was in Vegas, and I actually had the pleasure of watching the live stream on the big screens in the Horseshoe while playing the closer. But it also means you get to hear every single pro at the table dissect every single bet on every single street. And don't get me started on the analysis of Kristen Foxen's exit that I had to hear from everyone. I guess when you're playing, you can just shut out that noise. You're oblivious to the fact that all this is going on, right?
Yeah, you don't know what's going on. You have no idea. Nobody can get within 15 feet of you. So I remember saying in my media interview that it's a lot more peaceful on the TV table for me. A lot of people freak out, but it's better for me because there's no distractions. The worst thing, I remember day five, I was near the rail, and one guy had his 2 or 3 buddies just right there, they're almost right on top of me. So I got to look at my cards like this.
Yeah.
And just you got to protect your hand. And meanwhile, between every hand, his buddies are telling him, giving him advice and stuff like that, hearing all of that. They clearly can see every action. So he's getting, 301 coaching. And I'm just saying, okay, but the advantage is I can listen to what they're saying, unless they went into the corner and whispered.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, you get a glimpse of the adjustments, which, by the way, little piece of advice on tournament breaks, especially when the tournament's deep, be aware of who's around you when you're talking.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, day 7 to 8, or during one of the final table breaks, Kim would be talking to me or Dong would be talking to me. I go, hold on a second, look around, look up. Okay, go ahead, talk.
Pocket 8s, snowmen's, num num.
Nico raises to 275,000.
Raises to 275k. Gustafsson with Queen 10 in the small blind, asking how much Senninger has behind.
Aaron, the small blind?
3 bets to 800k.
To 800,000.
Eastgate folds, back on Senninger.
Now Peter.
Everybody attacking these button opens from Senninger, and every time he's got a hand.
It's 525,000 to call for Nico. And Nico calls.
Man, so we've got a big old bloated pot now.
Queen 7-3 with 2 hearts.
Aaron is first to act.
Gustafsson with top pair.
And he should be looking to continuation bet for pure value. Yeah, you're gonna want to use 2 hands for that, pal. I don't know what you were thinking.
1,140,000.
So 1.14 million.
Tough to let this go for just 1 bet. 1 bet, 1 overcard. Oh boy.
And Nico calls.
Senninger calls.
James, how much of these final tables, I know they went quite late, how much of this was just dealers like stacking and breaking down chips?
I know, right? So 9 of clubs on the turn, Senninger down to 5%, and Gustafsson shoves on him. It's all in to call.
Aaron announces all in.
I want to say this is a weird all in, but if he gets Senninger to call it off with 2 8s here, then
Nico.
Good for him. I can understand wanting to protect against some straight draws and flush draws. He just doesn't want to believe.
Oh. Senninger calls all in and is drawing to 2 outs. Unless there is an 8 on the river, he's going to be out in 3rd place.
Holy shnikes.
Against Aaron, 10 queens, so pair of queens.
5% chance of survival.
See the river card?
Doesn't hit. The Lion sleeps tonight. Nikolai Senninger out in 3rd place, £285,000, and we're going heads up. Aaron Gustafsson with the huge chip lead.
Bad call.
Very jazzed.
Peter raises to 300.
Were you doing jazz hands?
Of course.
100K fold.
Eastgate's raised the button with King Jack. Gustafsson with Ace 5.
Aaron makes the call, 350,000.
Yeah, sorry.
Queen of clubs, 5 of spades.
Gustafsson was ahead pre, is still ahead post, having paired his 5.
370,000 from Peter. Aaron makes the call. 370,000 each. Let's see the turn. King of clubs.
Okay, Eastgate now with the advantage, having paired his king on the turn.
From 0 to hero. I don't see any reason why he should slow down.
Just to go back to your observation, Joe, about the amount of time it takes the dealer to stack chips, we're not going to cover it on this EPT Retro run, but at the final table of PCA 2011, where it was Galen Hall and Chris Oliver heads up, they actually calculated that they lost about 20 minutes every level from the dealer having to restack their chips, because every time they bet, they would just kind of do that crane motion and splash them.
And call.
Glad I wasn't there for that
See
one.
a river card. 5 of hearts.
Oh my goodness.
Check.
This hand.
Oh, have a word, ref.
This hand. So many lead changes.
Peter bets 1,135,000.
1.1 million. And Gustafsson potentially contemplating a raise here.
Yeah, you can definitely think about raising.
Raise from Aaron. Double check that.
3.3 million.
Typically when he gets that second hand involved, he means business.
3,300,000 total.
Peter. No! Are these characters?
They all related?
Oh boy.
Eastgate
Nice
gets
laid
away
out.
from it.
Nice bluff.
Great laydown. Ugh. Such a tough laydown heads up.
What do you have now?
Gustafsson, big chip leader right now.
Peter raises to 350,000.
As Eastgate raises with ace-9. Ace-queen for Gustafsson.
We raise.
Aaron raises to 900,000.
3 bets to 900K.
Doesn't look like Eastgate has a ton left behind.
I'm all in.
Peter announces re-raise all in.
Shove and a call.
Ace queen.
Eastgate dominated. Eastgate at risk.
You got what you wished for? A short match.
So we'll see.
This could be a very short match indeed.
Let's see the flop.
Why is that Van the river?
3, 5, 6, 3 of spades, 5 of diamonds.
Ace.
4-7, play on.
Queen holding. Joe already calling for opportunities on the turn.
Denied. And Eastgate dead to a 9 on the river.
Wow, it is going to have to be on the river.
London champion. River card.
The river card is a jack, and Aaron Gustafsson becomes an EPT champion, eliminating Peter Eastgate in second place. Welcome back to Cyprus and the 2024 season of the PokerStars European Poker Tour as we continue our live cards up coverage of day 4 of the 5K main event with 34 players returning from break. Need to halve that number, more than halve that number today, getting down to the last 16, the final 2 tables. How many levels will it take? I don't have the answer to that question, but I can tell you who the chip leader is right now. Bobby James started day 4 as the biggest stack. He's increased that stack during the first session. Close to 3 million chips with 2 other Brits also in the top 5, Philip Joyce and Dan Jackson. And we still have Bobby and Dan at the main feature table. There is a chance this table breaks because we're now in that weird remit where every time we get to an even number, divisible by 8, we break a random table. They might decide to break the feature table, in which case we'll get a different lineup on the stage. Right now, everyone has locked up the better part of 21K. We're looking at more than $1 million for the winner. The biggest sums, the biggest slices of the $6.2 million prize pool will be awarded on Sunday. That's the final day of the tournament. Today is play down to 16, tomorrow play down to 6, Sunday play down to a winner. And you can watch every single hand of that final table live on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels on Sunday. Full lineup at the feature table. Bobby James, the big stack. Martin McKell, the shortest stack. 7-handed right now. And we're going to the 10-20 blind level, level 22. That's 10K, 20K with a 20K big blind ante. For this level, it's me, James Hartigan, alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
And Joe Stapleton will rejoin us a bit later on. And right now, chances of Chat Pro Saturday running at 53.8%. So looking good right now, but the day is long.
Really? 3-time monk with kings? I don't think so. I don't think so, really.
I like it.
Action underway again.
3-time, I mean, jam with ace queen, the same. 6 passes? 7 passes? Dan probably doesn't. It's like, is it GTO?
I would prefer to see S5, actually.
Dick Postel, the retired pilot,
I don't VPIP basically.
opening with King 10.
You just put it in.
How much? I'll check. Forgot we were on level up.
140.
3-bet from chip leader Bobby James in the small blind. And we did see this during the last session, Nick, that Postel is the player who seems to get targeted more often.
Really? Okay. Keep an eye out for that. I haven't had a chance to see too much play from Postel in my sessions thus far. I have been trying to follow along behind the scenes, though, of course. It's been a very exciting Cyprus so far. I'm really keen to see more from Bobby James, an individual I've known for a long time.
Yeah.
And the offsuit King 10 defends.
Again, maybe Postel got information during the break that he is getting 3-bet pretty light.
Yeah.
That he is being picked on, one could say.
Yeah, this is an interesting texture now. If Bobby does want to continue, I think we are supposed to be sizing up. But again, as an exploit, if we feel like we can run down Postel a little bit more often, that's not to say that that's the case. We might just consider just small continues only, as we see here. So 60K into 320, very, very small continue. In all honesty, I'm not sure if this is how we proceed if we have a hand like aces or kings or jacks. But, you know, if the idea is we're trying to target individuals pre-flop, post-flop who are more likely to fold, then we can get away with some smaller sizings that are a little bit less balanced.
Cool.
That is excruciatingly small, though, James, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a float from King 10 with the King of Clubs.
Postel calls the 60K, and we go to the turn, which is the 7 of diamonds. So ace high still ahead, and Bobby James now near enough a 4-1 favorite to win the pot outright.
Okay, loading up another bet here. This time I think we need to go big if we want folds.
And probably does want a fold.
Yes, absolutely. 285, much more chunky now. This seems more in relation to the size of the pot. 440K was there, 285 is the bet. And very well timed, James. I don't think King 10 can proceed. I mean, you have to have a very specific sort of objective in mind here. And does get it done. Nice work, Bobby. Yeah, I was saying, James, I feel like I've known Bobby for a long time. I mean, at least as long as I've been sort of working with Stars, sort of 2019, started streaming. I'm very excited to see how he's going to do throughout the tournament. And, man, 3.2 million, James. That's got to feel good with the final 33 players remaining.
I'll always move to
34, excuse me.
Well, we are going out into the field because there has been an all-in and a call, and it's our final gold pass winner, Guillermo Gordo, who's the at-risk player. He's got it in with ace-king against jacks. Classic race underway. And two jacks on the flop. This happened during the last session. This is the second time we've seen hashtag death by quads today.
James, don't sound so surprised. It's just your daily quads.
Guillermo Gordo cashes for $20,980, 34th place finisher. No more gold pass winners in the field.
And there's the 33. And back to our feature table now. Chen has opened for the min raise. Pocket eights, hijack.
Lights out loser says Nick Walsh is the Tony Romo of poker. Do you have back problems, and did you once date Jessica Simpson?
I can confirm the first. I neither confirm nor deny the second.
Chen ahead here with the Snowmans.
Yep, I think we just bet. Isn't small? Yeah, this is good. This is good. Chen here, 46 big blinds after the action so far. Jackson, about 77. I think there's a chance we might technically have more like a closer to a third on that texture at these stack depths, but whatever works. It's not really that big a deal under these circumstances. I think it's more important that we size down as we get shallower in stack depth, though, James, and under these circumstances, extra dry flop can also equal an extra small size.
I was walking from Riverside. I was following you, and I was filming him, right? I know it sounds creepy, obviously, but it's brilliant because basically I had no GPS signal. I didn't know that Northern Cyprus basically isn't a real country and not recognized as a real country. So I had no signal, and I was like, this guy looks like a poker player. He's wearing shorts and he's got a backpack. I was like, I'm going to follow him. And then I came in through the staff entrance, and I didn't even notice. And then when I saw him turn right into the staff room, and I was like, he took his cap off, and I was like, oh my God, I recognize him now. He's a dealer. And I was like, that was creepy. That was very creepy. Not the creepiest thing that's happened in my life.
And then security removed him from the staff room and broke his thumbs.
And then he was banned from the main event.
Yeah.
Disqualification. No, I jest. Good to see Martin McKell still here.
Semi-consensual.
Has been yo-yoing on the shorter side since I've been watching, at least so far, but still sticking in there. And that survival instinct strong, doing very well. And of course, still a very spin-upable stack off those 13 big blinds.
You missed Dan. You missed Fog and Jamie Booby singing 500 Miles. And they're both hammered, right? So it was probably the funniest thing ever.
You want some water?
Cool.
Because Fog didn't say much apart from that.
Sounds like a lucky escape.
Nah, you would have had fun, mate.
One raise is 40,000.
Yeah, I've probably had too much fun.
2 beer Bob's quite fun, to be fair. Super.
Peaks opening with ace-10. Dre with ace-8 of diamonds. Time bank card deployed. Remember, pre-flop decisions, your first decision pre, 15 seconds, so...
Dre gets away from it there, James. That was potentially a moment.
So we have nines here for Marta Mikkel, who only has 13 bigs behind.
I think we have to go all in here, James. We did see that ace-8 fold just now, as I mentioned, but I think at this stage, 9's a little bit too strong to miss this moment. 13 big blinds after putting in this small blind, and it's just way too strong not to get in against our one of our chip leaders here at the feature table.
Another time bank card deployed. Okay, that is not an all-in. I think she's left one chip behind, Nick.
Yep, the effective all-in. We see it often.
How much?
280,000.
I think this has something to do with time banks, James.
Well, I think it's the vague hope that you can stall in case there's an all-in at the other table. But the reality is, if you make this move and leave only one chip behind, if Peaks now were to shove and move all in, her decision is 5 seconds.
Right. These are the circumstances that we handle now with the time banks. This isn't an easy spot for Peaks. However, what I will say is when you see your opponent deliberating with the intention of potentially using time banks to their advantage here, they're not telegraphing extreme strength, are they? They're saying, I have a middling strength hand. Maybe I got 9s. Maybe I got 8s.
By the way, her 3-bet is 280k and she's only got 5k behind. That is a mistake.
Okay.
Call.
Okay, just the flat, though.
Interesting.
Wait.
Raise.
Don't table.
280,000. And just show you where you have 5 seconds left on each further stream.
Yeah. Shot clock is reduced to 5 seconds now because you only have one chip left.
Bet you've got a 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I know.
You can see the chip behind.
However,
Pedrum?
I have 5 seconds left pre-flop, you mean?
No, just on every other street now, as you only have less than one big blind.
So instead of 15 seconds, I have 5 now? Why?
Correct.
Why is that?
Floor feature?
It's if you have less than one big blind.
Ah, okay,
It's to
okay.
stop the
Ah,
stalling.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. Okay.
Yes,
No
it's
problem.
to prevent stalling and trying to ladder. Less than a big blind, 5 second shot clock. We know it's all going in here.
4, 3, 2, 1. Step.
And here we go.
All right, off to the races, or not quite races now, James. Post flop.
No, not at all.
Very much so in favor of the 9s.
Had the same situation before.
So she gets it in inverted commas, as a 3-1 favorite.
One chip behind. Flop comes ace jack, and I lose. I was like, yeah, but I see the full ace.
And it will be 76% favorite, for Mikkel.
That was annoying.
Deuce on the turn, just has to fade an ace or a 10 on the river. 5 outs for Roland Peaks.
River is a 4, 9's hold, and Marta Mikel gets the double up. A few
So
people...
next time, if I put one big blind, then I have the 15 seconds, right?
So if it's pre-flop, you have...
if I would have put it, left myself behind 20,
Yes,
then I can...
you have 15
okay,
seconds.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
All right.
If it's on the same street, you have 30
All right,
seconds.
I didn't know
to
that.
adjust further time
Excuse me.
backwards.
All right, perfect.
On the next street, 5 seconds.
Perfect.
Okay, so a few people asking about the rule, Nick, but also asking about why she would do that. Let's just check on what's happening at the outer tables first, and then we'll get into it, how that hand played out.
Sure.
We have got an all-in here, Ace-Jack versus Ace-King. The Ace-King is the at-risk player, Stefan Todorita. And that is a double paired board, so that means it's a chop. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop putt. Especially Stefan, because it means it doesn't go broke.
Doesn't even need the domination rotation, just needs a chop.
So remember, guys, there are regular jumps in prize money. So if you're a short stack, you are trying to outlast other players. And what you might be doing there is trying to slow down the hand and stop yourself from committing to being all in, and if there's a possibility of other players going broke before you. But to kind of combat that, that's why that rule was introduced. If you make the effective all-in, leaving one chip behind, less than a big blind, you then reduce to a 5-second shot clock to stop a situation where you're using time bank cards and just slowing down the hand so that you can hopefully ladder.
Right, so James, just to be clear though, is it one big blind or is it one chip or is it both?
It is less than a big blind,
okay.
is the metric.
Okay, so if you leave one chip behind and it happens to be 4 big blinds or 5 big blinds, is a better example, that is not considered one chip.
Correct.
Okay.
Had she left behind 20k or more, she would have had the full shot clock.
And then does she also have access to chip to her time banks as well thereafter?
I believe so.
Okay, so that is probably what she was going for, James. Yeah, but had she left just a smidge more, she would have been allowed to have her full 15 seconds and then also, of course, time banks as well.
I think it may be 15 seconds with no time bank cards. I'll get Toby Stone to clarify that.
That's an interesting one. I would love to know that for future, for sure.
So with Marta doubling up on the main stage and that chop at the outer tables, we are still at 33 players.
6 passes, 7 passes, 8 passes, 10 passes.
Peaks and James have gone to the flop. Bobby opened under the gun with queens. Peaks defended his big blind with ace-3. Has flopped a wheel draw and a backdoor diamond draw.
55,000. Close. Yep, I like it though from Bobby. Again, this is a texture where we want to be sizing up with our stronger stuff. This is very much the big blinds board, as it were. Peaks has a hand that is potentially even check raisable. This is definitely the kind of texture where a check raise is not ridiculous. And there it is, as expected, ace of diamonds in hand, blocking hands like 3-4, which is the made straight, James. Check raising with equity. And this gets a little bit dicey now. James can't fold just yet. That's my perception of the circumstances. I think we just see a flat, though, just in case we are running into it. As I said, this is very much the big blinds board. If you're going to play this, though, I think flatting is very weak. I think check raising the ace tray is how you proceed if you do want to do so. That is a great turn, though, James.
He is running pretty pure. Apologies for the technical problems, ladies and gentlemen, but I think we may have rectified the fault. Hopefully you can hear us again as we rejoin the action here on day 4 of the EPT Cyprus main event. It is not easy dealing with network issues in this part of the world. You may have heard Bobby James making reference to it earlier on.
Yep. It is tricky, and we're doing our best. Another interesting spot. In fact, a couple interesting spots, in fact, James, since the sound went down, but we're back.
At least you could follow the action with the benefit of the graphics to guide you through as we see Chen win the pot there.
Yeah, and also big shout out to our graphics team. Always doing a great job. Thank you very much, boys.
Adam. Awesome. You go Prague then.
Cold, isn't it?
It's the best stop. Mate, it's the best stop by a mile for me.
Yeah, everyone says how good it is.
Mate, I love it. So like the party there's sick as well. It's in the Sky Bar. Like, so good, man. Yeah.
I also am a fan of Prague, James.
I lost the prop bet and I had to shave off all my hair. And you think it was cold, mate? Like I had no hair and I weren't allowed to wear a hat.
Race.
Pretty horrific.
40,000.
Mr. Postel back in the mix. King 10 suited.
It's horrendous. What a way to bust.
1 passes.
I find it so weird when people talk about Prague and complain about the weather. First of all, you never need to leave the resort.
Yeah.
Like the hotel, the casino, the restaurants, everything's in the same building. But also, it's December. It's Christmas time. It's meant to be cold. The Christmas market is charming, and it wouldn't feel right if you didn't have to wear a big winter coat and a woolly hat.
I agree. And it's so Christmassy, it's worth it. I don't mind if it's cold, if it's snowy, James. I don't mind if it's cold and it's Christmassy. You know, in the UK, when it's just cold and there's no payoff, there's no snow, and it's not Christmassy, it's not worth it. A lovely English white Christmas will do it for me. That's totally worthwhile. But the same in Prague, and of course, we usually do get snow in that part of the world. Interesting action here, though, James.
I forgot to...
Raise 3-bet, 4-bet jam?
So I have to use my time bank.
That's right, that's what it looks like.
I think so.
But anyway, no one will bet on this. We'll see it later also.
Okay.
It's not that many more bigs.
I'm not allowed to say my exact hand, am I?
No, I don't.
This could be nitty, though.
Yeah, I do think this is a call, James. Yeah, give him a spin.
Okay, hearts versus clubs.
As-dame suité, as-dame suité.
Wow.
You got 8s again?
No, no, no.
Oh.
I have 2 of you out.
Oh, you got clubs.
2 clubs?
Yeah.
I got a 3.
Bonne chance.
Bonne chance.
He's definitely going to win. He did that. Fuck.
I thought you got ace jack.
No. Ace jack snap ball. 3-bet snap ball. Uh-oh. Oh, that's...
Oh,
nice.
wow. James.
Oh, dear.
Not the free roll.
No, there is a club on the flop, and a club on the turn would make this very interesting.
I'm not greedy.
Christmas come early for the double flush draw.
Oh my god, I called the 9 diamond.
Okay, you don't have free roll.
Okay, so now Dre has the free roll.
So salty.
I think 6 of hearts.
Don't call for cards, Bobby.
5 of clubs. Sorry.
10.
Oh, 4 diamonds.
Diamond on the river, so this is a chop pot, and you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
That's really funny, actually. Joe is going to be like, Bobby, why are you not telling us about those glasses, buddy?
I will take.
Bobby James, still chip leader.
You did say?
Yeah, I did say.
Dre's still hovering around 20 bigs.
Yeah.
Can give some to
yeah, I have like
society.
I have a little, you know, I've got a lot of time for the French, you know.
Thank you.
Vacanol says, why still two-color deck makes no sense.
We started working with like
Aren't
a lot of French
all
streamers, right? And obviously
Playing card decks, two colors, and have been for centuries, and every live poker event plays with the same decks?
Well, there are 4-color decks, of course.
Yeah, but they're for special people.
as well. They're like really cool guys, actually. So I'd really like.
I've never struggled.
Yeah, Clay did. He used to be a party pro.
I know the best streamer French. Matt the Stars.
Who?
It's a friend of mine.
What's it called?
Matt the Stars.
I will concede, online I see the value. You're looking at a small table, if you're multi-tabling, absolutely. If you only have to look at one thing, it's very easy to distinguish between the suits.
I'm with you.
And I'm sorry, clubs are black, diamonds are red, and I will not have it any other way.
Yeah.
A few years back, when they tested a 4-color deck in Malta, and I was not happy about it. I'm the kind of purist who still wants the queen to have a D rather than a Q.
When you say the clubs are burned, the heart comes,
and at least
it's always blank, this kind of sweat.
But at least I respected you to tank that long as well.
Of course. My range here is like very strong.
Yeah, I'm with you, James. I feel the same way.
Yeah,
I'm a fan of the sort of extra large index, though, when we're playing poker. You know what I mean? So, you know, you can get a little peel, nice and big. Generally speaking, Stars does endorse that, though. When we're playing
That's
live.
right, Elkanut. V instead of J, R instead of K.
Absolutely. Jackson does put the pieces together, does find the king high call.
Ace, deuce, 3. No, he does not have a straight.
Doesn't, but still an opportunity if Jackson checks here for Mikkel to put in another bluff.
No, we want the type of pot that everyone loves, Nick. Check it. Check it. Yes. 2 hands in a row. It is a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Split. Ooh, la, 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 la.
Wow, she nearly mucked that.
I was like, do I have to say something? Do I not say something? Say something?
I was just like so tilted that.
I was tilted because I'm
Hey,
snap calling the
second.
river.
For 1 second, 1 second.
Oh, it's alright.
That would be tragic. Oh my god.
Dan, when
I'm more tilted than you. I chips are like this. Cool.
You only won. I saved you.
Yeah.
We had a tilting
tilting
one like that in Barcelona. We're playing the PLO high-low, right? And the guy says, I was bluffing, and he's got his cards like this, and the guy goes, no, you've got a straight and the second nut low. And I was like, you probably shouldn't say that. Like,
just to clarify, in that situation, should the table be talking about?
No, never. In any situation, no.
So, for future
I mean,
reference.
I would have realized at the meantime, but
You probably would have realised when the cards hit the muck.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
No.
I believe that's when you would have realised.
It was close, but I think I would.
No, I would never, like, I never say anything because
Maybe
it's
she
not our
wanted to
place
bet,
to say
maybe.
it.
Who knows?
It's the player's responsibility to show their hand.
No way.
So for the avoidance of doubt, everyone loved that outcome. But I do think that Marta probably liked it a little bit more than Dan Jackson did.
Your moral compass is in the wrong place.
I feel like
So nice.
I hope you. Yeah.
people like surprises, and it's always nice to realize last minute, as you're about to muck your cards, that you can in fact chop half of that pot. Anyway,
don't know why I'm yawning. I'm not even tired.
Open from the ace-9, defended by queen-jack suited. Ace-8-8.
Yeah, crystal.
Hostile the effective stack here.
It looks like a toy town with the colours.
It seems like Excalibur in Las
Hostile
Vegas.
has about 32 big blinds behind after making that call pre-flop.
Usually, if you stay in Excalibur in Las Vegas, it means your Vegas was not great.
Yeah, it's like when you used to say in the Sahara, it's like, you got a cheap deal? Yes, we got stabbed. Do you know what I mean? Like, no, I've got an Airbnb down the road actually. Very cheap, 800 for 2 weeks.
In which one?
It's like 25-minute walk.
I think we can bet turn now, James. We definitely want to get value from some straight draw flush combos.
It's nothing. We pay 4,000 for 10 days.
And sizes exactly to punish.
It's not worth it, even if you split it with other people.
We want to have a size that is not quite the right price for the spades or the straight draws, but enough to keep some in. And if you're keeping queen high in as well, James, you're doing very well with your bet size here too.
There is a moral to that story, by the way, that hand between Martin McKell and Dan Jackson. If you show your cards, you can't go wrong, because cards speak. So the dealer will always make sure that you are awarded any chips you would deserve.
That's right. And actually now, James, the queen connecting, Postel was a non-believer on the turn, so on the river, perhaps even more confidence that they might actually have the best of it. Looks like he might be considering like a little blocker bet scenario. That's exactly what we see. And just a quick call, of course, ace-9, never folding, will take it down. Yeah, James, I think sometimes people get a little bit funny about the not showing thing. I think you don't want to give up free information for sure, especially if you're competing at a high level, but if it means you don't end up chopping the pot in situations like this late in the tournament, probably not worth the risk.
The guy? Yeah. Way more. It's like 4-8, yeah. Actually 500?
No.
Yeah.
You got 4 or 5?
Yeah, how many greens do you have, Dick?
450 or something.
Yeah, it's 500, yeah.
Yeah, you're saying by very bad.
You think, I can't even see that far. Like, I was like,
so bad. And I'm not used to count like this.
So the hand, that was.
I do apologize, chat. That was a check raise, James.
Did you see the hand right? Fooled the guy yesterday.
I thought you check called with the queen jack.
I thought about it. Aces against kings.
Oh, no.
Completely missed it.
That wasn't really.
My apologies, chap.
That was just one of many by the sounds of it.
I only had 2 big hands yesterday. No. Good UK reg opens EP.
Sure.
I flat on the button with ace queen of clubs. Small blinds.
Crunch.
Cool. Dummy. Call. And flats. Santosh in the big blind. So the big blind was 8k. It was 16k. I call.
How much you jump? How much you jump?
I put it always at the beginning anyway.
Oh, no.
So
No one jumps. I just say. So 16k EP. I flat button. Small blind flat. Santosh makes it.
9 still good, post flop.
Fold. I call. Guy in small blind calls, yeah? So,
three-way.
Yeah. So, yeah. What's like 240, something like that with the empty and blind. Comes ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds. Yeah, check. It's good flop. Check the size. Santosh bets 45k. I call. I'll go. So, what's that, 360? Ish. 360.
Is it small blind fold, right?
Oh, cool. Turn. 3 of clubs. So I now have 2 pair. No flush. Small blind leads for 265. Santosh calls.
Third time I did those suited clubs.
Delayed continuation bet of 45,000 and a fold from Dick Postel.
Yeah, and we're seeing Marta chipping up here. Mentioned earlier, has been sort of roaming around those shorter stack depths for a while, but this could be the moment when we see the spin up begin.
The cool pre-flop. Fold to the free bet. Like,
Finish, you got finished.
yeah, and then throw the check. The floor picks it up. You throw the check.
It's like 1.2 million.
1.7.
1.7. Ah, it's like this. You really buy the.
Yeah. And then like when I come down from break, the lift door was closing. And the lift door opened.
And that's where the story finishes.
I think he realized that he was in the hand suddenly.
Oh, I thought the punchline was, and the lift door managed to open. It's one of the best lift stories I've ever heard. And trust me, Nick, I've heard a lot of lift stories.
All right, speaking of spin-ups,
you know,
Marta, Mikkel.
When you get in and you swipe your card against the thing and it doesn't quite register and you start going down when you want it to go up and you're just like, oh, I want it to go up, but no, I'm going down.
That's a Cyprus thing for sure.
That's a good lift story.
That's a Cyprus thing for sure.
Not as good as that lift story.
No, this is a good lift story.
So Dre is opened with the Grafton, 10-9 suited, and yes, a prime opportunity for Marta Mikkel here. 3-betting with queens.
It's a pretty inviting price here, James, with a very pretty hand. But is Marta a smidge too short to try and see a flop here and try and get lucky? In fact, I say Marta here. Samuel Dre is in fact the effective stack, 20 big blinds behind. So really, it's that stack depth that's going to be informing his decision. I think it is a bit too much though.
Yeah.
To see a flop with the effective stack here just being too short, and do see a fold. And yeah, we've mentioned it already, but Marta chipping up once again, 39 big blinds now, middle of the pack here on the on the feature table, I should say, which I suppose is still FT. But you know what I mean, chat. Doing well, chipping up. This could be the run she was waiting for. Been very patient.
Do you know what, Nick? There was this one time when I pressed the button, I waited so long for the lift, I took the stairs. It's my third favorite lift story.
As I'm coming down in the lift, like the doors open.
Oh, he's got another one.
Him. And it's like the most awkward lift ride ever. Just him telling me how many ways he wants to kill me.
That one's outside the top 10. Sorry, Bobby.
And then after he busts, I was talking about like the lift story to someone. I have aces under the gun. I open 45. 10k big blind. That makes it 65k. He calls in the small blind. I make it 150. Guy jams 600k. Oh my god. Yeah, of course.
Come on, Bobby. I want to play a 3 million chip pot.
Bring it, baby.
Come on.
Not a jack 3 off, mate.
Why not?
Do we know what type of lift was it? Was it Otis? Was it Schindler?
Oh, yeah, it is.
Was it Kerner?
My friend,
I need to know.
We were like watching the hand, and he was like, "Do you defend 6-8 off?" And I was like, "Against Dan?" And I was like, "Probably." And I was like, "But I probably shouldn't." You'd defend 6-8 off against my open, though, wouldn't you? Yeah, see, so it's okay.
Any two, apart from 7 deuce as you saw earlier.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Keeping your word, mate. I love it.
6 passes, 7 passes, 8 passes.
Nice. 40.
40,000.
Raise here from Isha Chen with the action folded to her. She makes it 40,000 with ace queen. Roland peaks with king queen.
One call.
So Chen, slightly more chips than peaks. Bobby has another opportunity to potentially squeeze here. I think maybe at least calling, but so far we have seen the chip leader leaning more into the 3-bet strategy, which I really like. And 210 it is. So the initial was open to 40 and a call. really chunky squeeze size, and this is nice. It's not an easy spot, but Chen does have a hand strong enough to potentially consider putting more chips in, either as a call, but potentially even as a raise. Ace Queen defends. King high flop though. Bobby James running real good, especially in these 3-bet pots. It's
Yes.
so much fun when you're 3-betting and connecting.
In the ones that matter.
And again, I think we're going to see a really, really small continue from Bobby again. We did see that previously with the queens, but particularly on these extra dry flops, James, I think we can go very, very small. Yeah, 120K into 500 sounds about right. The idea here, James, is to actually keep in some ace queens, keep in some ace jacks, especially if they have backdoor straight flush draws, excuse me. Keep in some queens, keep in some jacks, keep in some tens. Queens potentially too strong to just flat here pre-flop. We might have seen some more elevation. See what I did there, James? Elevation? Never mind.
Tell you what, Nick, that is a great nickname for this player. Bobby the Elevator James.
And checks it over to Chen.
I'm pretty sure that once he's crossed the 4 million mark and busted a few more falls, we'll get some more lift anecdotes. Maybe not this time, though. That ace on the river, this appearance from Barry Greenstein does give Chen the advantage.
This is rough. I really like Bobby's line here. I think the check on the turn is both good for deception and also to control against some better King X, of course. Maybe even a hand like pocket tens, although that's very specific and unlikely, but still that's going to come into the equation. The ace is a real killer. And I think Chen is going to go for value now. 740K in the middle is going to bet. This is a nice size from Chen too. I like this a lot. And a quick call.
And that's going to see Yisha Chen chip up to 1.58 million, nearly 80 big blinds. Bobby James slips down to 2.7. He can't complain. Nearly 140 bigs.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate run out there, but nice work from Chen. I think she does everything right there, to be honest. Obviously a lucky river, but I think the call pre-flop is good. The call on the flop is also good. And that's just how it goes. Smaller sizes can entice hands in that have equity.
Joe Stapleton back with us on the stream. Joe, you missed not one, but two lift stories from Bobby James. Sorry, that's Bobby the Elevator James.
He does elevate things, doesn't he?
It has multiple meanings.
Elevates
and that's why
the conversation, elevates the excitement, elevates the gameplay.
And elevates himself when he's in a lift.
Elevates the bet sizes when he 3-bets.
It's all the elevation.
40,000. 8 passes. 10 passes. 1 pass.
Cool to see we've still got Martin McKell and Yisha Chen in the mix and at the feature table. McKell's going to open here. King 10 suited. Danny Yaxon going to defend with Yak 8. Three, four, five. Jackson, ooh, a little out of flow. That's 25,000 and wins.
Thank you.
The last hand must have been controversial. People are going off in the chat. Chat pros gone wild. Nick, you must be super excited about the Spin and Go Championship happening at EPT Prague December 14th and 15th. Now, I assume you're going to try to qualify.
So, Joe, there is absolutely no chance that I will qualify via the generic route because of my work with stars. In order to qualify, you need to play a fair amount of volume, and it's just not within my capacity.
Working.
Yeah. However, there is still a chance that I will be showing face and participating in the Spin and Go Championships.
You'll be one of the 7 special guests, potentially.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. Of course, Spin and Go Championships do feature 74 qualifiers, 7 special guests, and 100K euros in guaranteed prize money. It's going to be so much fun. I'm very excited to see Spin and Go's getting kind of an event for their, for the players that do really grind these properly. I mean, after all my years of service promoting the great game of Spin and Go's, I do feel like there's a chance I might sneak in there.
Do you know how the spin function will work?
So I know how the format's going to work. Basically, the way it is we are going to have a set number of players at the very start. As just mentioned, 72 plus 8 or whatever it was. Is that right?
I think it was 74 plus 7, so
yeah.
81.
So something like that.
9 times 9, or 3 times 3 times 3.
And then what's going to happen is 3 players will be matched with each other. It'll be the first to 4 games won. So you basically play a consecutive sit and goes until one player is 1-4. And then thereafter it'll be first to 5. And we'll basically do shootouts per table. But in addition to that, there's going to be another system whereby you can actually win prizes randomly. There's going to be an envelope system where you're going to draw envelopes.
Okay, so there won't be an actual spin.
It will be a spin and go. Each individual game will be the same as the spin and go format.
Yes, but at the beginning of a spin and go, it spins something. That's really what I was asking.
Yeah, there's not going to be an actual spinner, but there will be a randomized element added.
A randomized element. All right, cool. 4 ways to this flop. 10, 6, 4, a couple of spades. Who's got a couple of spades? Mikkel does. Top pair, top kicker for Bobby James. Gut shot for Jackson. And just a couple of lame old snowmens for Postel. Who's going to bet into 3 opponents.
That's right, Canada's Batman. A randomized element and go.
The only thing that's spinning is Nick, says Vescu.
I will be spinning out, yeah.
So that's a 90,000 bet. Certainly not going to get a fold from Bobby James. See, Bobby James is a full name in the UK, but in America, that's just a first name.
Yeah, like Ricky Bobby.
Exactly. There goes Dan Jackson. And what is Marta Mikkel to do with a bet and a call in the queen high flush draw? Stapleton is just a menace, a pain to listen to. No problemo. Let me put you out of your misery, you band. And Marta putting some thought into this. Oh, that's right, because it's not a bet and a call. It's a bet and a raise. That makes a big difference. Bobby James raising top pair, top kicker. And Mikkel is getting aggro all in. This is brazen.
It is indeed. However, we'll have tons of equity. We can see almost 50% at this stage against the ace-10. Bobby ain't folding, I can tell you that.
Postel with some posturing.
Oh dear.
This is never anything but a fold. He's a pilot. He's got to make his calculations. He's got to tell you to look out the left-hand side. Tell you what the temperature is on the ground.
Postel's had a pretty rough run of cards though recently, Joe. Like, it's not. He's kind of in there with very reasonable starting hands, but not really connecting in a meaningful way. So it's just costly entering pots and then not getting any back. I think with this action, we need to be folding 8s, though, Joe. I mean, even if we manage to have the best hand now, we're going to be up against hands like 1 over card flush draw, 2 over cards flush draw, top pair.
That's a big even if also, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes...
When are you ever having the best hand here with 8s? That's the fold from Pastel. And Bobby James is going to let his noggin have a little air.
Yeah.
While he contemplates all the different ways he's going to make this call. He's like, I could call, or I could call, and I could call.
I don't think he can fold here, Joe. I think he ends up having, Miguel ends up having too many flush draws and sometimes straight draw flush draws that are in the big blind. Sometimes, you know, 1 over card flush draw, 2 over card flush draw combinations.
Yeah.
It's a lot more chips to call, though, guys. Really, this is like another, 22 bigs or something. So it's not easy. But
look, there's 3 buttons on screen right now, and they all say call.
Of all the players that are going to have big draws here, it's going to be Mikel, and you've already put in a raise, so it's not a whole lot more to call. In terms of the amount you've invested thus far, I should say, it is still quite a few big blinds.
All in call.
Yep. And we are off to the races. It's a post-flop flip.
Or something.
This is a lot of real money equity.
No way, man.
I mean...
Man, are you kidding me? Seriously?
James, the slight favorite.
Crazy.
Mikel needs to hit
She doesn't
a
sound...
spade or a queen.
Doesn't sound happy about this call. I think she thinks that Bobby should have gotten away from it, but looks pretty standard to me.
I mean, she could want Bobby to have gotten away from it.
She absolutely can.
You don't even want to play this time. 3 players in. So
Turn is a spade.
Moaned it in.
That's it. Lock it up for Mikel.
Absolutely moaned it in.
How do you feel about the call now?
Complained about the hand and fucking moaned it in. Okay. 685.
Double up for double M.
Funny.
I mean, I would normally not play this hand against 3 players.
We don't need to hear the justification. I certainly wasn't judging you. Outer table action. We've got Radoslav Stoyanov at risk versus Georgios Skarparis. Stoyanov is at risk and behind with the ace-10. Needs to make a straight on the river here, it looks like. Misses. Radoslav Stoyanov out of this tournament in 33rd place. And that means we have a number of players divisible by 8, 32 players left, which means the table is breaking. Not our feature table, so we will be getting a new table. A new player at the feature table. And speaking of tables, that new player is in the business of tables. Anton Wigg. The sole remaining EPT champion left in the field.
I like it. What's up, man?
Looks like we'll be arriving with a pretty healthy stack. 2 million in chips, 104 big blinds. And in fact, will be the biggest stack at the table now that Bobby James has doubled up. Marta.
Hello.
What is it that Job said about his Marta? I've made a huge mistake.
Still one of my favorite characters of all time.
My illusions. You're tired of my illusions.
Stop calling him tricks, Michael. All right, play continues.
All right, Roland.
Oh yeah, Roland.
It's a land of fish eggs. Anton, you're actually supposed to throw those on the floor. Just kidding, Matt Savage.
Okay. Bad look like, Joe. One sec. Let me just check.
Anton Wig. What a cool dude.
Bad lookalike for Anton Wig. Charlie Hunnam.
Charlie Hunnam. I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
I mean, that's not even a bad lookalike. That's a serious lookalike.
No, it's a bad lookalike. Anton showing up with just barely the most chips. Bobby James right behind. Dan Jackson with 90 bigs. Mart has got over 80 now after that double up. Yisha with nearly 80. Peaks with 43 big blinds, and it's Samuel Dre and Dick Postel who are the two shortest stacks, both with under 20 big blinds. Just 12 for Dick Postel. Well, the bad lookalikes are rolling in for Anton Wig. Matt Dillon. Sean Penn.
4 folds.
I don't know. I still like PC Principal. But I feel like it's unfair because Anton Wig is way cooler than the actual PC Principal. It's just those sunglasses.
I was going to say, Joe, without the glasses, not at all, but with the glasses, 100% yes.
I was going to bring my tea, but it...
Also the way he purses his lips when he's playing poker, that he doesn't really have that facial expression the rest of the time.
Woo, 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 woo. In any case, gang action here. Raise and a call.
Jack 5 deuce. Swing and a miss for both players.
I've been enjoying Chen's play so far, Joe. I think Chen's been playing very, very good pokers. Jackson as well. Pretty much at this stage, I think we've narrowed it down to a fairly talented bunch.
We've certainly narrowed it down to the 32 luckiest players in the field.
I would love if Chen check raised this flop, Joe. I'd be a big fan of that.
She's found some spots.
I'd love if she just made it like 120K.
My order to the nursery. And they came to the table and they gave it. You get sick?
Okay, decides to float. That's also cool.
If you have pain in the straw, you have some stuff if you want. Yeah, I would love some. Let me see if I didn't. Yeah, oh, this perfect. Is good for the straw. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Thank you.
I think as long as you're not folding.
Did you go through all of this now?
It's all good.
I eat like 5
Chen checks again.
You got to be careful though. Like you don't want to eat too many of them. No. I think like the fact says you want.
Jackson checks it back.
I don't know. You stay in a round, Crystal? Oh, you stay Crystal, yeah?
And the river's a king. Right? Jackson 7's going to play if they get the showdown.
You sleep good here? What's that? You sleep good here? Yeah.
Yeah, I think both players kind of willing to get to showdown here as well.
Ace here, anything. I cannot sleep now. No real. I just wake up before my alarm every day. I sleep 7.5 hours. You go to the gym in Diamond? Yeah, there's like the outdoor gym.
And it does go check, so it will go to showdown. Disappointing to lose ace high to ace high. But them's the breaks.
You'll do more of these, or? If you want, take the lap. Okay, cool. Thanks. I'm okay now.
Action Jackson.
Too much stuff now.
It's like camouflage, Joe. When he puts those glasses on, that's all I can see, PC Principal.
He does become a totally different person. With or without the glasses, I would definitely hire him as a private eye.
Handsome guy. Great poker player. Seen so much from this individual over the years.
I'm going to need your help tracking down my sister, but don't fall in love with her. She's bad news.
That's fine, but he can't help if she falls in love with him first.
Action folds to DJ. Ace 10 of clubs.
6 raises, 40,000.
Yeah.
8
Raise. Putri asks, wow, what happened to Martha? Last time I checked, she only had about 200,000 left. She won a pot. Thank you for your question.
Raise.
10 raises.
And Yisha Chen waking up with the King Kong.
164.
Dan Jackson
Cool.
not folding the suited ace 10.
Yep, sounds about right. Sizing here from Chen, a super textbook as well. Loving this.
I saw one club. That's not going to be enough to get Jackson too excited. It's a 9 high flop. So Jackson needing an ace or some backdoors to catch up.
$10. 125,000.
And into a pot of around 325. Chen bets 125. Sorry, I guess not quite 325, but you get my drift. John Delano pointing out that Jackson has to know by now that Chen has been 3-betting light. She has been getting a little out of line, but picking up chips in some unorthodox spots as the Queen of Hearts hits the turn. And all of this is very good news to Pocket Kings. Chen out of position. First to act on every street. And is cutting out another value bet.
10 bets.
At least 300K. 350.
I'm a big fan of this, Joe. I think every street so far is really, really good from Chen. You'll notice as well, 350 means if Jackson calls, we have a nice, easy sub-1 pot shove, effectively with Chen stack.
Chen's been pretty impressive and gets the fold out of Jackson.
Yeah, I like Jackson's play here as well. I think the float on the flop is pretty cool, especially facing that sort of 1/3 continuation bet. Sometimes you can kind of find a way to win it on a later street there when you don't have to invest too much more in relation to the stack size there. Sorry, the pot size.
Paul writing in to say that Wig gives him Matt Dillon vibes in There's Something About Mary. So, you know, we've got the Matt Dillon that was said before, me with the private eye thing. I thought you said Mary was a real spark plug. Butt plug.
As well, obviously. I put 400K in to win, like, and
She's ballooned up over the years. I don't know if you know that, Nick. She's about a deuce and a half. Not bad.
yeah, whatever. Happens.
4 fold. 5 fold.
Dan gonna give it another try with the clubs.
40.
Don't slow down. Yeah, don't slow down.
8 fold.
And pocket tens for Yesha, so these two are gonna tangle again.
Pocket sevens.
Bobby also getting in there with the dirty diaper broccoli style. Queen 7-8. Set of sevens for Chen. Pair of eights for Jackson.
Man, flopping sets is fun, Joe.
I wouldn't know,
I
but
wouldn't
it
know.
looks awesome.
10 bet. 50,000.
Yeah, 50K here is perfect. Man, loving this play from Chen so far. This is exactly the kind of size that you imagine we'd want to use if we were kind of starting a bluff or trying to take it down in position. So balanced, so controlled. Love it.
Five of hearts. Jackson checks to the aggressor. And I love Chen's image of being super aggro so that she can get paid in these spots over and over again. Now, on the last hand, Jackson had nothing, so it was a pretty easy fold for him on the turn, but it gets a little bit more difficult when your aggressive opponent's betting more than half pot here and you've got second pair. Chen needs far less than this to bet. And her reputation precedes her as she gets this call from Jackson.
Yeah, that's a lot of value to be getting on this turn as well, Joe, from the set. River.
Does put a 4-card straight out there. You don't imagine Jackson's opening with too many sixes from under the gun +2.
Yep, my thoughts exactly, Joe. And I think this is a good lesson here. A lot of players kind of learning to read board textures. They suddenly go, but any six is a straight. But now if you sort of play into that pre-flop ranges, you need to figure out how many are in there and whether or not that's a card that really becomes a scare card of any variety, right? So far, Jackson has shown he definitely has a piece. I mean, the other draws perhaps might be a hand like 9-10 or 10-jack or something like that, but perhaps not calling 2 streets, so we can discount that to a certain degree. But on this river, if you put all the pieces together, I don't think Jackson turns up with that many 6x combos, so more value.
Look at that stack.
Oh, man, this is lovely stuff from Chen. Very good.
I mean, I assume she thinks she's playing against the queen most of the time.
Yeah, maybe jacks, maybe nines. Those are sort of strong combos here that still might find a call. I mean, honestly, Jack 8 is still very callable as well. I mean, if you think Chen is likely to be bluffing, the thing is with the Jack 8, Joe, is you really want Chen to have a hand like Jack 10 that semi-bluffed and then missed and it just barreled off. So Jack 8 maybe isn't the best bluff catcher. Maybe Ace 8 might be a better bluff catcher.
Was that a question or a statement?
I think that was a question. You should just check in how much that is of his stack, I believe. Oh, wow.
Pays it off. bluff catch failed.
That's it. Never a bluff.
And that is going to
King
cause...
10 you're calling? King 10 is your thing you're calling? No, right?
I can't fold ace 10. It's like 400 to win like 1.7 million or something, right? So
can we talk about this hand?
once I raise flop, I'm just committed anyway.
Yeah, I agree with Bobby.
I don't think so. I mean, I have like 2 pair a lot. Like
You only have like,
sets.
yeah, but I don't even think.
I mean,
10-6, 10-4, 6-4. That's it. Like,
yeah, obviously I have a lot of draws as well.
I think you have more draws than 2 pairs.
How about we...
When you raise there, I don't think you ever have. When you raise him, I don't think you ever have any.
Give a little-
sets. So you might have what you have, like 10 jack. 10 jack. What you're doing with.
Didn't she win the pot?
She won the pot. Okay.
I'm not sure. Probably just cool.
Here's my analysis, Joe.
Yeah.
Ace 10's a good raise on that board.
No, ace 10 you have to call. But
1 sec. Let me finish.
I'm going to let you finish.
Look, the way that it appeared to me, and I could be wrong here,
Interesting hand, let's just put it that way.
is
I
that
defend that unless it would be a 4-way pot. Of course. So
the way I perceive this is that she was somewhat frustrated that her semi-bluff.
Don't like the spot, but
Sorry.
could have had a little more as well.
Yeah.
Let's let the witnesses get their statements
Okay.
out first.
Yeah.
5 in, right? So it's like 460 for me to
Before I pass judgment.
Okay.
I mean, with ace 10 is certainly a call, but
I'm just wondering why it's come back
I mean,
up
you don't
again.
know me at all, but
I didn't expect to see queen deuce of spades. I thought maybe.
I have neat instincts more than anything else, so yeah.
I think ace 10's like kind of just, just have to. If you have 2 pair, you have 2 pair.
Yeah, I get it.
Especially if you have like 6-4. If you have 6-4, you have 6-4, right?
Okay, Nick, go ahead.
So it's my perception that she was somewhat frustrated that her semi-bluff didn't merit a fold. I think she would have preferred to pick up that juicy pot. You know,
without the sweat.
Yeah,
Sure.
without the sweat. And actually, that's one of the cool ways about playing that hand is you can win the pot at non-showdown.
There's 2 ways to win a pot, Nick.
There are, Joe.
I learned that this year, I think.
Yeah, I taught you that. And I think that's why it's coming up again. The question was, do you fold king 10? Do you fold queen 10?
Yeah, no, for me either. It's either a fold or to go for it, and sometimes, like, you just have to put them forward.
In any case, I think it's coming up now, Joe, because Bobby had to step away and just take a little breather and came back, and they're still considering it.
Yeah, no, I certainly don't like it either.
Yeah, I think she just said that she doesn't like the call, but I think it definitely is an interesting situation, as Bobby said. Anyway.
I love the call when I make my flush. I mean, seems weird to relitigate it after the double up, but that's what we do. We talk about poker at the poker table.
I think certain players, especially tournament players, Joe, do tend to be more on the side of like I'd rather not be all in for my tournament life. Like I'd rather just chip out without the variance, which honestly is a good approach in many situations. Wasn't happy to be in the situation, but was certainly happy to win the pot. Still had 50% equity when called, which is definitely not a bad thing. All right, anyway, back to this hand.
Yeah, and by the way, now that they're finished, Yisha Chen is now the chip leader in the entire event. Kind of glossing over that.
They started talking over that one, but yeah, that was the set, wasn't it, Joe? That's what did it.
Set in the fairly loose payoff by Dan Jackson. Dre with the 6, 7, 8, 9 jack. Is that anything? 6, 7. It feels like it should be something. It's not though, because it's losing to 2 9s. So. AJ Moscow says, amazes me how such uneducated players get this far. I think that's very rude to Nick.
Honestly, it amazes me sometimes too, Joe.
Oh, goes check, check. peaks. Gonna take a smallish one.
I'm a humble guy, Joe. You know, got lucky. Sometimes bad players get lucky. You know what I'm saying?
Look, I mean,
I'm a great example of that.
not everyone can have the raw analysis ability that I have.
Yeah, I think Baines has a good point. If Nick doesn't win the Spin and Go Championships in Prague, we riot.
Because if there's one thing we know about Spin and Goes, is that the best player wins every time.
That's the thing about Spin and Goes. 100% skill game.
The best player wins 50.08% of the time. And we live in that .08.
53 is fine. 53% is a good place to live.
6 folds, 7 folds. 8 folds. 10 folds. 1 fold. 3 folds.
You got to pray just to make it to Dre.
That's a good first one.
They're both good cards, and Anton gets a walk.
Button good.
Thank you for the
Great instincts, everyone. What a read.
What a read.
Walks with kings, huh?
I don't care. Like, why do you start playing poker if you don't want to feel any pain? Like, stick with knitting or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
Love that.
Boredom about the pain.
Yeah.
Knitting's pretty painful, too, if you've ever
Keeps
actually
coming
got
back.
yourself one of those needles.
Exactly.
That's great advice. If you want to play poker, can't handle the pain,
Like,
stick with knitting.
Seems like the catchphrase for humanity.
Yeah.
Aleo Designs writes in to ask, guys, do you know if Adrian Mateos is still in the tournament? We do know if he's still in the tournament. Thank you for your question.
7, 8. I can't afford a loo break now. What's that? Cannot miss one hand.
Chen is now our chip leader.
Yeah, you can
Could
go
have played
to the
that 6-7,
bathroom,
I
man.
think,
It's
as the
very
chip
end.
leader, but folds, that's fine too.
17 minutes. You got to make it. Lou break.
Otherwise, I miss the one I need.
Can't miss what you don't see.
That's true. 5. Gotcha. 4 aces, 40 colors.
Anton Wigg gets a walk with kings and then upgrades to pocket aces. You don't have to touch that. Don't worry about that. I can handle that. You're okay. 30,000 just calls in the small blind. And Jackson already, I think, feels a little sus, but has the perfect hand to come along for the ride in the big blind.
Now you'll notice the flat here, Joe, is probably as a result of the fact that Dre raised off a very short stack in the first place.
Wowee. Top set for Anton. Second pair for Dre. Gut shot for Jackson. Second pair drawing virtually dead.
Yeah, this is a rough spot for Dre.
Jack of the turn, is that the gut shot? No, it's just a pair of jacks.
Yeah, now everyone's got a piece. Top set for Wig. Jackson, third pair. Dre, second pair. Keeping it cool. Wig continues the trap.
I mean, he was just talking about pain. This is some poetic justice here, getting the walk with kings and now just laying the trap with the set of aces. Is the worst hand with the least equity. Not the worst hand, but the hand with the least equity. Gonna put chips in here. No, checks around.
Very good.
River. Quads for Wig. Trips. What am I talking about? Just quads. Jackson, quote unquote, improves, as does Dre.
And what a trap again. Finding 3 checks. It's going to work.
6 bits.
I mean, it's going to work for a very small amount of money, but hey, 40,000 is 40,000. And Dre's going to make the call. Okay, so it's 80,000 now.
You say a small amount of money, there's still action. There's still a raise and potentially a call. At this point, Wig must be aware of the fact that one of these players has aces and kings, aces up, as it were, Joe. I know you like that one.
Aces and aces. I like that one.
Aces and aces is better than aces and kings, yeah. But what's the size now?
25. 5 raises, 325,000.
Wow. This is so weird, Joe. Honestly, Dre's like, this guy just calls pre, checks 3 streets. Now he's raising the river, like, for real.
This line doesn't make any sense.
It's like he has quads, but nobody ever has quads here.
It's quads or nothing.
It's quads or nothing.
Oh man, oh man. So
aces or nothing, innit?
We got it, Joe. The read's on point.
Aces are nothing in it.
Always aces or nothing. No one's bluffing.
Wow.
325 was sick.
Spicy.
I was like, it's just always aces pre-flop. River ace, like, nah.
I mean, he's not wrong. You're like feel it in your bones when he just calls in the small blind, and you're like, God, this is gonna be aces so often. And you're like, well, he flopped an ace and rivered it. I guess it's not aces.
Anton's like, I don't mind.
Joe's like, for a very small amount of money.
It was a very small amount of money.
Someone's got to fall in at some point, right?
Yeah.
When I said that.
Accurate. I can't fault you on that, Joe.
Sick. Should have just checked back the river like every night.
Nice hand.
I'll bet.
You do feel a little stupid when
Call
that
back
happens
with
to you.
Induce a bluff.
You feel a little dumb.
Never happens to me, Joe.
No, I do.
Never.
Not when nobody bluffs. I'm encouraging someone to bluff now. So they can show it.
Please no.
What do you have?
Jack.
It was smelling so badly.
You have a big pair or something?
I have a king.
You should chance still chip leader Anton Wig just behind her at this
way
point.
Too thin. Way too thin.
I'll just catch a bluff.
Way too thin.
Nice.
Jose on Twitch says blockers aren't real, which is something I agree with, but I'm just wondering what the blockers were in that case.
I mean, you can't have aces. There's 2 of them on the board, Joe.
Right. Well, he wasn't holding any aces. It's not like he had an ace in his hand and was still up against 2 other aces.
True. Here we go. Chen kicking us off with the KJ. He has aces again.
Wait, what?
6-fold, 7-fold.
What is going on? What is Wait, so we're at kings, aces, aces, right?
Right.
This is how you know, like, the universe really favors you, because he got to walk with the kings, and the universe was like, we better make it up to him fast.
And he's a super handsome guy, too. He gets it all.
That's what I mean. They're like, this guy.
Who's in charge of the Wig account? You're really letting him down out here.
This isn't how things are supposed to work out for him. Oh, wait. All right. Well, he just wins the small one there.
I want to speak to whoever's in charge of the Wig account because they're letting him down out there. Give him some aces, quick.
All right, they can turn off the aces spigot now.
Spigot.
Too much aces. 2 kings on the one hand, 2 aces and then 2 aces on the next hand and then 2 aces on the hand after that. That's a lot.
I hope we don't miss more aces when we're at the outer table, Joe.
Well, we're taking a look at the featured table that's coming up at the end of this level, which includes Halil Chezarek, who made the final table last year. Pretty cool that he's this deep again. Andrea Dato, also this deep again. The announcer, as he was known by. And Chakib Miri, who we've seen a lot at the feature table this year, will be up on the stage after the next break.
5 raises to 40,000. 6-4. 7-4.
Anton with just ace-8 suited this time. Looks like they haven't completely shut off that aces hose. What you doing, making a paper airplane? Fold it up like origami. So Nick, I know that we're having a conversation during the last break and we got cut off.
Yeah.
We got cut off by the level starting. What were we talking about?
A BSOP?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know how much I'm supposed to. Can you kick this off? I'm not sure if I'm not supposed to say something.
I'm going to the BSOP.
Okay, cool. It's that simple.
Going. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm going. Not for the whole thing, but I'm going for the week before Thanksgiving.
Because you were just like, hey, Brazil sounds cool.
3 raises.
Look, we were talking about Brazil yesterday, and I realized that my girlfriend's going to be in Aruba.
Oh.
And I was going to just spend the week at home by myself just being disgusting. Like what I do is I take a towel, like a bath towel, and I tuck it in as like a bib.
Yeah.
And then I just eat. I'll just order multiple types of takeout.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
And buy video games. I really want to get the Dead Rising remastered, but then I saw that BSOP was happening. I've never been to Brazil.
Neither have I.
I've always wanted to meet Blanca.
Sure.
From Street Fighter.
You've always wanted to wear a bikini in Copacabana.
I've always wanted to look at bikinis in Copacabana.
While wearing one.
Is Copacabana in Sao Paulo?
I think Copacabana is, isn't it like north?
I think it's its own thing.
It is, but isn't it like north of Rio?
Probably. And Sao
Something like
Paulo
that?
is pretty south, isn't it?
Or is it just a beach? I don't even know. It's in Rio. Yeah, okay, cool. I kind of had it right.
I'm sure there's plenty of bodies to look at in Sao Paulo, no matter what your
When you come back from the break, your table will be back.
preference is.
Right?
Thank you.
Well, that's exciting.
I just have to come up with an alias for while I'm down there, because, you know, I don't need any of those stories getting back to the real world.
Okay, chat, help us out here. What should Joe's alias be while on tour in Brazil? What's a cool sort of quasi-Brazilian nickname?
I don't want it to be Brazilian because I don't want them to think I speak Portuguese.
Okay.
My fake name used to be in bars in LA was Greg Andromeda.
I'm not 12 foot.
That's a great name.
Greg Andromeda, and I was a race car driver.
Used to go out with this guy who we played poker with, and we'd pretend that we were pilots, and it was like the family business. We didn't have fake names, though.
I asked him on break how he's doing, and he was like,
A family
24
business of
BBs.
pilots? That's cool. That's
He
interesting.
doesn't say it as chips, he just says it in BBs, and I was like, I like that, that's boss.
So there's a $1,200 progressive knockout. I've never played a PKO before.
Oh, yeah.
Looking forward to playing that.
That's cool.
And then there's a mini main event I think I'm going to be able to play. There's a freeze out, $400 freeze out.
Joe, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Jose Urban.
Ooh, I don't mind Jose your band.
Jose Urban.
There's a one-day high roller PKO that I can play.
How high roller?
$2,000 USD.
Oh, drop in the ocean for you, Joey.
Anton, you're the only defending champion.
And
today,
then
right?
on the Friday, there's something called the PokerStars Creators Cup.
Didn't get there first, but
Isn't the Creators Cup like an F1 thing?
It's an invitational. I've been told that I can be invited.
Oh.
And that's going to be it. That's going to be my week there because I got gigs in Houston, Texas the next day. So I gotta head out that night. But
Joe, that sounds really cool. I might join you.
Really?
Yeah.
That's literally like.
Would you like some company?
Was like,
sure.
Oh, that came sooner than I thought. Okay.
My first three days were just like amazing. I was like, wow.
You're one of the only people that I can beat in all in. So by all means, please.
Okay.
Come to Brazil.
I was half joking, but wait, let me take a look at this really quick.
40,000. 7 fold.
I'm really living the life. I've got gigs at Pachanga Casino the weekend after an APT. Then I'm going to go to Brazil for a week, fly back for gigs in Houston, Texas, opening for Michael Ian Black. Then go home for Thanksgiving, and then it's Prague.
What are the dates for this again, Joe?
Okay, so that my flying dates, I'm going to fly to Brazil on the 17th
of November. Yeah.
And then I'm going to fly out on the night of the 22nd.
Okay.
All right, so we got a gut shot here for Bobby James. Bottom pair, back doors for Anton Wig.
5 bits, 35,000.
Monavon says, if we can just invite ourselves like that, then I'm coming also. You can just invite yourself. It is an open event.
Yeah, you can just go.
You can just join us if you want.
It's kind of the reason we're talking about it, is to get more people to go. Queen of clubs on the turn. That's the club draw. That's one of the back doors. Wig already does have the best hand. And that is a full house on the end for Wig, so improves even better than a flush.
3 checks.
What do you think? We do a little day trip to Rio de Janeiro? Is that what you're looking at that for?
Yeah, I was looking at the proximity, and also the proximity from Sao Paulo just to the beach as well.
240.
5 bits, 240,000.
I actually think there's a chance we could sneak that in there, buddy. That might be fun.
Bet smaller so I can bluff.
I'd love to sneak it in there.
Wouldn't we all, Joe?
But you get a bet like 80 on the river or something. I was just going to be like 520.
Just 2 minutes left on the level. One last bad look-alike from Send It Big, who says, is Wig Jim Carrey twin? I think maybe Ace Ventura, sort of. I've never been to South America. I'm so excited.
You want 4 cards?
Okay. Fold.
Dan Jackson, King 10.
6 raises.
Is going to open.
7 folds. 8 folds.
Probably going to be the last hand here.
10 folds.
Oh, a little something here on the button for peaks.
Tom, to answer your question, the furthest south I have been
1 calls, 3 and 4.
is Panama.
Barely
Peaks v. Jackson. 10 high flop. That's top pair for Jackson.
Checks it over. Playing it cool here, out of position, which I'm a big fan of. Peaks doesn't have to bluff here, though. I think the ace-jack is quite a natural check back on this texture. Going to have the best hand right here, right now. I don't necessarily need to start turning your hand into a bluff when you have showdown. There's an argument for maybe for like, you know, getting value from one heart hands that I don't know. It doesn't feel quite right to me. I think the check here from both players is pretty natural. Turn bet from the king 10 though, I think is mandatory now. And if you're going to miss the flop bet, prefer to size up now.
6 bets. 75,000.
Yeah, 75K is good. So if the sort of flop continue would be something like 45K, 50K, probably closer to a third. I think the turn can be sort of a half pot or more, 60%, something like that, size up. And that will take it down.
And that will take us down to the next break. Looks like we are still at 32 players. And these players are going to be released back out into the wild. And we are going to have a look at not a brand new set of players, because some of them are familiar to us, but Andrea Dato, Tajurek, both coming up on the stage. I didn't realize how short Dick Postel and Samuel Dre are. I assume we'll be getting word of their demise very quickly after the break. Now, Felix Schneider's busted this tournament early yesterday, but spent the afternoon sending rehabilitated turtles back into the wild. It is adorable. Check it out. Don't go anywhere.
Today, we got the lovely task of being able to release some turtles back into the sea.
Looking for my buddies. They grow up so fast.
The guys over here, they take them to their rehab center, get them better, get them ready to going back into the sea. It was good fun. It was great to be here.
The blinds at 3,000, 6,000 with a 1,000 ante in play.
I think I saw Ilary sneaking in there.
Action's been folded to Aku Joenthalster. He has 8-10 of diamonds. And he will raise. Makes it 12,000.
This is a name pronunciation table from hell. Good luck, James.
Karalampus Sivakos will call from the cutoff.
Nailed it, and apparently it's his first time at a TV table, eh?
Joni Jokamainen has king, queen on the button.
This is usually just a call.
He does call. Someone needs to wake up Yves Maison in the small blind. No. Thank you. And Michael Johnson in the big blind with 8-4 suited.
Better than 8-1? All right. Even though he has no shot at winning this hand.
He comes along for the ride. The flop is King Jack Deuce with 2 diamonds.
Even without seeing Sivakos's hand, it's pretty safe to say that Jukamainen is going to have the best hand most of the time. Joenthalster gets to c-bet here and build a pot for his flush draw.
He bets 23,000. Sivakos is out.
Jukamainen calling, obviously.
There's the call, and Johnson folds. Heads up to the turn. Some early fin-on-fin action at our feature table.
Shark on shark.
Ace of diamonds. Joenthalster now with a flush. Jokamainen with the nut flush draw.
Joenthalster's going to want to bet this. He can get value and make Jukamainen pay to see another diamond. I just nailed all those names. I'm very proud.
Joenthalster bets 61,000.
Jukamainen has to call, but my guess is that he'll have to fold if the river bricks. If he improves the 2 pair of trips, he'll likely talk himself into a call.
Jokamainen calls. And with 223,000 in the middle, we go to the river.
Jukamainen drawing very thin.
It's another diamond. Jokamainen with the nuts.
Well, that puts a whole new paint job on things. How much value does he go for?
I'm all in.
Joenthalster shoves. Jokamainen calls and will double up.
That was a mistake. I think Joenthalster was shoving for thin value, but I can't say I'm a fan of the move. It's so easy for Jukamainen to have a king or queen of diamonds and almost never worse. I think the only worst diamond that should be in his range is like a 9. More blind on blind action. Aku Joenthalster in the small will limp. Believe it or not, Ilari is in position from the big blind. He raises. Aku calls. He knows Ilari could be raising back pretty light. What he doesn't know is that he's dominated. The flop is 5, 6, 7. A pair now for Joenthalster, a gut shot for Ilari. Ilari reverse dominated now. Check, check. The ace of hearts on the turn. Sahamias with the flush draw. Check to him, he bets it. I also like Ilari's check on the flop. It's a coordinated board that could have easily hit his opponent and did. More importantly, this is a great card to represent. Calling here is fine, but it's not a great spot. Aku might have to be prepared to station the river. The river is the 3 of clubs. Aku checks. Does Ilari fire again? The most likely hand Joenthalster was calling the turn with was an ace, and if that's the case, Ilari knows he's not getting him to fold it. He checks behind. 6 good, and a rare case of Iskandi opting not to bet. It's like photographing Bigfoot. One for the old scrapbook. So Joenthalster wins a small pot. Not too much of a dent to Ilari's ridiculously big stack. At our feature table, one fin has folded. I'm glad Ilari could take time off from his plans of world domination to join us for this poker game. He raises to 14,000 with ace-queen under the gun +1. Queen 10 for Joni Jokamainen in the hijack. Pretty sure Ilari didn't raise to $1 million. Jokamainen will re-raise. He 3-bets to 34,000. Ilari's rep might get him paid here. Hold it around to the button. That's going in the middle. Eddie Tasbas in the small blind. Gives up the 7-4. And Laren folds the big.
How much? Start with like 5-20.
What do you think I should do, Frau Farbissina? Summers in Rangoon? Luge lessons? In spring, we'd make neat helmets. He 4-bets. 80,000 total. I only like this move if Dr. Evil's planning on calling a shove. This hand is way too good to turn it into a bluff. Jokamainen folds. And Ilari gets to win another hand while maintaining that image of absolute maniac. He wins the pot and a pool of mutated sea bass. Back to the feature table. It's been folded to Dennis Laren on the button, king-queen suited. Now, before you think this is an auto-raise on the button, which it is, just remember, this is Ilari's big blind, so gulp. Plus, he's got Aku Joenthalster in the small, but Aku folds. I'm sure Ilari will just, give this up. King 5 suited, you gotta be kidding. Not. Sure enough, he will 3-bet to 32,000. Now, in general, this is a good 3-bet. Ilari has the chips and the image to keep the pressure on a random button raise. Of course, we know he's dominated, but with this many chips, it's better to err on the side of aggression. Laren makes the call. So scary. I fold now. The flop is Queen 6-3 with 2 clubs. Top pair for Laren, the flush draw for Sahamias. Like Eddie Murphy's last 9 movies, this is a pretty huge flop for everyone. A splashy continuation bet of 29,000. Hard to push the chips out there when you're getting a rub down. It's almost like they're Master Blaster. How will Laren respond?
Raise.
I think he means raise.
All in.
Wow!
All in.
And the massage girl smiled, did you see that? No sooner can Laren get those 53,000 chips across the line than Ilari says, nope, we're gonna play for the rest. Once Laren raises, he should really be snap calling a shove. I know, it's gross, but what's the point of raising if you're not gonna call? Were you bluffing with top pair, second kicker? He looks back at the cards and he lets it go! That is not good. It's like Ilari is some mythical creature at this point. He's getting looked up less than the number for 911.
Ilari Sahamias consolidates his chip lead. He's now playing more than 1.25 million. Action has been folded to Eddie Tazbas. He's under the gun +2.
Are we sure that's not just Chevy Chase from Fletch?
Yes, pocket 8s. And the Swede will raise. Makes it 12,000 total. Ace-King for Dennis Larin.
Expect to see a 3-bet here. Yep, you getting 3-bet, Grizzly Adams.
How much is Larin going to make it? The answer is 33,000. Aku Joenthalster has pocket 10s.
All right. Well then. Don't expect 10s is going to want to encourage a lot of action behind him. It's worth thinking about, though, because 10s could be beat with all this happening relatively early, and another raise could likely start a pre-flop betting war.
Joenthalster will 4-bet. 61,000. Sahamias is out. Small blind folds. Big blind folds. Tazbas was the original raiser.
I think it's safe to say that continuing with 8s here would be a close shave at best.
Nice.
Things could get hairy.
He folds.
Sheds the 8s. Well, Ace-King's not folding. Does he want to call and potentially miss the flop, or does he want to put in another bet and maybe get a fold, which probably won't happen, or just make sure he gets it in while he's still likely to have a lot of equity?
He moves all in. Decision now on Joenthalster. It's a total of 275,000.
He could certainly fold, but 10s are considered a big pocket pair, so I think most of the time we're going to see a call here. It's just a serious decision and one that requires some thought.
Joenthalster's already doubled up one player today.
If he calls and loses, he won't be out.
All right, that goal.
He calls.
Like David Brent versus Michael Scott, this is a race.
Larin is the player at risk. He will need some help on the flop, turn, or river.
Joenthalster looks pretty confident.
10's holding so far.
Over the first hurdle.
6 outs for Larin. No help for him on the turn. A 15% chance of the double up, a 15% chance of survival. He's out. The Ukrainian finishes in 83rd place. He'll collect 11,550 euros. And Aku Joenthalster will add 303,000 chips to his stack.
Must be nice to win a race. Must be nice.
Action's on one of those fins. Ilari Sahamias, Jack 8 on the button.
Looks like Ilari is about to fire up the old laser beam.
It's a raise to 19,000.
Well, this guy's a card rack.
Evgeny Karchenko's just joined the feature table. He folds the small blind. King 3 suited for Joni Jokamainen.
This isn't the greatest spot to defend with King Trey, but it's not the worst either. Probably right on the line, actually. Frickin' freezing in here, Mr. Bigglesworth.
Joni calls. We go to the flop. Is it my imagination, or is every single hand at this feature table thin on thin action?
It is not your imagination. Great flop for both players.
Jokamainen with top pair checks.
Typically he wants Ilari to keep firing here and let him hang himself, but as you can see, Ilari's got plenty of equity in this hand.
He has a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw, and he's bet 23,000 on the flop.
If he can somehow turn a 7, he's going to make a very obscure straight.
Joni calls. The turn brings a queen. There is the straight for Ilari.
That straight is less obscure, but still not a bad hand.
Goes check, check.
A little deception. Begin the unnecessarily slow-moving dipping mechanism.
The board pairs on the river, changes nothing. Joni checks a third time.
See how much value Ilari goes for?
Big value into a pot of 96,000. He bets 100k.
The river overbet. I love this move. Ilari makes plenty of big bluffs on scary boards like this where he can have the obvious hand and you can't. Really tough for the king to fold.
He calls, and Hillary wins another big pot.
The boy is quite astute. I really am trying to kill him. These guys mentioned how Hillary's always beating them online. Well, I guess it applies to live, too.
They say when you get a 6-hour massage, you're drink plenty of water.
Whoa, Robbie, let's leave the feature tagging to the professionals, okay? Let me show you how it's done. 6-hour massage sounds like more of a personal problem.
Yeah, I preferred Robbie's version.
Yeah, me too.
Aku Johantauskas raised under the gun with deuce 3 suited. Hillary has flattered with jack 10 suited.
Like texting a girl after midnight, that opening raise is a little out of line.
Jokamainen with queen 8 isn't going to play. King queen on the button for Michael Johnson.
Come all in.
And he shoves.
That's likely to pick up Johantauskas' dead money.
Both blinds fold. It's back on the original razor. And Johantauskas will indeed fold.
How much is that? Hillary is deeper than the Titanic, so he could easily gamble here if he wanted to.
I think it's 84.
84? No, 79.
Oh, sorry, 79. Forgot, I paid big, small blind.
Nice try, buddy.
What's 5,000 chips between friends? Hillary calls. And smacks down the jack 10 like a boss.
All right, now, most people take the shades off once they're all in. Maybe Johnson knows he's probably going to cry.
There's a 10 on the flop.
Somebody bring out the tissues.
Johnson now needs a king or a queen to survive. Picks up no additional outs on the turn. There's a 9-1 chance we lose the Canadian. He's gone.
Oh well. One chance. Good playing with you. Good game. Good game, man.
Oh, he almost stood up completely. He's not paying for those 2 seconds, by the way.
Michael Johnson is our 64th place finisher. He'll collect just over 14,000 euros.
Rats off to you, Michael Johnson.
Back at our featured table, everyone except the Finns is below average in chips.
And the whole table breathes a sigh of relief that Hillary's folded.
Johantauskas raises under the gun with ace-4 suited. Action folded around to Joni Jokamainen, who has ace-king suited.
Looks like the brothers Finn are about to get into a bit of a dust-up.
Jokamainen, 3 bets to 40,000. We welcome Jakob Moslacker to the feature table. Yeah, probably best. Fold. Not much for Tasbas.
See ya!
He gives up his small blind. And Shariah folds the big blind.
You want to make it today 4?
Now, I wouldn't love a call in this spot. Ace-4 does not flop well, and with his stack, he can be put in a really tough spot if he hits either pair. A re-raise would be better than calling.
40, right?
Johantauskas will call.
Jokamainen way out in front.
So Johantauskas is out of position, has the worst hand, doesn't have the betting lead. It's not looking good.
He can still hit a 4.
No one hits anything on that flop. Johantauskas checks.
See if Jokamainen continues.
No, he checks behind. Board pairs on the turn.
Jokamainen picks up the nut flush draw and might be pretty confident his hand is already good a lot of the time. I guess after making that highly questionable call pre-flop, looks like Johantauskas is going to try to bluff the turn. Good thing Yanni checked back on the flop. Aku can bluff here for less now.
Johantauskas bets 55,000.
Jokamainen has a pretty easy call here. Ace-King has a lot of showdown value, plus he's got that nut flush draw.
He will call. Let's take this to the river. An ace would make things interesting. But it's a queen, and not a heart.
That is a really awful river card for Ace-King. If Aku can find another barrel here, I think there's a decent shot it gets through. What am I talking about? The kid's a Finn. He's got more barrels than Donkey Kong.
Johan Tauster does fire again, 130,000.
And that queen just crushed almost all of the range that Yanni would be most afraid of. It does polarize Johan Tauster a bit, but it's not really worth making the call of ace high when he's got so little invested in this pot.
Yanni folds and Aku wins the pot.
And he shows it, that little punk.
And so ends day 3 of EPT Barcelona.
Time to settle up that massage bill. Excuse me, how much? What's the Finnish word for left my wallet upstairs?
"12 years later, we are in Cyprus with the PokerStars European Poker Tour on day 4 of the 5K main event. With 32 players, the final 4 tables returning from the break, and a new feature table, which we'll introduce in just a moment. Live cards up action from the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa with me, James Hartigan, and him, Griffin Benger.
Hello, everyone.
New chip leader, Griffin, the last remaining former champion, Anton Wig, the biggest stack right now with 2.79 million. Damir Zhrugilin remains a big stack. And look at that, the top 5 rounded off by a former team pro, Mikhail Shalamov.
Yeah, we saw him a little on day 3 on the feature table. Nice to see him grow this big stack here on day 4.
And Yisha Chen, who was at our previous feature table, up to 2.5 million now, 3rd in chips overall, putting themselves in contention to win the big cash money. The big prizes will be paid out at the final table on the final day of this MTT on Sunday, with the biggest prize, more than $1 million, going to the winner, along with the very shiny, very heavy main event trophy. $6.2 million in the prize pool with 32 players remaining. We are currently paying out $20,980. And this is the new lineup on the main stage. We have last year's runner-up, a player who became known as the announcer because he verbally declared every single action, Andrea Dato. He was 2nd in 2023. He finds himself in the final 32 here in 2024. Relatively short though, with 24 big blinds. Georgios Soloftas is the shortest stack with 13 big blinds. He is very close to the danger zone.
Yeah, Dato, a very talented and deliberate player, and someone I think who's going to be able to navigate this kind of chip stack very effectively. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him find a way through these 24 big blinds.
And as you're fond of saying, Griffin, every story needs a villain. Shakib Miri, the man who eliminated Spraggy. So action underway. This is the 3rd level of the day. Blinds are 10,000, 25,000 with a 25k big blind ante. Action starts with Boris Tabayev. He folds. Round to Miri, a6 folds. On the button is Halil Tasirek, another player from last year's final table. And he's got the Spraggy.
5 raises 50,000.
Someone else who's already found himself on some feature table action so far in the 2024 EPT Cyprus.
But how weird is it to have 2 of last year's finalists sat next to each other this deep into the tournament?
I wonder if there's a stat out there how many times a player has final tabled back-to-back years of a specific stop.
There will be. Somebody activate Howard Swains. He'll be able to tell us.
It's Howard Swains.
I think one of the most famous examples was Mike McDonald, who won the won the 2nd EPT Dortmund in 2008, and then made the final table of EPT Dortmund the following year.
3 passes. 4 passes.
Didn't we have Peter Jorgner make back-to-back EPT Paris
Paris,
final tables? Yeah, so it has happened a handful of times. But yeah, we're going to need the brain of Swains to give you the...
50,000.
There we go. Verbally declared, raise of 50,000. Thank you, the announcer.
7,000.
And Tabayev defends his big blind with 9-7. I would not want to be stared down by that guy, I'm sorry.
Tabayev played one of the biggest and most interesting hands of day 3 against Wigan with that rivered Broadway. That was right before dinner.
Well, interesting board. Trip 9s for Tabayev. Gut shot straight draw for Dato. Action's been checked to him.
35,000.
35,000.
You heard the man, 35,000.
Yeah, I think Dato is comfortable betting on a board of this texture, not just because of the gut shot, but because, you know, in these late position situations, both players can sort of have a 9 here. So it's, you don't expect to be bluffed too often. Having said that, you know, flush draws can surely be check raising you some bluff hands. And now, very curious to see how Dato responds. I mean, it's only 45,000 more. You've put out 35,000. You are drawing to what you expect to be the projected nuts. I mean, implied nuts with the jack. Whew,
and there is the jack. And it's the jack of diamonds. So you've made the straight and you've got street flash potential.
Open-ended street flash.
So Dato now pretty much a 4-1 favorite, and having check raised the flop, Boris Tabayev is going to lead the turn.
And yeah, he's just decided basically to effectively commit himself here. Dato, with only 480,000 left, will be putting in his whole stack and should expect to be at this stage up against a 9 or sometimes a small flush.
Cool.
A shove and a call, and Tabayev is going to need the board to pair. Queens, jacks, 7s, the case 9, all working for him.
Fireworks in the second hand here.
And a great spot for last year's runner-up to double up. 1.25 million, that's near enough an average stack.
Queen, jack, 9 or a 7, and the announcer will be out of here.
A 10 on the river. And that is the double up for Dato, who does now move up to 50 big blinds, is now playing an average stack as Boris Tabayev drops down to 40 bigs.
480,000.
What?
480.
400?
He's even more intimidating when he stands up.
Yeah, nothing Tabayev could have done there. It's effectively a cooler at that stack depth. Dato only starting the hand with about 24 big blinds. After that flop and that turn, the money's going in.
Welcome to the feature table, Andrea Dato. Third biggest stack at the table now. And there has been an elimination, the first since we came back from break. It is one-time chip leader, Faradin Mustafov. He's gone in 32nd place. $20,980, and you can't help but think, Griffin, with the way he was playing yesterday and the stack he was building, he probably had his eyes on a bigger prize than that.
Yeah, I made a big impression yesterday on those feature tables. Some real boss poker, but, you know, sometimes it just doesn't work out.
So now we're down to 31. There is a pay jump. Everyone's now locked up, $24,160. And we see Halil Tasirak opening here with King Jack. Georgios Skaparas is folded. Round to Artyom Lakovsky. Jack 10 in the bag. He defends. It is a domination situation. And the flop is 9-7-6. So a gut shot for Lasovsky. As things stand, Tasirak is ahead with king high.
Yeah, despite the 31%, a big advantage here for Lasowski. It's much better for his range from the big blind. Don't expect Tasirak to be wanting to commit any c-bet chips. That turn card is a little bit interesting. Going to be difficult for Lasowski to start leading. I think on a lot of other cards, you know, anything from pretty much a deuce through, you know, a queen probably would have found a bet here on the turn with the jack high. But the ace complicates things, but he finds it anyway. And taking out the big boy chips. That is a bet of 225 into about, I believe it was 130.
Yeah, and that bet of 225,000 is going to get a fold from Tasirak.
Putting the screws on there. You know, the ace is supposed to favor the razor more often there, but you really change the perceived ranges when you start overbetting. You're saying, I either have nothing or I have better than an ace. And if you want to stick around, it's going to cost you.
Where are you from?
Belarus.
And that's as far as the conversation went. Landa Liho folds under the gun. Round to Tasirak. Aces!
5 raises 50,000. 6 passes.
You're from Greece. Where are you from? Cyprus. You? Italy. Italy.
8 passes.
Makovsky in the small blind. Folds. Shakib Miri in the big blind. Defends with a king.
We got to get this man another card.
Well, he has at least top pair.
One check. $85. 5 bets, 85,000.
And you can see Tasirak unblocking the pairs on the board is going to size up with about a 70% pot bet. I really like this. You want to start getting some big value here from hands like a king, a queen. That's exactly what he's going to get from Miri.
One call.
85,000 called by Miri and a king on the turn. So we may not know what Miri's other card was, but we do know he now is ahead. Check, check. And a deuce on the river. Miri's checked a third time.
150. 5 bets,
I was going to say it'd be a great check back, but I don't blame him for betting aces here.
No, I mean, this is kind of part of the plan here, right? Like if you see 2 checks here, once the king pairs and you've checked back, you want to make sure you get value from that queen. And your intention would have been just to call a bet from, you know, the missed draws and then paying off the king. But Miri playing it very surprisingly.
Raise.
Yeah, and it's going to work.
One raise is 400,000.
Oh. Now you're thinking, why didn't I just check back? Tom makes a good point. We haven't had quads for about 30 minutes. This could be it. This could be another quads hand. Is it going to be another death by quads hand?
Yeah, you're quite annoyed here if you're Tesseract, but I think he's also recognizing that this is just, it's unlikely to just be sort of a random bluff here. Just on this river, not that much has gone into the middle. Suddenly Miri's putting out 400,000 chips, but he is going to call it regardless and get shown.
King 4. So no full house, no quads, just trips, but trips is good. And that is a decent chunk of Tasirak's stack. He's going to be left with just 10 big blinds. Halil Tasirak is now in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Meanwhile, Chakib Miri has chipped up to 2.1 million. He's back among the chip leaders with 31 players remaining.
Could have been Spraggy.
No one's trading Chakib Miri for anyone, not even Spraggy. Tasirak will now be looking for a spot. Georgios Saloftis, who sat alongside him, is the other short stack at the table with 13 bigs. Saloftis, Jack 10 of strawberries, announces all in.
Yeah, this is going to be a shove and pray situation. I think if you were to look at the charts here, 7-handed, it's probably fine for 13 big blinds, but you really don't want to get called.
He counted as a call.
So Tabayev has asked for a count. Can you imagine if Tabayev gets involved in this hand, loses a flip, and has gone from like a massive stack to like next to nothing due to 2 big hands?
It's been known to happen, and as far as hands to be up against,
I know it's happened before. I just don't think this guy's going to take it very well.
Right. You know, a great deal to consider here with nines. There's 3 players behind. You know, you don't think that the under the gun shove is going to be a lot of maybe, you know, 5s through 7s and 8s, maybe 8s.
Well, the reshove gets everyone else to fold, and it is an unconventional flip. Jack 10 against 9s. Tabayev is the slight statistical favorite here. Saloftis is the at-risk player.
Yeah, and Georgios is thrilled to see this. Not often when you're up in this situation. You're going to expect to see some ace-queens, ace-kings, then, of course, the big pairs. To see that you're actually flipping, I mean, this is the only hand you're flipping against, a pure flip against that would call. Let's see if he can get lucky. Keep the dream alive. That's a good start.
Oh, 2 strawberries on the flop. 41. No, he does not have 41 outs. He's got a lot of outs, but he does not have 41 outs.
It's so nice when you're out of the hand.
I love it when the graphics machine has a brain fart. It's my favorite part of any broadcast.
More than a fart.
Cannot compute.
Too many outs cannot compute.
Now, this is correct. Tabayev does indeed have 5 outs. Queens and 9s are the cards he needs to hit. Those are the cards that Saloftis has to fade, which he does, improves to a flush on the river, and gets the double up through Tabayev, who has lost those 2 big hands in a row, one against Darto, one against Saloftis, doubling up 2 players and is now down to 25 bigs.
Yeah, and really no surprise after that flop with 41 outs that he would find one of them.
Well, here we go. Samuel Dre at risk in this hand against Dan Jackson, and it's not looking good for Dre on the flop.
He did get up, though.
Got it in with ace-jack against ace-king. It was a king-high flop. That's why he stood up, and Samuel Dre is eliminated in 31st place. We won't forget about him. He cashes for $24,160, taking us down to the final 30. I mean, everyone bangs on about Jamila von Perga hitting that 1 outer in Barcelona. I think it's much more impressive to hit a 41 outer.
raises 50,000.
Miri opening the button with ace-10.
You know, if you think about it, it is impossible to have 41 outs, but it would be possible to have 41 ins, right? If you're dodging someone else's 13 outs. You know what I'm saying?
No.
How many cards are in a deck? Is it 50, is it 54 or 52? Okay, 11 outs. If your opponent has 11 outs, you have 41 ins. I'm just saying. I would like to see how many ins a guy has sometimes. We're all about the outs, but like it feels kind of...
Nothing will beat how many cards are there in a deck. Is it 54 or 52?
I was counting the jokers. Everyone forgets about the jokers.
Can you imagine if all these years you thought there were 54 and you've been calculating outs wrong
that
all
would be
this
so
time?
weird. Like I would totally never admit that.
People thought Griffin was making some like weird decisions, but it's purely because his percentages were a little bit off. Well, this is looking good for Miri.
Yeah, he's got 52 ins.
Loftus is drawing dead on the turn.
Okay.
Do you remember in some decks of cards you used to get the rules for bridge as well? So you'd have 55 cards in the deck.
150,000.
I got to admit, that was a bridge too far for me.
150,000, the bet from Miri on the turn. And Loftus calls with just king high, and he doesn't have the 9 of hearts, right?
Look, it could be nothing, but I wonder, Miri sort of knocking down his chips there that looked kind of like weak to him, you know? Live tails. Yeah, repping pretty thin on the ace-6, betting twice. So Loftus saying, okay, well, if you have it, you'll probably go 3 times.
And Miri shoving here on Loftus is completely standard. There was 495 in the middle. Loftus has 465 behind. It's all into call. And is this a legitimate duel, a legitimate potential hero with king high, or is this just posturing?
Yeah, I think it's very legitimate. I mean, there are some random bluffs, surely. This is button versus big blind. Perhaps Loftus thinking that Miri isn't going to expect him to have many ace-X. There aren't a lot of misses. You know, if Miri had something like, you know, 10-8 of hearts, he would c-bet, he would bet again. And that's, you know, a hand that could find itself at the river. But, yeah, well deduced from Loftus. I really don't blame him for calling twice. I mean, it's hard to make trip aces on the button. And he may have shown it. Updated chip counts. Great start for Miri, up to 2.38 million.
Yeah, still has the table chip lead. Meanwhile, Tasirak is now playing fewer than 10 big blinds because he is posting the big blind and the ante on this next hand.
And we have 2 Georgioses on this table. So if you think you can guess them without looking them up, there's your options.
Boris Tabayev with 9-6. Folds. Round to Miri. Ace-4 in the cutoff.
One raises 60,000.
Raises to 60k. Ace-5 of diamonds.
175.
And Lander Leo is going to 3-bet.
4 passes. 5 passes.
Action back on Miri.
Yeah, tough customer here on the button in the form of Leo. Well over $3 million in earnings. Someone we see at a lot of EPT stops.
1 passes.
I'll see later. I will see later. Two good or one good? One good. We have the same one. One very good. Another one, not very good. And you, one good or two good? One good. One good. One very good. And one very bad.
So our feature table, one of 4 tables still in. Of course, the previous feature had been up for 2 levels, so it was time for a change. And bear in mind, the breaking order is random, so when we get to 24, any one of those 4 tables could break, including the table that's on the main stage.
1 passes.
50.
We raise is 50,000.
Leo hasn't had a big breakout in a main event at the EPT, but a lot of high roller final tables over the years. He's not going to be able to get past the ace-jack of Suloftis for just under 20 big blinds.
3 passes.
That's just a nice clean feeling, you know? You have like under 20 bigs, a cutoff with a decent stack opens, you're sitting there with ace-jack on the button, you just start the next hand, you know?
Some people like it clean, and some like it dirty.
James?
So 25 minutes into this level, couple of eliminations, 30 players remaining. The objective today to get down to 16, the final 2 tables. My gut instinct is it will take more than the 5 levels we're scheduled to play. I do think there's a chance we play into a 6th level tonight.
Passes. 10 passes. On raise 50,000.
Mary continues to play aggressively, opening King-9 here.
Well, if you need me for that 6th level, just know that I'll have my phone turned off and be living my life, so.
I'm sure you will.
It's this new thing. It's just, you know, detox from the internet, from, you know, I'm doing late at night now.
No way. There's no way that you ever
I will
disconnect.
be here with bells on. You tell me when and where.
That battery takes a pounding every day.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Buddy, I can't wait for this level to end so I can charge it.
I was going to say, how many power packs do we reckon Griffin gets through in a day?
Oh, you want to know the irony of that is that I've never owned a power pack. I couldn't, I don't know. I'm an idiot. I don't know why I don't have one. So I'll be at like a big event or something playing, and I'll see someone with my lips will start licking, and they'll hook me up with some juice, you know. But I just don't have one for myself. Are there PokerStars ones? Could I get one of those things? You guys want?
Why are you talking to me? I don't have access to the Stars store. Miri with top pair continues for 35,000. We know that Skaparis has at least a pair of 5s and is called ace on the turn. This might be my favorite question that we've ever received, by the way. And this is the kind of comment that gives Chat Pro Saturday an 80% chance of happening tomorrow. Marek says, if you have many chips, do you have to go to the big table or can you choose?
That's so cute.
I love it.
You're banned.
Seat assignments are random. And we do not in any way curate the feature table. It's one of the existing tables out in the field, and we just bring those players up to the main stage.
From the Basque country. So
Yeah, it's a weird one, yeah.
Like L-A-N-E-E.
E-R, yeah. Lander.
Lander.
Yeah. First time you hear it, right? Yeah.
10 passes? 1 pass? 3 passes?
It's unique name.
No, that's my name, my real name.
It's unique name.
Ah, unique name? No, not up there, but yeah. It's
general.
Yeah, in general, yes. Yeah. But no. But
you have a composite name, right?
No. That's my last name.
Ah, Lijo.
Lijo. No.
$50,000.
Grey Face 80. You are.
You did not take your mother to the substance.
He says his missus. I'm assuming he means his partner.
Oh, right, okay.
And I don't know whether you're voicing her opinion or your opinion. You're entitled to that opinion, but you are objectively wrong. Thank you for your comment.
We didn't talk about this. I watched The Substance.
It's amazing, right?
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, I don't know. It's strange. As I was during and when I left the theater, I'm like, I don't know when I'm ever going to be able to watch that again because it was so intense. But then I had someone say they hadn't seen it yet, and I was like, I think I would go watch it with someone and show them it, you know?
I think I told you I went to see it at the screening in LA with the director, and meeting her afterwards, I was like, I didn't really know what to say. Like, I think I like the film, but I mean,
Yeah. Have you seen her other film, Revenge?
Yes, I have.
Oh, I really like Revenge.
In general, you know who you are.
That's the point that it goes off the rails. Oh my God, some people. Anywho, 5-5 deuce with 2 diamonds to buy up with the flush draw.
Someone didn't like Monstro Sue. So expect the 2 individuals to joust in this pot. If there is any jousting, it would be Tabayev with that queen high flush draw and Dato with the ace high. Going to be a little tough to battle against pressure in that it's 3 ways. But you know what? Tabayev says, I'll just try to get that free card. And the announcer
I'm not used.
can have every opportunity to say nothing and check back.
At least.
Not hugely incentivized to bluff here. I mean, if we do see a bet, I think it would be in the form of wanting to protect this ace high. But yeah, makes much more sense to just check, hope to dodge the outs. And you know what? Want to make aces up. We should have a name. When an ace comes on the river, I feel like it's so consequential and so interesting.
I kind of feel there should be a meme attached to it. Boris just cannot get a break today.
No.
Or certainly since he's been moved to the feature table. And during this session, I'm kind of really feeling for Boris.
65. 65,000.
Woof. This is the classic. I think everyone at home can relate to this. You feel entitled to a pot because you had a big draw, and then when you miss, you just think, I'm just gonna mindlessly bet on the river. I mean, this bet is really poor because, you know, were Dato to say have a non-ace type hand, he would have bluffed by now, right? Like he would have bet his king highs on the flop or his 9-10 of clubs on the flop. He's just going to have an ace so often here, so I really think this was a poor bluff from Tabayev, and it's too bad because we've seen a lot of him over the last 2 days and has played pretty solid over the course of those days. Maybe just showing a little bit of frustration here with a really poorly timed bluff.
This series was good for Matthias, huh? This series was good for Matthias.
Out into the field once again because Dick Postel is all in and at risk. And he's run ace-6 into Roland Peaks' ace-jack. It is a domination situation.
Uh-oh.
So Postel at risk and behind. 8-7 tray on the flop. Queen on the turn. A 6 required.
It's getting cold for the Dick.
No 6. And Dick Postel is eliminated in 30th place. He cashes. for $24,160.
Lovely to have an accomplished pilot in the field. We had a great little interview with him earlier. I'm sure he had the time of his life. 30th place finisher.
Just advising him that the nearest exit could be behind him. As we
Dato,
see,
another dead man Dato.
Dato going to the flop against Lazovsky.
$45,000. 6 bets. 45,000.
Thank you, Andrea Dato, for announcing your bet.
He has a reputation to uphold.
One of those weird situations where we can only see one card, but we know that Lazovsky is ahead.
And that's 65,000.
And he's going to lead the turn now.
Yeah, really going to freeze Dato here, especially with the hand that he has. Dato, I think just sort of balancing himself here, but has maybe one of the worst hands he can have as a bluff catcher. That 8 is going to be blocking a lot of those straight draws that might be there, like a 10-8 or a Queen-8, 8-7. You know, no diamond in hand. Nice little takedown for Lazowski. Chip counts.
Miri still table chip leader. Lazovsky second in chips of the players we're watching right now. Halil Tasirak still short, still in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
And will be in the blinds in a couple of hands' time.
Sounded like I was falling, that one. Aim for the bushes.
Saloftis, ace-10. Has opened, and Tasirak gets it in with 9s.
Classic.
Ooh, Boris Tabayev with 7s. Has fewer than 20 bigs.
Nah, you know better. You know better, Tabayev. This raise from Saloftis, relatively strong, playing just over 20 big blinds. We can see it's one of the weakest opens he would have. But Tasirak going to be pretty tight here, not going to be shoving worse pairs than pocket 7s with little to no fold equity. So you are hoping for a flip at best. And you're hoping that Saloftis isn't raising stronger than, you know, 9s plus, which he would call the all-in probably. Tabayev, come on, man. There you go. And this will be a side call from Saloftis, recognizing the lack of fold equity. This isn't going to be ace-9 and ace-8.
Pocket 7s, no? I saw when you folded.
Probably not even going to be, you know, king jacks or king queen off. Probably even finds it into the muck. So, you know, you're flipping at best here with the ace-10, but you got to take it.
It is a classic race, and a race that Tasirak needs to win. He's at risk here.
Yeah.
Like Tasirak versus Saloftis, one of these has a soft T in it.
Jack 8-4. So far, so good for the pocket nines. Just has to fade an ace or a 10 on the river. Wow. 6 cards to swerve.
46 ins for Tasarek.
Deuce on the river, and Tasarek doubles up.
Back in the game. Big short stack double. 3 players now with 20 or less big blinds.
Well, percentage chance of Chat Pro Saturday being a thing just dropped to 52.4%, with Newt's Games insisting that the commentators on Twitch are different than the commentators on YouTube. Is it possible he's listening to one of the foreign language streams on one of those 2 platforms, in which case, yes, the commentators will be different? I mean, we could try and do this like the Eurovision Song Contest, right? Where we announce it in one language and then you do it in another, and then we get Joe back and he does it in another.
What did you think of Will Ferrell's Eurovision? Did you watch it?
I thought it was awful.
I loved it. I really did. I watched it more than once. I feel like this is the first time we've really disagreed on a movie. How exciting. I really enjoyed that movie. Rachel McAdams is a delight. Delight.
Ah, thank you for the clarification, Nuck. Apparently, it's Joe Stapleton and James Hartigan on Twitch, and James Hartigan and Joe Stapleton on YouTube. That is a different lineup.
So I told for the other ones.
And Griffin Benger on Vine.
Now I understand. 50,000.
Oh. Aces.
A lot of comments about the dealer's headset. Look, it's a long session, and we just figure it's only fair to let them listen to music. The only thing is, we make a rule on what the music should be. So yesterday, we don't have any CDs, I'm not gonna lie to you. So yesterday it was the best of Simply Red, today it's the best of Dire Straits, and it is on loop. So I think after a while he is gonna start to get bored.
So big opportunity here for Scarparis to find a trap here. Don't get over eager. Don't. Yes. Yes, Daddy. Good. This is excellent.
Oh, just a call.
Yeah,
you
I mean,
cheeky player.
It's so important to find traps in situations like this. They're so rare when they come up, but you have to make sure you keep your customer in there. It's a bit of an interesting flop. One that I think Liho isn't gonna love. King 10 sort of interaction with Scarparis's range is, you know, gonna have a lot of King Jack suiteds, maybe some King Queen offs. But Liho, you're given an opportunity now, right, to keep telling a story, and is going to down bet the flop. Had Scarparis just gone all in here, Liho would have just folded. So you're getting more money.
So Leo now drawing dead.
I think it was going to be very, very difficult for Liho to make any more money in this hand. Pardon me, for Leo to bluff any more money in this hand. So I think Scarparis has gotten everything he can.
Check.
Yeah, the irony of Liho's bluff here is that the reason you take a hand like ace-6 from the big blind and decide to 3-bet it is because it's supposed to be less likely your opponent has pocket aces. So this is one of those very rare scenarios. It's surprised to see a shove from Scarparis, but wholly irrelevant at this point. Takes down as much as he could have gotten from Liho.
Is Esperanto still a thing? See a few people talking about the fact that we should all learn it and we should just have one commentary stream from the EPT with everyone speaking Esperanto.
I'm a quick learner.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not.
Five passes.
In theory, it's still a thing. In practice, nah.
Tennis shoes for the announcer.
6 raises 50,000. 7 passes.
Kicks.
Right.
That's how my brain works. Tabayev, good opportunity with sub 20 big blinds to potentially get a shove through. Already deciding to use one of those time bank chips.
People ask you about what music we've got lined up for the dealer tomorrow. Oh, it's a treat. It's an absolute treat. The best of Men at Work.
Skrillex for the final table, I heard. Ooh, some pause from Lisowski. One of those situations, and he's probably already knows it, where he just sucks when you get dealt the best hand you need to fold. And you can see how quickly he puts the nines in because he just knows it. You can't risk Andrea Dato waking up with a big hand with those 50 big blinds. Tabayev's range pretty strong.
Yeah, and it gets through. Pinsky asks, is anyone communicating with the dealer? If so, what would be the sort of communication going on? He basically has Sting screeching in his ear, I love my MTV.
It's always interesting how, you know, the timeline changes when someone enters a pot. Had the announcer Andrea Dato not opened the king-6 suited, I think we could have expected a raise from Tabayev and a 3-bet call-off hijack to cut off for under 20 big blinds. But instead, Tabayev just gets it through clean.
Good luck. Good luck, boys.
Oh, we're losing a player. That is
Good luck, Khalil.
Halil Tasirak being balanced off the feature table, and apparently we will see why in a moment. Spoiler alert, I think that means someone's been KO'd, Griff.
One raises 50,000. 3 passes.
Well, if we're going to lose a player from the feature table, we need to add a commentator. Joseph Stapleton, welcome back.
Funny how that works. I'm sorry, I'm not much of a consolation prize. That's what my girlfriend tells me every week.
The announcer
What was the
declares
thing you
he's
said
calling.
at the end of the last level? I'm not commentating unless if Tesserakt's on this table. As soon as he's gone, you're back.
Well, ace high still ahead.
One bet. 40,000.
Yes, 40. Correct.
Pinsky says, we missed you. Talking to you, Joe.
Pinsky? Drawing a blank.
So halfway through the level.
Would have thought you knew the name of all your babies.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're all Stapleton.
Thank you.
So we're currently showing 29 players remaining, but I think we need to update that. Yep, sure enough, cocktails for Ivan Zabayakin. He's just been eliminated in 29th place. Taking us down to 28. That's why we had to balance Halil Tasirak off the feature table. 28 remain in the EPT Cyprus main events.
He's going to need another one of those pretty quick, it seems like. He was sucking that down awful fast, as I would be in that situation. What do you even do to blow off steam when it's an all-inclusive resort?
I mean, I think you answered your own question.
More French fries at the buffet.
I feel like we're getting old, Joe. We haven't really been utilizing the free alcohol out here. I haven't been getting
Not
any drinks
really,
at all,
no.
Just back in my room watching the Dead Zone.
I thought about it last night when I couldn't sleep. It was like 2:30 in the morning, and I was like, should I just go downstairs and get a drink and bring it back to my room? But then I was like, nah, what if I run into people?
I'm too lazy for that.
That's it. Glad we got Andrea Dato. Andrea. I'm going to start over again.
Yeah, go ahead.
Edit that out.
We will.
Glad to have... Oh, now he folded. You know what? I'll just do it now.
It's okay. We're cutting all of this. We're on a 30-minute delay. I still don't know how this works.
You're watching EPT Cyprus. Andrea Dato. It's weird that he's gone this deep, and this is the first I've seen him at a feature table. 28 players remaining. Calling it quits at 16 today. It still feels like we're a long way from that. We got one shorty at this table. 12 big blinds for Georgios Souloftas.
Lisowski, so far on this feature table, I'll have to say, given the impression that he will happily put you into a blender. And now he gets dealt pocket kings. Under the gun. He hates to see all these quick folds. Tobayev with just 3 deuce off in the big blind. Or the Jordan, as it were, the deuce 3.
The Jordan, the dirty diaper.
Button is good. Thank you.
Button is good. Who won that one? Lisowski?
I pronounce it Lisowski, like
Lisowski, sure.
like Monsters Inc.
The big Lisowski.
That too, yeah.
I'll allow it. What's our current payout? 40,000? Is it that high? No.
No, it's 60,000 for 13th. You think it'd be 40,000 for?
We're not that far from 13th.
Actually, I guess you're right.
24,000.
If only James were here.
24,000.
24K.
The current payout.
24 carats.
Toilet Meat says, having to reset the action clock manually for every single person has to be incredibly fun for the dealer. That was one of the arguments against doing shot clocks before they were a thing was, you know, we had people who've been like, hey, the dealers have a lot to deal with already. To keep track of. It's actually not that nice to repeat the same word in the sentence. Anyway, we got it all in here with the artisanal sourdough. Ooh, sourdough.
Artisanal.
280,000. Eight folks.
And that's going to get through. Yeah, one of the original arguments was, hey, the dealers have so much to do already, but hey, we have the best dealers in the world on the EPT, and they handle it with aplomb.
Turns out they wanted more work.
For me, the thing that drives me nuts is the beep.
Right.
The constant meep, meep, meep.
Like a fire alarm that...
Yeah, yeah. So this one time I had one of those that was going off like crazy, and it didn't have a battery. Like it was one that plugs in, like wired into
I had some Saga with one recently.
And so I ripped it out of the ceiling, and it still kept doing
it.
Even though there was no, it was just a phantom in it.
Same thing happened to us.
So I put it in the trunk of my car, thinking that like at least that would keep it away, and then I'd be on like long trips and just hear like beep,
That's amazing.
And it was for like
it's like a
months.
monkey's
yeah,
paw situation. Yeah.
Couldn't get rid of it. I had to like Jason Voorhees, like lock it in a box and sink it to the bottom of Camp Crystal Lake.
Then you just get home and it's up in the wall
It's just there. I still hear it in my sleep.
That's why you have so much trouble sleeping.
I should have never wished. I should have never used one of those wishes on a smoke detector that didn't have a battery.
Yeah.
I didn't think it through.
I know you didn't. Well, you had 3 wishes. I mean, Lasowski going with the raising strategy with Queen 3 suited, not even 3x. Very effective against Jack Deuce. Simple Jack.
That hand makes me happy. I didn't go full R on that. That's full recitation.
Oh, you just love to hear players getting hydrated, huh?
I don't mind it.
It reminds me to drink water.
It reminds Griffin to leave a half-drank bottle of water here.
Did you guys like talk about it during the next level and stuff?
It's
Was
just
it
like a
whole
fun thing that every time Nick comes in, he has to clean up after you.
Okay, so I should keep doing it then.
Oh, yeah. No, it's a hilarious bit.
Okay.
We all love it.
7 raise, 50,000.
Scarperus. Jack 8 of trees.
Hateful. Tenfold.
Also known as the Jack Frost.
Why is it Jack Frost again?
Because the Jack with the snowman.
Right, that's it.
It's my only good invention.
No, you've
just got to figure out how I'm going to make money off of this.
We're getting kind of a post-dinner slowdown right now. Partly because we're on a money jump.
Also, this is pre-dinner.
Yeah, I know. That's why it's odd.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm not saying it's post-dinner. I'm just saying
it,
that there's usually not this many raise and take it's until the last level of the night.
Until they've had their fair share of halloumi.
You know, I still haven't had any halloumi.
I had so much at breakfast.
6 folds, 7 folds.
The lovely gentleman actually there said, "Sir, please stop."
Sir, we've been watching you on the cameras.
Yeah.
And this isn't for us, but this is for you.
Yeah. You're getting a little halloumi out here.
This is an island, sir, and the plumbing, we're not sure it can handle the amount of cheese that you're putting into your system. All right, big hand. Shakib Miri. Pocket Shakibs.
Tricky.
The spade and the diamond. Oh my goodness. Wait, so hold on. What happens now? Is this, do you really think you're trapping here with jacks and you're now the trappee?
Yeah, so basically the intention for Miri here is to, induce a light shove from the big blind or a light squeeze from the small blind. If Leo happens to have pocket queens, kings, aces, that's just a cooler. It doesn't matter. We're playing like 33 effective big blinds. That money's going in no matter what. So this is just a way that, if Soloftis in the big blind wakes up with ace-10, probably going to squeeze shove against the raise and the flat.
Right.
But if it goes raise, 3-bet the jacks, ace-10 can probably get away. So I actually really, really like this quote-unquote trap. Also, it means that you don't get in 1.7 million with the cutoff open. Now it's just this money's going in, and Miri's going to need a miracle to bust Leo.
Chakib is going to need to hit a third Chakib. I'm sure Shakib is Jacob in his language, which is Jack, more or less. We'll get there. But for now, it is a domination situation. Leo needs to hold.
Lee hold.
Sure. And kings are looking mighty strong after this flop.
Everybody wants a 10. We all like the juice.
Give me the juice.
At least a 7 or a queen. Let's get exciting here.
Nothing exciting. Lock it up for Leho. Double up.
Cold deck, man.
Not just a double up, but a double up for the table chip lead.
That is right. Lender Leho. With the name of a comic book character.
Jack and Mary make a Leho. Former feature table, Dan Jackson all in at risk. Jacks versus the queens of Marta Mikel. Ladies for Marta. Dan Jackson needs to hit the Jackson. But that's going to be the end of the road for Paul Jackson's cousin Dan out in 28th place.
Yeah, I really liked watching DJ play. Action Jackson, he was getting involved. Ran some pretty interesting 3-barrel bluffs. Had some good chat on the feature table in the first couple levels.
Everybody else ladders up, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
It's $27,000 now. Would you say that Action Jackson rhymes?
I don't know if it does, but I've just heard Action Jackson before.
No, sure. I'm just wondering if you would consider that to be a rhyming.
Action Jackson. I think it barely qualifies. Yeah,
it barely qualifies as
I think
a
it's
rhyme.
a barely qualifier, but I didn't say it because I thought it rhymed. I said it because it's like a
Of course, I'm not
popular thing.
accusing you of saying it because it rhymes.
Well, I'm a bit defensive.
It is a movie starring the recently deceased Carl Weathers.
Uh-huh.
So there's a line in the movie where Craig T. Nelson, who plays the bad guy, says, "Oh, if it isn't the fellow with the rhyming name, Action Jackson."
And you're just not sure. Do you?
And I'm
how
just
do you
like,
feel?
well, Action Jackson would be a rhyming name, or Axon Jackson.
Yeah.
But not Action Jackson. It's almost a rhyme.
Yeah. And that sounds like almost a movie I would watch. Easy shove for 12 big blinds from Soloftis. Dato out of the way with Jack 3.
There's a guy on YouTube whose handle is Shaolin Soccer is a decent movie, in my opinion. And every time he writes something in the YouTube chat, I'm like, why is this guy constantly writing about Shaolin Soccer being a decent movie?
It is a decent movie. It's exactly how I describe it.
And every time I'm like, ooh, movie chat. I'm like, no, that's just the guy's name. Although yesterday they were discussing the movie Shaolin Soccer.
Very confusing.
Being a decent movie.
Yeah. But probably because of his screen name.
Probably, yeah. Probably it doesn't come up organically. And so I was like, oh, I didn't even notice your screen name was Shaolin Soccer is a decent movie, in my opinion. I don't think I ever saw Shaolin Soccer, but I did like Kung Fu Hustle quite a bit at the time.
I think we've had, yeah, Kung Fu Hustle's better, but we probably already had this conversation, maybe even more than once, but are there sort of screen, I mean, I guess you haven't played much of online poker in your day, but are there screen names that just sort of, you'll never forget, that go in your head?
I mean, yeah, but they're like my brother's screen name. We have got an all-in from Soloftis. We'll go back to the online handle conversation after we see if the favorite can survive. Scarperis putting Soloftis at risk.
Yeah, pretty big swing here for Scarperis, whether he's going to be up into the 7 digits or down to, sub 30 big blinds. Big spot, even bigger for Soloftis as this represents his tournament life. Good start, no spades, just needs to dodge. Kings, 10s, and backdoor straights.
It's just...
Let's say 9 for some juice.
It's just going to make the 10 even more painful.
Let's say 9 for some juice.
We got a juicy 3, but no real juice on the turn. Scarparis still has 5 outs. So Loftus just has to fade those 5 outs to survive and double up. And does. Look at this smile.
He's got a nice smile.
Double me up, dealer.
365 total.
So,
hey, dealer, make it a double.
So 2 of my favorite screen names that I just remember because they belong to people I knew. Is my brother's screen name was Beaver Sandwich.
Okay.
And one of my really good friends, his screen name was Feed the Geese.
Okay.
And I don't know how much I can go into what Feed the Geese means, but it's this motion.
Okay.
When you're feeding the geese.
Yeah.
You do this.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. Yeah, John Andrews is always a classic.
What's John Andrews?
68, I owe you one.
Ah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I like it, yeah.
And one of my favorites is You Can't Be Odd Job.
Oh, nice. Good reference.
And then one was the most dad joke of all the dad jokes was the screen name was Drawing Dad, and it was a picture of a guy of like a
Drawing Dad. I remember
drawing
actually.
painting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Actually, this guy still plays. I like Sunday Melon.
Yeah, I like Sunday Melon too.
And his avatar is like a bad Photoshop of a watermelon over the Sunday Million wording.
Yeah, perfect interaction.
He just went the extra mile.
Yeah. Tbayev looking like he would rather be somewhere else.
$2 Stakes has one of the best screen names I've ever seen. Bourbon Legend.
Bourbon?
Bourbon
Legend.
Yeah. Oh, like Urban Legend.
Oh, I like that too. No, I like that.
Right. It's not like an all-timer.
Oh, you know what's a good one?
What?
Is our mutual friend Max Rabinovich. His screen name is Non-Profit, but it's spelt like
Profete,
a profit.
right? He's
Non-Profit.
Oh, he's got the other one. Okay.
Like
Yeah.
PROPHET.
It's kind of it's like a uninteresting person's idea of clever.
I can't wait to send him this clip. Oh, he's going to take it so personally. I'm sorry, Max. I know you're hearing this right now.
He was probably
later tonight.
like 21 years old when he made it. I mean. Ace Queen suited for Soul of Toss.
Soul of Terms and Services.
Tbayev with Ace-7. Nuh-uh. No, thank you. I would love it if every time Tbayev like flicks his finger to flick the cards, if there's just like a sonic boom. Yeah, the table creaks. A bunch of dust flies up. Lasuski calls dominated. 10-6 tray. I think there's a spotteroo there. Yep. Sure is. Domination continuation to the turn. Domination continuation-ation.
Yeah, and I think quite fortunate, I would say, for Soloftis here that his opponent has something as strong as Ace-9. Lisowski is such a tough opponent that he's going to bet on the turn with a lot of his range because this particular board favors his hand so much. So let's just say he had something like a Jack-7, you know, of spades here. We saw him overbet a turn in a situation where the board favored him more. So I'm surprised to see him bet here on the turn, but maybe just wanting to see if there's a card on the river that he can represent and fold out a better ace high.
Domination finalization.
Could have also been the intention to sort of like deter a hand like king queen or king jack from betting the turn and folding out ace nine. Now,
10 checks.
oh, nice little check. Soul of Tosh, top pair.
The Soul of Toss is something you have to get in Witcher 3, isn't it?
Well, if you want to get the Griffin armor.
I always pass up the Griffin slot machine in Vegas. My girlfriend's always like, look, baby, Griffin. And I'm like, the dude puts me on enough tilt as it is. I can't just go like losing hundreds of dollars because I had to play his stupid slot machine.
Come on, put money in me.
If you guys don't know, the Griffin is a mythological creature that has the body of a lion and the head of a jackass. Great comeback here from Pinsky. I didn't know Stapes was a Griffin. Really turned that one around on me. It's one step above I know you are, but what am I? Ace Jack for Soul of Toss.
Are these my allies? These are my people?
Yep, that's who's on your side. That's your army.
My army to fight against all your babies?
That's a front liner right there.
That's a general. Loftus playing a nice little rush here.
No defense.
Even folded out the king four from Miri, who earlier called with the king four and cracked aces. I don't know what changed now.
Bad Mod wants to know how many attempts it took me to kill the Griffin in The Witcher.
I won 1 million.
Is there one
with the same hand?
Oh, you've never played The Witcher?
No.
The one you have?
Yeah, it's the first. It's the first beast you kill. So I figured that's why you would have wanted to play it, because you can just kill me and bounce.
Griffin, I adore you. I just know that if I played the Griffin slot machine and lost money on it, I would irrationally be angry with you. It seems really unfair.
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Would you perform at my funeral?
Yeah, of
God
course.
forbid I die.
Yeah, totally.
Nice.
I mean, I'll be tap dancing on your grave, so why not?
May as well get paid for it.
Why not throw in a little comedy while I'm at it? Ten ain't suited for Tabayev.
You do it better. I'm more of a Hadouken kind of guy.
Miri is in with the Queen of Spades. Probably has a better hand than Liho. He's going to check his option.
Oh.
These are the number 1 and number 3 stacks at the table.
My money's on Liho now.
Hey, what is that? What is actually on his? Isn't that a Griffin on his?
I'll have to take
on
another
his
look.
sleeve.
But
I might have to play the Griffin slot machine now. It's come up too many times.
Yeah, it could have also just been a lion.
Bottom pair for Liho. Ace on the turn, right? Look at that.
That's a Griffin. Yeah, look at that. That might be a sign.
All right, I'll be right back. You got this.
So, Miri checking here and giving the free card to Liho. Not much incentive for Liho to be betting here. Probably not going to be folding out a 10 or a jack. Take that free equity, go into the river, see if you can hit the nuts, the Broadway.
Cacao, 4 diamonds.
And a part of me might even say that this check back, this check on the turn from Miri is actually not going to be good for Liho. I feel like if Miri had a bluff here, like let's just say he had the queen 5 of spades on this turn, right? Would probably just bet to try to fold out a 3 or a 10 maybe. So the fact that he's delaying this bet on the river says to me it's more likely he has something like a queen jack, maybe even going really thin with like a queen 10.
5.
And Liho does make what I perceive to be the correct fold.
Leo with the lay down. No, there's definitely wings on that lion.
You know what I did the other day? Actually, I looked up what a griffin represents.
Okay.
Like the mythological beast.
At 40 years old, you're looking this up for the first time?
Yeah, 39, yeah. I just assumed...
You've been busy.
Yeah, I just assumed it was something dope, but I was like on TikTok before, so I was busy.
Go on.
Well, I just turned my phone back on. Why don't you do your job and call the action while this phone
No
loads up?
folding. What do you want from me?
This guy folds. That guy folds.
Ace 10 for
Scarpers raises. Like,
Tobias folds. Lasuski with a king and a queen.
Fair fight. So Griffins are considered to be a symbolic of power, wealth, courage, and prestige.
Who are they thinking of when they named you that?
It's been a while. It's been around a while.
Prestige?
Yeah, the Griffin is a symbol of divine power and a guardian of treasures. It combines the king of the beasts and the king of the birds, representing courage, boldness, and strength.
The guardian of half-drink water bottles. Lasuski's 3-bet being contemplated by Scarperis, and Scarperis just releases it.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Ace 10 sucks when you get 3-bet.
And that's coming from the guardian of treasures. Oh, they put a little
Wolfie?
Little Bella Ramsey in there.
Joe's studying the background of my phone, which is the new poster for one of the new posters for Last of Us Season 2.
Big fan of those cordyceps.
You never played Last of Us 2, did you?
I did not.
You were meant to get around to it, and you never did. I'm so surprised.
I was meant to wait for the remastered.
And then it came out, and then you just continued living your life.
Correct.
Would have been an interesting candidate actually for when your girlfriend was in Aruba and you were supposed to stay home.
Right.
But now you're gonna be in Brazil, on the beach, playing poker.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably not gonna play Last of Us 2 that week.
10 graces, 50,000.
Lasuski has got the sevens.
7!
Honestly, someone spoiled the beginning of Last of Us 2 for me a couple of years ago, and that's sort of what's been keeping me away from it. Knowing
Like how I didn't watch Sixth Sense for 20 years.
because it had been spoiled.
Yeah. No, I literally watched it with our mutual friend Max a few months ago. So.
Oh, it's another movie for someone who thinks they're clever but really isn't actually.
Yeah.
Perfect
But it
for
was
Max.
actually quite interesting to watch, having known the twist. It appears so much more obvious.
It was super obvious to me.
Yeah.
Outer table action, Anton Kraus versus Stefan Alexandru.
Oh, action.
And
board.
Alexandru is at risk with the sevens, who flops a set, but there's a couple of diamonds out there.
Bad
So
beat story?
Full house on the river. Even though it was a diamond. So Stefan Alexandru Todorita gets the double up. So we're still at 27.
10, 1, 2, 4, and 6. Everybody folds. And 7 folds.
Lasuski, the chip leader, not far behind is Liho. Miri not far behind him. Dato also over $1 million. Our two short stacks are Skarparis and Tabayev with 21 and 19 big blinds.
About 12 minutes left on this level.
10 raises, 50,000. One calls. 3 folds.
Looks like we're gonna have a couple
We're gonna have a Royal Rumble here.
That's right.
Kings and queens, one of each for Miri and Lasuski.
8. Heads up.
Under the gun and under the gun +1. And they both flop.
No way.
The nuts. The Broadway.
I guess blockers aren't real.
Wait. No, this one. They're not. But it feels like it doesn't apply here.
I tricked you.
1 bet, 55,000.
It's pretty apropos actually that this is Broadway and we're going to be singing.
Yeah.
Should we do it in like a Broadway
I want to do it.
style?
Yeah, I was actually thinking of how we could do it interestingly because we already know it's going to be.
Yeah.
You know.
So, what should we do? Like in the style of Wicked?
I've never seen Wicked.
In the style of Rent? In the style of Hamilton? Just in the regular style? Are you going to take your mic off so you can practice?
Yeah, I was going to suggest something.
Should we discuss it?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. We're going to. All right, we're going to try to Broadway it up.
This is very exciting. How's chat feel right now?
I mean, is there a chance that like the board pairs or something and one guy shoves and then there's a fold?
Yeah, definitely. That's what's exciting about this is we may not even be able to do it.
325,000.
Keep the chat up here. We can, you know. I want to see.
You're not going to want to see the reaction to this, Griffin. This is going to be an epic fail. Trust me. We've got people rooting for the ace of clubs, so they don't have to.
Oh, it's gonna be everyone, not everybody. By the way, in our practice, I did everybody.
All right, well we gotta hear it again then.
Okay, we're
all right.
ready.
Okay, we got it. The bet of 325,000. Jammed by Mahiri. Lasuski double checks and calls.
Same hand, of course. Of course.
This hand, a Broadway straight, ends in a chop. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Not perfect, but not bad for one rehearsal. I'm not sure that. Ooh, we're getting rave reviews. Wow. Boffo reviews. Look, the board paired on the end there, too.
If I just call, I will lose.
That was
not good.
I think it's just like, you know, when a movie comes out and it's shocking and people are like, oh, it's like the early reviews, you know? It's always they're always good, the early reviews.
The previews,
The people that first see it and they're there with the director.
Because they're like super fans and they're really into theater.
But then we get the real sort of, you know, the user, the IMDb reviews.
Opération Blanche. Is it finished yet?
Oh, James, you just missed it. We decided to change the Everyone Loves a Chop Pot song.
Oh, it was only because it was Broadway, so we did like a Broadway version of it. It was a one-time thing.
Well, if there's more Broadways, then we're going to bring it back. This is what happens when you leave. The inmates run the asylum. Also, I am the guardian of treasures.
For the avoidance of doubt, I trust him. I will never trust you.
Oh.
I mean, that's really saying something.
There was a dark truth in that. He said it wasn't. It was
That's like when you're, you know, you have like a 14-year-old sibling and you're 12 and your parents leave and they're like, they leave the 12-year-old in charge.
Yeah, yeah.
They're like, you are in charge. Leho is going to make it 50,000 with ace-9 suited. Scarparis has queens, gets a fold from sevens by 3-betting to 125,000.
Yeah, alarm bells are going to be going off for Leo here. He recognizes that this is quite a strong 3-bet. Playing a stack of just over 20 big blinds. A lot of hands like, you know, ace-queen, ace-jack, probably be shoved. So I guess he is balanced between super big hands like jacks plus and then some bluffs. But Leho correctly reads the situation as mega strength and finds a fold.
Lines on me?
Yes,
Dato praying or trying to stay awake. Hang in there, buddy. 5 more minutes. You get a little 20-minute break. Always liked how composed the announcer comes off as.
50,000 raise, seat number 3. 4 folds, 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. 10 folds. 1 fold.
9 deuce suited, defending from the big blind. Queen, queen, jack. Pretty good for king jack. Pretty good.
1 check.
Nobody ever checks their good hands anymore. I was noticing that today.
It's a clean sweatshirt.
You never just, it really is a clean sweatshirt.
3 bets, 35,000.
Just the material. I bet it's expensive. Looks good. I want it. Don't you want it, kind of?
1 fold.
Just gonna go over there and be like, give me that.
I'll take that.
Only a couple hands remain. Outer table.
That's right, and we have got players on their feet. Marta
fucking knew it as well.
has Busted Bobby James?
I knew
Aces.
I literally knew it was like as soon as she made it like 300 some pre-flop, I was like, what the fuck is this? It's like obviously aces. Fuck me.
Not busted, but nearly.
Anton's right. We're here for fucking Kane.
Marta with 3.5 million in chips.
I'm folding river anyway. I know you've got aces. Like I know when you bet turn, you got aces anyway.
Yeah,
fucking.
The sizing felt.
You bet like 300, and I was like, oh fuck off, like. Nice hand, nice hand.
That table's been full of drama.
Well, especially between the two of them.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, quite a clash earlier with that top pair, ace 10. Some comments from Marta. Didn't appreciate him getting it in. She got there in that hand, and now she's, that only got her to about 1.5 million. Here she is with 3.5, and a favorite to potentially make this illustrious final table.
People in chat asking what he had. He claims that he had kings. And it does not appear as if it was an all-in pre-flop. There was just action on all the streets.
This fold was very frustrating.
Yeah, he was wearing it there. That was a very frustrating fold, and he was right to be frustrated as he was getting 3-bet by the king deuce suited and folded the top of his range. I think ace 10 he would have continued in that hand, and that's why it's so frustrating.
TV table. For TV table.
Bumpot.
Bumpot, yeah. I like it.
Oh, now you guys want to talk and be a good time.
Kevin on YouTube asks, why is that table using cards that blend into the felt? We do it because it annoys really stupid people. Do you feel annoyed by it still?
Or do you feel stupid?
7 raises, 55,000.
Well, let's just see if I can get this last hand in. Just try to steal it here, last hand before the break.
Oh, is
really?
it?
I'm just really raising everything here.
Just figured you're going to give it up.
Yeah, I just thought maybe I could just throw in a little raise here and.
Uh-oh. This is very bad news for.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Thank you for your question. Yikes!
Because of that perceived last hand thing too. I mean, you're getting in 22 big blinds regardless, I guess, but 24 big blinds. Oh. Does Soloftis look interested?
Oh my goodness.
Great news for Lazowski though. Gonna easily be able to get away.
What the heck?
It's your first time for the perception.
How is this the last hand before the break?
Because sometimes, when it's like in a movie, you want to end an act, right? You want it to be exciting. I mean,
Call 165.
No.
No in. Player seat number 7 is all in.
This is very irregular from Soloftis here. I mean, this just screams pocket aces. In no world would he overcall a squeeze, really, I think, off 35 big blinds. Maybe something like ace-queen suited that didn't want to shove. So I think Lazowski knows this is just, he's out of here. Really thinking about it, though. I mean, it's throwing him for a loop. I mean, it's throwing me for a loop, and I can see the cards.
It is rather incredulous.
Don't be silly, Lazowski. I mean, this is just, you can't possibly, there's so many better spots here in this tournament. Yeah. Good read.
Ace and call.
Yeah.
Tense. Tense.
The soul read of Soul of Toss. Scarperis in big trouble.
I have fucking tense. Tense. Yes. You jam my call, but this call is crazy.
Yeah, it's a crazy call.
Scarperis at risk. Oh, where's the 10? King eye flop. Two outs, 2 shots to hit it. Turns a deuce. 1 out now. Queen of clubs, no good.
Lady Love, only way it's going to happen here for Scarperis. Otherwise, he's going to be sent to the rail in 27th.
No lady means no more Scarperis. So on the last hand of the level, we drop down to 26 players. Georgios Scarperis out in 27th place, $27,780.
Are we going to stay in the same table or are we going to change? I don't have the information. Sorry.
There's some Georgios on Georgios crime there.
It sure was.
There can only be one.
This Georgios on top. And on top of the featured table chip stacks, there's basically 4 players tied at the moment.
Wow, that's really cool, actually, looking at it on the board there. Look at that.
Check it out for yourselves. Soul of Toss, Liho, Miri, and Lasuski all in the same neighborhood. Between 1.6 and 1.7 million chips. Andrea Dato with 34 big blinds. Boris Tabayev with just 15. Things are starting to get a little bit hairy. Couple of more eliminations until the next pay jump to $31,000. But for now, the players are going on break. We are going on break. More from EPT Cyprus when we return.
All-in call.
All-in call. E assim, o Santana provavelmente tem uma mão como um Ás e Dama, um Ás e Valete e... Uou!
Uau!
Ai!
Oh, meu Deus do céu! Olha o começo dessa transmissão, começo dessa mesa final de main event do BSOP Milhos. O que acontece, Felipe Moraes e público de casa? Vamos ao River Será! River Card, o rei do River!
Uau!
O rei do River!
Meu Deus!
Impressionante!
O que é isso, Vitão?
Estão todos atordoados no salão.
Uau.
Quadra contra full. Seu Ciro acerta um rei no River.
Wow.
17th hand of the day. Action starts.
Take one pass. You have to keep your cards in the square for 2 seconds, yeah?
Wait.
Yeah. On that one, like this. 6
Yeah,
pass, 6
just
pass.
one side by side.
6 5 pass.
Just so they can.
Is mine?
No, that one, but just like this.
Ace Jack for Alenka.
Face up.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is that clear? 6
I understand.
13,000. Good. 7 pass. Only if you raise, you know. Yeah, he forgets all the time. It's annoying.
Aces for Hanafi. Johnny Overkill. And the 3-bet gets called. Here we go. Oh, the case ace. Johnny Overkill strikes again. Smell you later, Alan Carr.
I mean, Alan Carr isn't a risk here. Hanafi likely to get a full double up.
You get the idea.
He only had 30 big blinds behind. Continues for 30K.
How was your summer been? Pretty good. Second Montreal. Didn't go to Vegas much. So. You didn't go? Yeah, I went only for the main event. Okay. And then what sort of? No stops. No, I was in Europe on a trip with my girlfriend, and I played the online. I didn't make it. I didn't make it. So same here. I didn't make it, and I didn't want to go there. But so we made another trip to Italy instead of going to Brazil. Yeah. So what was the first trip? In Italy I wasn't with my girlfriend.
4 diamonds, a little bit of an action killer maybe?
Poland and Croatia before.
Oh, I mean, Alan Carr
was amazing. It's a really nice country. Yeah, I haven't been there in a long time. I guess I've never been. Where are you from?
Wow, and Alan Carr
Croatia
moves all in.
We really loved Croatia. Like
Shoves on Hanafi, it's all into call here.
I don't know how you can call this.
VIS.
I fold this.
It's a really remote island.
100% of the time.
So fun. I just came from there, yeah. From Croatia. Yeah. How did you like it? Oh, amazing. It's amazing. Amazing.
Remember, those cards buy you additional thinking time. Shot clock is 30 seconds. Every card played buys you an additional 30 seconds.
Some people told us like this year wasn't that good, like in tourism wise, but like the past few years it went up like 400–500%.
Okay. And what was the other guy for trying to
HVR? Yeah, that's
talk some tells out of this guy.
They have music festivals there.
Yeah, it's more like I think it's known for party, right? Yeah, like Ibiza, a little bit like that. But the other one is
2 time bank cards in the middle.
Really,
I don't think I like to fold.
He calls.
And he is right, and he will double up through Alan Carr.
Dude, I would be so mad if I got called by aces there. Oh, that's
how many chips in?
Sure.
And John Hanafi is now going to have a 70 big blind stack. Alan Carr down to 50 bigs.
If I was a professional, I would have folded there.
If you were a golf professional, you would have.
I would have folded.
Yes.
But you look scared. You look scared.
Justify it however you want, pal.
The tell on.
Just one battle, it's not the war.
Don't tell him, just keep calling him. And you're golden.
Slightly bigger pocket pair for Alan Carr. Pocket jacks. Queen jack for Kamel. He's in. And I imagine ace deuce of hearts will also be joining the party.
17?
Yeah. Much like me, late and uninvited. 3 ways to the flop. Queen 9-7, top pair for Kamel. 1 heart for Jedlichka, 1 overcard for Alan Carr. And now, 2 hearts for Jedlichka. Checked around on the flop. Kamel not wanting to give another free card as this board gets straightier and flushier. I do not think he will be eliminating the nut flush draw, however. Nah. Stefan calls. Pocket jacks now after a bet and a call. I feel like you can probably confidently fold pocket jacks. What do you think, Vinton?
It can be reasonable, multi-way, particularly when you have the heart. Makes it less likely that your opponents are going to be on draws, have hands like Jack 10, King Jack. And I love watching Brazilians play poker.
He said it before, he will say it again, and I have to admit, he's got a point. This raise coming from out of nowhere. Last to act on the flop, doesn't bet. Decides that this raise on the turn will be credible. Gets top pair to fold.
How much?
84. Yeah, Lishka just trying to work out if he's getting the right price to call here.
He's getting like, what, just under 4 to 1?
Of course, we can see that he's less than a 3 to 1 dog, so would expect him to call, particularly with more chips to play. Probably not counting in his head that his ace is likely to be a live out though. I think he only has 9 outs, but still needs just a little over 4 to 1. And with the rest of the chips to play for, maybe he stacks his opponent quite frequently on a heart.
It's a call. 250K in the middle. River card is not a heart, but it is far from a brick. Top pair for Jedlička.
Very interesting.
And it looks like Alencar may think that he can bluff Jedlička off a queen.
Problem with bluffing with the jacks is that you just block the hands that you want your opponent to have as the auto folds. The king jack of hearts, the jack 10 of hearts, maybe even just jack 10. You don't block any of the pairs, any of the sets, any of the 2 pairs, but he is going to pull the trigger. This is a very tough spot for Jedlička with the ace deuce of hearts.
Man, when somebody puts out a big stack like that and then immediately looks to me the way Alencar just did, that does not seem super strong to me. Looking very interested in what you do next. I think when you're strong, you seem less interested. You're less invested. You know you're going to win the pot no matter what.
Show one.
Jedlička does lay it down.
Show him the jack of hearts.
How can I call with a flush?
Blinds are 4,000, 8,000, ante is 500. And Salas is not going to play that hand. Balachin takes a peek. He's not going to play. Over to Ariel Celestino. Queen 10 offsuit. Now we're short-handed.
That's a hand, you know, that I really want to stay away from. Like I told you before, I'd rather play the suited connector than the 2 high cards that if you make top pair, your kicker's going to be weak. I don't like playing those hands. I call them my trouble hands.
Well, it could be trouble for Celestino, but who knows? He's moved all in.
Oh.
And Aguad has moved all in, and we haven't heard from him in a while.
I bet he's got the goods this time.
The excitement is building. Umberto Brenes among many people here to watch. Celestino, Aguad, and he's asking for his chiquititas.
Sure enough, he does have a great hand. Ace-king suited, premium. But unfortunately for him, Celestino has 2 live cards, a queen and a 10, which means that he's got a 34% chance to survive.
Celestino hits a queen, but he's not happy because Aguad hits his ace. Ace, queen, 6 rainbow board, and Aguad likes it.
And Celestino is down to a 17% chance to survive. He's hoping for a queen or a 10 at this point.
Aguad asking for the small cards.
It's become his signature line.
Deuce of spades on the turn. Aguad likes it, and he should like it. Celestino is down to 5 outs. He needs a queen or a 10 on the river, or he will be eliminated in 11th place.
And Aguad takes a dominating lead with an 89% chance to win.
And the river is a 6 of diamonds, and Aguad wins.
Here's the problem with this guy. He's so likable. I mean, even his opponents can't root against him.
And as Celestino makes his way to the rail, Curious Aguad finally has something to yell about.
25 minutes left on the level. Or one hand, who knows? Jimmy folds 8 deuce. Yarosh, pocket 4s in the cutoff.
Hello.
Ace queen for Kowalski. Starts the hand with 35 big blinds. Too much for an all-in, but could certainly call on the button, is what I was going to say.
Wow, yeah, he's playing it slow here in position. Ace-queen suited, a very, very, very playable hand in position. You see what he's doing here, Joe, and you've identified it. He doesn't want to go too crazy pre-flop here.
Oh, Pinto.
Uh-oh. Shields.
Oh, boy.
Shields up.
Pinto with the worst of it of these 3 hands. It's only 250K to call, though.
Oh, Joe, I feel like he wants to squeeze this in.
It does seem like he's sizing up an all-in. One, two, three, carry the 1. A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
A equals MC squared.
20 days, half November, April, June, and November.
High is 3.1472.
Just a call.
Okay.
All right, we're going 3 ways to this flop. 4's the slightly ahead for now. King 6-3. Everybody misses. So 4's way ahead now. Kowalski does like to hit his turns and rivers, though. Pinto checks, Yarosh checks, Kowalski in position. You just pretend those spades are clubs if you want. Kowalski checks as well. Turn is another king. So 4 is way, way good. Could potentially be counterfeited by a 6.
Oh, dear.
But Pinto is going to try to bluff at this. I mean, could this work? 350 into 1.8 is maybe the sort of bet someone would make with a king.
I mean, I think it's just not enough to get Jarosh to fold. I mean, he's got a good price just to spike a 4 on the river and make the boat.
Right.
It's ridiculously good pot odds here. If you wanted to try and represent a king.
He's like, I can't. Oh, I can't believe I'm folding this.
Yeah, you can tell it pained him. I mean, Kowalski kind of has a similarly straight hand to the 4s here. Like if your opponent doesn't have a pair, you're pretty much going to be good, like, every time.
If this is what it is, which is a very lame bluff attempt, ace high is getting a great price.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's actually interesting because ace queen probably has 2 live cards a lot of the time. He might be doing this with, pocket 4s himself, pocket 2s, pocket 7s, something
Even
like that.
if it's not a bluff, right.
Yeah,
I think if it's like a weak value bet, the river is an 8. So Kowalski does not improve, does have the best hand. Pinto moves all in.
Oh my days, what a player.
What an absolute boss. Shoves with queen jack high.
Oh my God, Joe, the hero call.
Who's bluffing in this spot? Oh, Kowalski's asking for a count. It's more or less a pot-sized river shove bluff.
Joe, the hero call would be unbelievable here.
It sure would. Is this how we're going to end the night, with a hero call from Kowalski? He is really giving this a think. Kowalski smirking at himself. Can't believe what he's thinking about doing right now. Last time bank card.
Oh, the drama.
Is Pinto, the relative amateur, gonna make a bluff like this in this spot at this time of night for this amount of money on the line?
Joey, he shoved so quickly on that river. I don't know if that might have been a tell.
Nick, that's a great point. That is a great point, as if the river didn't matter at all, as if he had decided ahead of time. He makes the call! The hero Kowalski!
Wow! Unbelievable, he's done it!
Kowalski puts this night to bed with the ace-high hero call.
Let's go!
Pinto went for it, did not pull it off. In the most dramatic fashion I have ever seen. We have finally put an end to day 5 at this record-breaking EPT Barcelona main event. Bendinelli ladders up. Neville Costa ladders up. Kowalski, the hero of the day. Patrick Yarosh ladders up. Kahan Mokri ladders up. The hero Kowalski.
Brazil is definitely on the map of the world's biggest poker stops. From November 15th to 29th, the biggest poker series ever held in Brazil's history. Brazilian Series of Poker Millions 2024 in São Paulo, Brazil. $12 million in guaranteed prizes. And a huge new addition, BSOP Millions Championship. $5,000 buy-in, $2 million guaranteed, $400,000 guaranteed to the champion. Main event with an $800 buy-in and $2 million guaranteed. Super high roller with a $20,000 buy-in. And the most expensive tournament ever held in Brazil, the Legends, where the poker elite will meet with an impressive buy-in of $50,000. The land of football is now the land of poker. Be part of this milestone in Brazilian poker history. BSOP Millions, November 15th to 29th, São Paulo, Brazil. More info at bsop.com.br.
Welcome back to Cyprus and the PokerStars European Poker Tour, day 4 of the main event continuing. Officially 2 more levels to play, but remember, we want to get down to 16 today. We want to get down to the final 2 tables. So there is the possibility that we have to play into a 6th level. The tournament staff have made it clear we do want to get to 16 today. We do want to reach the final 2 tables. As we come back from break, these are the big stacks. These are the chip leaders. Anton's getting wiggy with it. Out in front with 3.8 million. Mikhail Shalamov currently 2nd on the leaderboard. And Martin Mikhail, after coolering Bobby James with aces against kings, is now a contender, 3rd in chips overall. As we return to the feature table, where we have last year's runner-up, Andrea Dato, a player we've been following what seems like from the beginning of the tournament. Shakab Miri, the player who eliminated Spraggy just after the bubble burst. And coming back with the blinds at 15,000, 30,000 with a 30k big blind ante. Average stack right now, 1.48 million, so we are around a 50 big blind average. We are where we're meant to be. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And 26 remaining right now, Nick. So 2 more eliminations. We're down to 24. That's the final 3 tables.
Yep.
A table will be broken at random. There's no breaking order anymore. So it could be the feature table, could be one of the outer tables. We'll find out when we get to 24.
Absolutely. Back in the action, back in the arena. Ace-Queen offsuit for Lasuski +1.
So remember, the translation from the Cyrillic alphabet, it is a V rather than a U, so it would be Lazovsky.
Lazovsky. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, James.
Level. Dinner break. Yes, after the turn is dinner break.
That's the funny one, James. Whenever I see something really written in Cyrillic, first of all, I have absolutely no guess at the pronunciation. I have absolutely no guess at what it could be. And then it's also the hardest one to actually get into a translator, because if it's not written and I can copy it, then I don't have no idea how to actually access the characters.
Yeah, it's a weird glitch where the translation from Russian Cyrillic is slightly different than the translation from Belarusian Cyrillic, but effectively the names and pronunciations are the same.
Huh, interesting.
10 passes. 1 passes. 3 raises 60,000.
Okay, we've got Lander Leo opening here.
60,000.
He has an above average stack. Starts the hand with 1.67 million and opens with ace-9. Georgios Saloftas with deuces. Flats the button.
$210.
The verbal declaration of a 3-bet from the announcer.
James, I just remembered who this was.
Andrea Dato re-raises to 210,000. We get the fold from the original raiser. Action now on Saloftas on the button. And he folds as well. So yes, Andrea Dato was the runner-up in EPT Cyprus last year. Interestingly, he was sat alongside another finalist from last year's event, Halil Tasirak, but Tasirak got balanced off. He hasn't been eliminated. He is still in contention, but he's no longer on the main stage right now.
I did hear that Bobby got coolered. Was it for all the chips? Is it a
Not for all
GG
the
scenario?
chips, no.
Okay, just a big one.
It played through the streets and it went check on the river. He did not take it well.
Yeah, a couple of unlucky spots for Bobby so far. I'm with Tom, though. A little disappointed I didn't hear the 210,000.
Mary with sixes opens under the gun.
Had a good chance to see a lot from Miri so far. Dato. Announce.
5. Call. 6 calls.
Just a call.
Tabayev, 10-4 in the small. The last session was not kind to Boris Tabayev. Lost a couple at huge pots, just couldn't get anything going, and has come back from break with fewer than 15 big blinds. A queen 7-4 flop, top for Dato.
Yeah, and a very dry texture as well, James. Going to have the best hand here, like super loads. Also lots of equity super loads, not too many draws out there. And if you really think about the only draw that's available, it's a hand like 5-6, which probably won't be part of Miri's range here, starting with a 50-ish big blind stack from early position. In fact, as early as it gets. I think Dato might be considering raising on this texture, but at this stage in the tournament, we have to kind of weigh up the variables. I think probably we end up leaning towards a call a lot more often here. If we're raising, what we're saying is we're trying to get value from king, queen, potentially, maybe tens or jacks, but I think with the ace, queen, we do fine just as a flat, and we proceed from there. I think on an extra dry texture like this, James, we probably do that most frequently.
Second barrel from Miri. It was 65,000 on the flop. It's 150,000 on the turn.
Call.
Deodato calls again. And this hand is going to the river. Which is the 7 of spades, pairing the board. You've been called on the flop, you've been called on the turn. What do you do now? You check.
Yeah, James, I don't know how I feel about the c-bet, and I don't know how I feel about the turn c-bet. I feel like the players in position at this level will float you on these textures, even if he just has like ace 10 of hearts, or king 10 of hearts, or king 10 of hearts seems like a really lovely hand to float with, in fact, especially against the smaller continued size. As played now, there's definitely value though. I think the announcer just checking chip stack there, not necessarily sizing a bet, because we know he announces his bets, James.
$240.
You heard him announce 240,000. Here he isn't seriously considering calling, is he?
Seriously considering something.
Wow. Heroes with a pair of sixes and loses what ended up being a pretty big pot, more than $1 million in the middle.
Wow. Was not expecting that, James.
And Deodato now table chip leader with 1.7 million, playing just shy of 60 big blinds. Meanwhile, Shakib Miri's dropped down to $1 million, playing 35 bigs. And we have an all-in and a call. Roland Peaks at risk with ace-8 against Martin McKell's ace-9. Opportunities are a thing. That is a 10 on the turn, a deuce on the river, and that means the 9 kicker plays. And Roland Peaks is eliminated in 26th place, cashes for $27,780. So we are 1 player away from being down to 3 tables.
He peaked too soon. GG's, good play. On to the next one.
Just a advisory, warning, notice. If it's our table that breaks, we might have to take an actual break, just a short hiatus to reset. As we see Dato open and Tabayev shove, and this is probably getting through.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. What are your thoughts on that, James? On the randomized table break? I think I prefer it. I mean, for our broadcast, perhaps not the most convenient.
From our point of view, it's a disaster. I get what was happening, though. Once it was down to a few tables, and let's take the situation, right? You're at 25, and you're at table 4. You know that when a player goes out, there's going to be a redraw. So we talk about why, for example, players, we don't play to the end of a level. We have the number of hands to play, so people don't stall to avoid taking the big blind again. it was causing stalling at the table, which knew it was going to break very soon.
Yeah, and honestly, James, I'm really happy with the EPT's approach to lots of these rules, and I feel like it's nice that we're still even honing the craft even now, you know, with regarding shot clocks and frequency of shot clock and number of shot clock cards, seconds pre-flop, seconds per decision. I think it's really nice that we're still trying to perfect a tried and tested system that's made so many brilliant EPTs in the past already.
So Tabayev hovering around the 20 big blind mark now, still the shortest stack at this table.
Kings. Kings.
Also, it's no real difference to us, right, in this instance. When we get to 24, traditionally there would be a redraw, so we'd have to take a break anyway. So if we have to take a break because it's our table that is dissolved, so be it.
Problem of belief in this table.
60,000.
60,000.
Dato raising.
10 passes. 1 passes. 3 passes.
So Loftus with Queen Jack in the big blind.
4 calls.
Calls. The flop is low. 6-4 deuce. So Dato ahead with his pair and his gut shot.
On this flop, James, we still might consider betting. We do have a gut shot, which always helps. It's always cool to have equity that we think is almost always going to be the best hand when we're betting. Considering the options here.
40,000.
40,000.
And it's going to bet 40K. So it was 40 into a pot of 165, about a quarter pot sizing, which I think is lovely. For this size, though, James, Queen Jack suited with the backdoor diamonds and the 2 overcards might be good enough to peel. Or potentially even raise.
175,000.
This is really nice, actually. I like this a lot. So it went from 40 up to 135. I think there's a chance that Dato might actually still continue with the gut shot here. He is sort of awkwardly still blocking the nuts in a major way with the 2 threes, which actually ends up being relevant in this situation, even though we are under the gun versus big blind. So Loftus here with the decision. Do they continue without equity now? I mean, we can see the queen and the jack are live, James, but could be up against a lot of stuff that you're just completely dead to. I think the idea here is to check raise and then continue when you have equity, but I'm sure there's a frequency where we still keep telling the story on this texture where it should favor the big blind's range more than the under the guns open. Continues for 250K into a pot of 515. This is very bold. And I think 2 barrels might be good enough, James. Let's see how Dato feels.
5.
Let's it go.
Wow, nice poker there.
Gets pushed off the best hand, but an understandable fold about knowing your opponent's cards. And looks like the red triangle of death has been presented to Kirill Sherbakov at risk with ace-jack against Andrei Lubetetsky's 10s. So this is a classic race. Tens holding. And tens are good. So hold on. Sherbakov was the at-risk player there? Just verifying the stacks. Looks like it was very close.
Wait a second, wait a second.
Oh, he's still got chips.
Does he still have a chair as well?
He does indeed. So actually, it was Lubavetsky who was at risk there with the 10. So he gets a full double up, but it was a virtual all-in for Sherbakov. He's left with just 20K.
Chip and chair remaining, needs a spin as we rejoin the action back at our feature table mid-hand.
That's 55,000.
Well, Miri with the best of it, had the best hand pre, has the best hand post. He opened in mid-position, got called by Leo, and got called by Dato.
And goes for this sort of 1/4 pot sizing, James, on the flop.
Can I see your stack, please?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. I believe you.
Gets it done.
Right to be a believer. Well, we know we've got a super short player on one of the outer tables, so let's head out there. It is Kirill Sherbakov. All in against Andrei Lubavetsky and Mikhail Shalamov. Action on the side between Lubavetsky and Shalamov. Looks like they're checking it down.
Check. Check. Okay, guys, everybody on the backs, please. All in the call here. Check. 6.
And
So, side top.
Sherbakov is going to get a triple up.
7s for the side top.
However, he is about to post the big blind.
And the big blind ante, don't forget.
Well, I don't think he's got enough to post both, and the big blind plays first, so... Oh, he does. Yeah, he's even got 5K behind, but he is going to be all in here. So let's stay with this table and see how this hand plays out. Kirill Sherbakov losing most of his chips in that flip.
Yeah, gonna feel pretty committed at this point, James. So we probably do see some spinach.
So it's Ivan Banic who's raising here. Looks like 60,000, which is a min raise.
Raise.
Oh, we got a re-raise. Eleftherios Sinos has 3-bet.
All in.
We have Sherbakov all in from the big blind. Action now back on Banic, who is the original raiser. Banic all in. Snap called by Sinos. Aces, kings.
What time?
And then you've got Sherbakov all in blind with 9-4. So obviously we've got a pretty small main pot, as it were, which Sherbakov is in contention for, but a not insignificant side pot here. And Banic at risk. Banic the player with kings, Sinos the player with aces, and Sinos has both players covered. So there is a very good chance we see a double KO here.
Yeah, and what a cold deck for the Kings. Banic's been playing a near flawless game that I've seen since we've been doing coverage. Clearly a very talented guy. And Dealer just making sure all the pots are clear and visible.
Here we go, we're going to run the board. 10 tray deuce. Jack on the turn, that is Sherbakov done. And no king on the river, that's Banic done as well. We do get the double knockout.
Wow.
Sinos eliminates both players, so officially Kirill Sherbakov finishes in 25th place. Ivan Banic is 24th, both get paid the same, $27,780. But we are now down to 3 tables, so one of the 4 tables in action right now is going to break before play continues.
Serious cold deck there for Ivan Banic. I think claps in the chat for this guy, though. Pretty stellar poker, and of course, what a way to exit. I think the Kings versus Aces spot comes for us all, James.
Table 3, they have confirmed, is the table that is due to break. So that means the feature table is safe. It also means we are going to get at least one player on the main stage. Will either be 7-handed or 8-handed. Just wait for the seat assignments to be distributed. So table 3 is our former feature table, Nick.
Yep.
It's the table with Marta, Bobby, Anton.
Yeah, that's right. And somewhat fortuitous for the stream, because it means we can kind of continue, right, James? We're just going to get a player added to our feature.
Correct. Clock has been paused while these players take their seats. And just checking the seating assignments. And it's Anton Wick, ladies and gentlemen. So only one player coming to the main stage, and it is the current chip leader and last remaining former EPT champ, Anton Wick, who's going to be coming to the main stage.
That's exciting. Love watching Anton play, and obviously bringing that whole stack of chips will change the dynamic considerably over on our feature.
So laxed. Yeah, you saw out my chips. I'm just, you know, a couple of bros got busted. Go to the main stage, tune in, Twitch, YouTube, doing the thing. Peace. Hopefully we'll learn more about Anton Wick's new business, because I still don't understand how he makes money.
Something about tables? Is that the joke, something about tables?
Here he comes. Surrenders his phone. But you do gain a microphone, Anton. Fair trade in my book. That is a big stack. 3.6 million. Just to clarify, Wig is the current tournament chip leader. No player has more than him. So one thing to highlight, thanks for flagging, Tom, is that now we are down 2-3 tables. Now we're down to fewer than 24 players. The live updates team at Poker News will now adhere to the stream delay. So if you want to try and follow chip counts and outer table hands via the live updates on Poker News, you can go there and it will be a spoiler-free zone because they will be following the same 30-minute delay as the live stream. $121 big blinds for Anton Wig. And still 68 minutes to play at this blind level.
Wow, that must feel good.
I was paying attention more to the time banks than his stack. So many. I mean, you don't think?
I messed up one. I lost one just due to not paying attention once.
So Waken Me asks, why aren't people allowed to have their phones? Any table which uses RFID technology as an extra precaution. We're pretty sure about our security procedures here. However, as an extra precaution, just removing any device from players which could receive signals. So smartwatches, tablets, phones, people aren't allowed to wear headphones. I would say it's not an intention of the rule, but it is a net positive, is the players do engage each other more as well. No one's like on their phone, lost in social media, lost in watching something on YouTube.
Yeah, nobody's misclicking, or we minimize misclicks, I should say.
Listening to some sick beats, because apparently it's acceptable in the modern age to just have the speaker on your phone blaring out and not use headphones anymore.
Oh, drives me insane, James.
65.
Maybe a podcast, maybe some Huberman, you know, telling you about how your 6 mile run isn't good enough anymore. The water's not cold enough.
Tabayev gets a 3-bet through. Needs those chips. He is the shortest stack of the table, hovering around the 25 big blind mark right now. Good question from BG Stuart J. I know they get new time bank cards each day, but if they don't use them all for a day, do the remaining ones carry over or are they lost? They carry over. So when you bag your chips at the end of the night, you put your time bank cards in as well. So yes, you can amass them. If you don't use them, you get 6 more. And if you, by the end of the final table or midway through the final table, you could have dozens of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Many of our pros take pride in the speed of their decisions and the aggregation of those cards.
Now, before we had these fancy plaques, we used to have the little paper cards, right? That look like buffet tickets. And my idea, which I was trying to get through, was to speed up the pace of play, was to encourage players not to use their time bank cards by making them redeemable as buffet tickets. That basically, for every ticket you had left over, for every time bank card you didn't use, you could exchange it for €2 in value at the restaurant.
I'm into it. So it's been an open and a call from the big blind, just a suited hand defend kind of situation. Effective stack here about 59, 60 big blinds to start, and king, queen, 8.
Yeah, 10 still good.
What's up? That's 40,000.
Continuation bet from the chip leader, the winner of EPT Copenhagen 2010, Anton Wig, 40K, and gets a fold. And I remember from when Anton made his deep run in Cyprus last year that he wears an Omega Speedmaster Dark Side of the Moon edition. The original Dark Side of the Moon. It got reissued at the start of this year. New one, not as good.
Still looking for that legit or OG gold Jeff Goldblum Chaos watch, James. And I think in the end, I'm actually have to find like one from the original production.
Jeff Gold. I haven't seen the show, so I'm not familiar with this timepiece. I know we were talking about it the other day.
If you just say watch Chaos, you'll find it immediately.
60.
KA, yeah, that's the one.
60,000. 10 passes.
Oh, yes.
So when you actually find the new ones, they're identical, apart from the fact that the gold plating only goes around the outside of the watch and not on the inside of the strap,
yes.
which is tilting for me. I don't know why they would do that, apart from to save money, I suppose.
Yeah, so they can sell it for a cheap price, because Casios aren't exactly known for...
yeah. Build quality?
No, the build quality is good, but they just don't, you know, they're meant to be affordable watches.
Yeah, no, I'm with that. Got 2 kings on this board, James. Oh, very action-y. Tabayev top 2, and Liho has pair plus straight draw. Top pair plus straight draw.
How much? 150,000. And 130,000.
For the avoidance of doubt, the watch is a tribute to the actual moon, not the Pink Floyd album.
Right.
Not the Disney Mulan song, Be a Man. Mysterious as the dark side of the moon? No.
I know the Mulan soundtrack.
Oh, okay.
Matthew Wilder. And Tabayev wins it on the turn.
А?
Уверенно. Да в пизду я. Пардон. I apologize.
Swirl.
He's not actually sorry.
Huh. Just a raise and a fold. Okay.
I didn't get it. What did you say? Something in Russian, right?
Is that I'm sorry in English?
Yeah, but before that...
In English, maybe he said to his friend, I'm not sorry, but I'm going to tell this guy I'm sorry.
3 passes. 4 passes. 6 holes.
Million.
Check. Second bet 60,000.
So a little blind v blind call check scenario. And of course on flop now. Dotso checks, Wig bets. Dotso, the player out of position here, of course, is going to be aware of the fact that they have the best hand on the flop quite often, and they probably almost definitely have the best hand now. The effective nuts on the turn, obviously losing to 6 tray, but in the game of Texas Hold'em, that's very, very unlucky to happen. Very rare indeed, especially when you have a tray in hand. 2 checks.
10 on the river, so Dato still good.
You know, if I'm Dato, I like another check here, to be honest, James. I feel like a 5 might suddenly be a little bit brave for a bluff. Maybe a little 4. Sorry, a value bet, excuse me, or a perceived value bet. 5-4 deuce suddenly starts thinking you got more ace highs, which is exactly how you've played it on the flop. If you have ace tray, you're going to have ace 6, you're going to have ace 9, you're going to have ace 8. All combinations that might still find a hero. Oh, my guy, I love it so much. And Anton waves the flag. But even though we see he doesn't get value from the ace trade, James, I think the only way to do so is to find the check. Anton just ends up having a hand he's not willing to put more in.
Nick, will you allow me 30 seconds for some blatant self-promotion?
I'll do you one better. I will even support you in this and hype you up afterwards.
Thank you, Nick. I appreciate it. So basically, over the first few days of the trip here in Cyprus, the journey to this destination and the first few days of the resort, I decided to record a little vlog with some behind-the-scenes stuff from EPT Cyprus, and that vlog has just gone live on my YouTube channel. So I'll tell you what I'll do. In case you're interested, I will post a link in the live chat on Twitch and the live chat on YouTube as well.
Sounds good. And actually, guys, if you haven't followed already, go give him a follow. James is making some very different alternative content from what you've seen from him in the past. And it's very James. And it's very much something that James is passionate about. So go give it a look. He's doing a really good job with that channel. All sorts of topics covered, including watches, James Bond, you know, all of James's highlight stuff. And of course, if you guys want to check out my YouTube channel as well, a lot more poker content related. Check me out at Nick Walsh TV on all platforms, and of course the YouTube channel as well.
Anton Wig flopping best here to Baev with second pair.
Second bet 60,000, 8 passes.
That's right, Dr. Colossal. You get to see me on a plane looking bored. It was a 5-hour flight. You'll be thrilled to know I used a 4-second shot to cover that 5-hour journey.
I don't need pasta, but I
even a time lapse of that journey would be excessive.
It would, yeah.
Well, I mean, like every now and then.
That was a look at our prize money.
Let's be honest, come on.
6 passes.
Loving the table talk right now, James. This is nice to see some camaraderie out there.
Raises 65,000.
Feel free to watch it later, by the way. I don't want you to miss any of the action from the live stream.
Eight passes. $65,000. And call.
A domination situation, ace-5 versus king-5, and ace-high still good post-flop.
$80.
7 bets, 80,000.
80K.
Roll. 10 calls.
Ace-5 does find a call. I dig this. I think check raising is also potentially an option. Generally speaking, though, when we have the ace-high, which does sort of represent some kind of weaker showdown, and the backdoor hearts, I think calling is probably more frequent. But at this stage, how does Anton feel? Checked over to the aggressor.
$280.
7 bets, 280,000.
We're going to restart 3 minutes. Please retake your seats.
All in. 10 raises all in.
Fold.
7 passes.
There's some weird AI thing on the YouTube app for iPhone, which has like facial recognition and spots that Joe and Sam are in the video and lets you link through to their like profile pages.
Wow. It's weird that they didn't pick up my face, James. Oh, that's right. I was only in it for a second. Unbelievable stuff.
You're still in it though, aren't you?
That's true. More that can be said for Griffin.
3 passes. 4 passes.
60,000.
6 raises. 60,000.
Andrea Dato raises with 10s.
Passes. 10 passes. One call. One check.
$55.
6 bets, 55,000.
Yeah, I do anticipate a bet here from Dato, and we see that. So it was 55 into a pot of 165. So just shy of just about 1/3. Exactly 1/3, in fact. And a call.
One check.
Two checks. And a 5 on the river, so no flush for Miri, but a pair of 5s at the end. How does he want to approach this? I mean, does he want to turn 5x into a bluff here? Perhaps sometimes the 5 has showdown enough.
One check, 6 checks.
2 checks, and the 10s will take this one down.
Andrea Dato hovering around the 60 big blind mark, an above average stack, the average right now being 1.6 million with 23 players remaining. 50 minutes left on the level. 50 minutes until the dinner break? Yeah, it's a 65-minute dinner break at the end of this session.
That's right. For some reason, I really enjoy the dinner breaks here in Cyprus more than other stops.
Is that because you get to enjoy the legendary buffet, which, by the way, makes an appearance in the aforementioned YouTube video?
Oh, legendary buffet? If only there was some video on the internet where I could observe that.
I know. You can scrub forward to the last 15 seconds if you can't be bothered to watch the rest, by the way.
No, watch it all the way through. It's good for the algorithm.
Oh, yeah, that.
Yeah, if you guys want to watch that, definitely, if you want to see what that buffet looks like, it is really good. In the evenings, very enjoyable.
5. 7 raises, 65,000.
Better than the legendary buffet we're seeing here. No, I couldn't make it work. Anyway, carry on. Wig is going to open this. Pocket 3s.
One passes. 3 passes.
Oh, baby. Favorite hand.
Just a raise and take it for our chip leader at the feature table.
Better, but this is my 9's round slightly better, but 3s are my favorite. I even got
Why is that?
I even got it right here.
Okay.
It's been a lot of fun.
$60,000. 6 races, 60,000.
Don't worry, I'm folding deuces. I'm racing threes.
Good to know.
Yes.
Table talk is great here.
Now everybody knows at home.
Dato opens and small blind, Liho, 37 big blinds after the small blind goes in. I think we see a lot of calls here, guys. We do see a call from the ace queen. Queen 8, James, one of those hands, though, that ends up being very difficult to play in multi-way pots. I think we just put this one in the bin. You know, button versus big blind, sure. Have a little defend. Under the gun plus versus under the gun and, excuse me, small blind, not so hot. And the flop is queen high. Straight draw, though, for Dato.
The announcer verbally declares a bet of 45,000.
Speaking of announcers, we need to hire Bruce Buffet to do the shuffle up and deal for the FT. Strag!
Yeah, you see, I saw that comment and I decided to ignore it for obvious reasons.
That's right.
It's kind of Benger-esque.
It is Benger-esque, but also...
By the way, Strag, just for the avoidance of doubt, that's not a compliment.
Just wanted to draw attention to it because my bluff A joke isn't quite cooked yet. Save that for another day. This is fairly dangerous here. I can see plenty of reasons why Dato is happy to bet flop, but I don't think we bet turn.
Could you get me a green tea?
Check, check.
So the straight draw doesn't come in. Dato left with a pair of nines. No good.
I believe in value bets here. I struggle to think of combinations your opponent has you beat with on the turn that they don't bet turn with. You know, from under the gun, queen 5, jack 5, 10 5, 10 6, those aren't combinations that improve. So if they don't have you beat on the turn, and they're not going to improve on the turn or river too often unless it's maybe a set of 5s or a set of 6s. Again, set of 5s probably very happily betting this turn. I think we just go for value. And that's what we see here from Liho. So 175 into 270K. Like this sizing too, this feels right. And just a fold from the nines feels good.
Well, I think we may have a man down from one of the outer tables. Confirmation. Adrian Ketelaar out in 23rd place, $31,940. So 22 players remaining, 6 eliminations, and we will be down to the final 2 tables, down to the final 16, and day 4 will be in the books. Post Cyprus, the NAPT will be at Resorts World in Vegas. We'll be there streaming the last 2 days of the main event. We'll be hosting auditions to be loose cannons for the big game on tour. We'll be filming a new season of the big game on tour. Straight after Vegas, of course, I head to Nottingham. Joe Stapleton heads to Brazil. Joey, you're going to the B-SOP.
I thought you were saying the B-side, like the B-side of North America, South America. Yeah, the Brazilian series of poker. I'm stoked. I think we might be getting Nick Walsh in there too.
Potentially, potentially.
But yes, I'm considering it. I think that'd be a lot of fun to sneak in there.
Do I need like a visa, like a special visa to go to Brazil?
I don't think so.
Hold on a second. Does that mean you're abandoning me in Nottingham?
I'm gonna think about doing a bit of both. No, I'm definitely not abandoning you in Nottingham, James. I'm definitely
that was a stutter right there.
No, it's not. That's not gonna happen. I'm gonna win Nottingham, which means I will in fact be abandoning you in the booth. And then, of course, I'll be taking all my millions of dollars and going straight to BSUP to join Joe, and we're never coming back.
So you're going to do the Vegas UKIPT BSOP triple whammy?
I'm thinking about it.
You're crazy.
It is ridiculous, James. Those dates are literally back to back to back, no days in between. And for some reason, I'm a glutton for punishment.
Beginning April 10th, 2025, you need a tourist visa.
I just want to know how much it is.
So we're still good before then. Wig is a razor and an all-in here.
Good boy.
850 total.
No.
And yeah, pretty straightforward stuff. Miri takes this one down.
Tons of hand.
Now 33 big blinds after picking up that dead money.
You can have tons of hand better than me.
I have the queen.
Зло смотрит.
You're the queen.
Зло смотрит. Злой, блядь. Давай, аккуратней, блядь.
Просто злость иногда лучше, чем отчаяние, поэтому.
Вот да. Установку получил у людей тоже, бля. Поэтому играют покер. А покер любит смелость.
What's a famous Brazilian dish?
Plantains.
I thought that was just a South American thing. Like in general.
I mean, Brazil makes up a large portion
Oh
of
no,
South America.
I fully understand that, but I mean, like, I didn't know if there was one. Oh, picanha is a good one. Yeah, is that a good point? Brazilian steak, like a specific cut of it, I think.
Pizza, I think they have in Brazil.
Pizza's all, yeah, world famous Brazilian pizza, sure.
Pizza there. Rice and beans.
Lobster, I'm aware Brazil is in South America. I meant specific to the country and not the continent.
How about a capareña? All right, here we go. Mary with King Jack makes it 60,000. Soul of Toss makes it King. Makes it calls with King Queen.
Call.
Andrea Dato, the announcer, announces call.
Good point, Strag. Brazil nuts.
Brazil nuts, yeah. Although I heard there they just call them nuts. 3 ways to the flop. I kind of want a car crash here, no offense to anyone. Not exactly it. The worst hand flops best. Top pair for Miri.
Yeah, Miri was in a domination situation here. Finds that rando jack. And bets 80K into a pot of 240.
80,000 to call for Dato. And we are going to the turn. Deuce of clubs. A delicious card for top pair.
I think you could probably find a lot of continues here. I don't think this is a turn where we slow down. 8-9 suited, 9-10 is in there, Queen Jack is in there, Ace-8 is in there. Just about like 250, 250K. Get just put it in.
Is this an official prediction?
Yes.
One bet. 250,000.
Oh, he drills it. He absolutely drills it. The predictions have been on fire this trip.
Walstradamus strikes again.
It's all good, guys. I'm here all week.
He's legit like, I don't need credit, guys. It's all right. It's fine. It's just my job. It's part of my job.
It's boring, but it's part of my life.
And we release the soul of toss. Zeddy says, I went to Brazil this year and applied for the visa. Then they canceled the program for visas until 2025 because their website didn't work properly. Lamau.
Lamau.
I'm not in a position to bluff, you know. Time has changed.
It's hard to make him fall, eh?
I was scared. I was scared. 22 players, nice.
Coach Ruffy says, I've never been to Lamau. Is it nice?
Thank you.
The island of Lamau. Felipe says, Pau de Queijo in Brazil is amazing.
That might be the Brazilian.
Sounds like cheese to me.
Yeah, the spelling of cheese in Portuguese. Is that right? Queijo?
Alexander Saifong says, I was in Brazil for 9 months earlier this year. It was all right.
4 raises, 60,000.
Pedro says, chess is quijo in Portuguese. So I think it's something different.
6 goals.
I think he just misspelled cheese.
Oh.
I don't think we're eating the bread of chess.
Oh, no, I thought he was telling us if we want to play any chess. That's how we pronounce chess in Portuguese.
Soul of toss with the generic sourdough makes it 60,000. Dato calls from the button with king 10. And I see a king and a 10. Pretty solid. Pretty fun.
I love flopping 2 pair plus, Joe.
Orbits, 80,000.
Continuation. That's Dato is raising, though, I think.
Pau de Caju is how it's pronounced, says Kevin McPhee, who just moved to Brazil himself.
Oh.
EPT champion. Nearly a 2-timer.
I just see a call in the flop, guys. No raise. And why would you raise when you know you're going to turn the boats?
When you know you're going to show up in Improvementsville.
You know, in hindsight, actually, I think I definitely prefer the flat against the cutoff range. This is a texture your opponents probably bluff, flop, bluff, turn quite frequently. Ace-5, as we can see, is not one of those that we so frequently see bluffing twice. But checks over to the player in position.
Well, now you can get a little trappy, right?
5.
90,000.
6 bets.
A 90,000 trap.
You know what I like about 90K here as well, Joe, is I feel like this is also a really cute size to use if you're bluffing, right? Let's say you float the flop with like a gutter ball and your opponent slows it down and they might just have a hand exactly like Ace-5 or even weaker. You can still find this little small size, get a lot of stuff to fold in.
And get a call from a hand with 0 equity like Ace-5.
Yeah, also useful when you got equity. Sorry, excuse me, when you have when you got it, like the nuts.
No improvement for Soul of Toss.
Ocho. This is a tough one now, Joe. We're obviously going to see a value bet from the King 10, but if you're calling with Ace-5 on the turn in anticipation your opponent has a straight draw or a flush draw that is now completely bricked on this river, Jack 9 obviously gets there. That's one that is potentially still in Dato's range. if they fire again, you have to really consider some ace-high calls. You're also unblocking spades. And that means your opponent will have more ace-X spades that has a missed flush draw.
420,000.
That is very useful because the cutoff calling range will contain quite a few suited ace combos. Could be in spades. You're also unblocking Queen Jack. That's another one that misses the straight draw, of course. There's a lot of reasons to hero call with ace 5 here, and honestly, I would not be completely blown away to see it. The fold is also super, super
fair enough.
Understandable, yeah.
So, if y'all want to know a little bit more about what it's like here at EPT Cyprus, I know that James is posting a blog. Is it up already?
It's up.
Travel blog from EPT Cyprus, and here's what I'm going to do. For every extra subscriber we can get James right now to his YouTube channel, I'm going to add 1 percentage point to making Chat Pro Saturday a thing for tomorrow. So it's at like 52% right now. So if we can get him 48 more subscribers, that's 100. We'll be at 100% Chat Pro Saturday tomorrow. So go find James Hartigan's YouTube channel, and subscribe to it. Check out the EPT Cyprus vlog.
And for every 1 subscriber who subscribes to @NickWalshTV on YouTube, Joe gets 2% closer to doing a vlog of his journeys to BSOP.
I will be at the BSOP. All right, we got an under the gun open from Miri, 10-9 suited. I don't have to bribe subscribers, but I do have to ban jerks.
5.
You banned. Thank you
10-fold.
for your comment. Anton Vig. Re-raising from the button, ace-9. Miri taking his time, looking at the clock. We're 2 away from a pay jump. Decides not to get involved. I would love, by the way, in chat, you know, we're talking about Brazil a little bit. Let's just stick to the positive stuff. We don't have to get the super negative and or political stuff. I understand that people want to discuss the ins and outs of a country, but it's starting to border on politics, and let's just focus on rice and beans, eh?
Never discuss the ins and outs.
And bundao. I'm really looking forward to the bundao.
Brazilian pizza.
Not exactly what bundao is, but...
I meant apart from that. Never mind. Hand number 124. Back on our feature table. 22 players remain.
7.
First time in Cyprus?
I live here.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Since 2 weeks. So.
Oh, you just moved?
Yeah, but I've been here before.
From where?
From Austria.
And you live in the Turkish part?
No.
The Greek part?
In the Greek part.
Pocket jacks for Liho.
I went from being a poker refugee to starting a company refugee. 2 companies, but.
And it's Mary who flops an 8,
So
but
you
that
just
ain't
play
good
poker
enough.
for fun?
The tables company.
Kind of. I mean, I still.
Tables!
Early days in both
This is
businesses,
business.
So good to have something to fall back on.
Yeah.
But I already failed one startup, so I'm
Sorry
looking to
to
do it again.
come back. I still don't understand how he makes money, though.
I don't
What's
know
the
how to make
revenue
this
stream?
any more clear. It's tables, James.
3 bets. 90,000.
Yeah, being a small business in Austria is
Devastating.
What do you mean? It's just, you know, like I find myself running around on a bike getting stamps on papers. And I'm like,
He did this bit yesterday.
Yeah.
I think he's talking about the red tape starting a small business in a bureaucratic nation.
If and when I come to Italy, I will have a guy on a bike for me.
Yeah, definitely.
I thought he was just selling papers with stamps on them.
No, his business is tables.
What kind of tables?
It's just tables.
Okay.
What you said?
Little Peppino.
Piccolo Peppino.
I want a little Peppino, like a little runner. Don't worry, I'll treat him good.
Okay.
So guys, the action was raise, call, and now C-bet flop 90K into 165 on the turn now. Pot is 345K.
Things are good.
2 barrels from the jacks I think is fairly standard, but we do see the slowdown. That somewhat surprises me here. Having jacks just seems like a very nice spot to try and get some more value. You're also blocking Jack 9 very heavily, which means your opponent is not going to have turned that straight all too often.
They're live, you know?
Yeah, it's
But perhaps he thinks the check is more for a trap, guys. Maybe he's thinking Mary's the kind of player that will blast off or potentially call a larger river bet if they check the turn. Once you see it go this way, the jacks are going to be very, very good, very, very often. And now that you've missed that turn bet, I think you can go very polar here, Joe. I think you want to bet like close to 3. I'm gonna say 285. That's not an official prediction. This spot's a little bit more iffy, but I think it's going to be in that region.
You know, you just go to the public transport, you blip your card.
Yeah, but Sweden, I mean, all the northern countries are very unique from this point of view.
When Mary doesn't bluff this river, Joe, he ends up having a showdown a lot. And that is something you can punish when you've shown weakness on the turn.
If you don't do it now, you're going to be in some big troubles. Because the system shouldn't be like this. It's like, I mean, I can build a better website.
Yeah.
I mean, not like give me a little bit of time and I can build a better website than a lot of these like big solutions.
Not exactly
No,
polarizing.
looks small.
Is it
half pot?
Bureaucracy? Is it old contracts?
So 150 into 345, yeah, a little bit less.
Many different things, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he certainly has Mary thinking about it. Has priced it for a pair of 8s and got called.
Yeah. Regardless of what we think, there was a bet and there was a call. Gets value from the Jables.
Captain Daniel, I've seen your question. You've asked it 9 times.
Around for ages now.
I don't want to reward this sort of behavior.
Yeah, like me. I mean,
but I will answer it in this case. There is no history to the year of Romania. It just is the year of Romania.
Well, when was your
Thank you for your question.
I won my second year.
Wait, what year is it this year?
Oh.
The year of Romania.
Oh, of course it is, yeah.
Copenhagen, my second one. I mean, the first one doesn't even count. It's like the PCA. So it's like not really EPT. So I won my first on European soil.
That's a good start.
How many percentage points have we gone up?
I thought, oh, this is easy.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Well, when you start winning, then
here we are, like 14 years later, and I'm still. Actually, my first thought was, oh, that just came quicker than I thought it was going to be. Arrogant. 4-fold's good.
Really? We've had some real movement on Chat Pro Saturday.
Young and arrogant, just having fun.
You've increased your chances by 31%. That's like almost 85%.
Yeah.
Joe is only 8% of the way to doing a vlog in BSOP now. My numbers are not as promising over at Nick Walsh TV.
Still got to 5-bet rip ace 3 suited. 2 tables left. And like rolled over a 3 when the guy folded, and Andrew
King 5 deuce.
And he like
top pair for Leo. I wonder if his mom calls him Miho Liho.
My grandma used to call me Miho.
Good times.
Sorry, I got quiet. This was my grandma.
Where are you based?
She used to call me Schiffer Brains.
Sorry?
Where are you based?
Close to Rome. I moved like 5 years ago in the countryside close to Rome, like 30 minutes driving.
Sounds like the...
Did it go check on the flop?
Like from the Gladiator movie, you know?
Yeah, it's kind of close to that place, yeah.
Perfect.
But yeah, it's country. I have chicken, you know, very simple life.
Yeah, it's good. Simple life is good.
And we're getting to the river, which is a
Everybody's
5.
going to Dubai. I'm going to the nature.
I don't know what the fuck you're gonna do in Dubai.
I don't know, everybody's going there.
Can Leho get Miri to pay off with ace high this time? Got to be feeling pretty good about top pair.
It's an interesting line from Miri here. Ace-8 just has so much showdown when the ranges are so wide on pre-flop blind p blind when it goes limp and check.
The only complaint people have is that it's
So
boring.
betting the turn here is kind of like turning ace-8 into a bluff. Can't imagine you're getting value from some straight draws and from some flush draws, but you're blocking both with the 8 of diamonds.
That's the only complaint? Yeah, easy.
So now in a bit of a pickle because
He's trying to get him for 140 again.
Yeah, exactly. And
Deja vu all over again.
yeah, it does get away from it this time. See, Joe, when you do bet that turn, then you put yourself in a weird one because when you arrive on this river and it kind of bricks out, you go, oh, he's just got to misdraw, doesn't he? That's what I was punishing on the turn. So it kind of muddies the water. I'm not saying the bet is bad, but it does complicate the issue against players who you respect, who will have moves.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, sure. Put me in a white room for long enough.
Say it again?
I said, sure. Put me in a white room for long enough. Maybe I will.
Yeah,
also,
I mean,
that's a different.
Yeah, but for sure you will discover parts of yourself you didn't know anything about.
Yes.
So still.
Sounds like me in 8th
can
grade.
Be painful, can be boring, but.
Yeah, I mean, saying it for long enough, I think it's like that would be very difficult. White canvas room.
Yeah, I mean, Vipassana is enough for me.
Yeah. I haven't come, but it's in my near future.
I'd like to get in the tables business with Anton Vig. I'll ride a bike around with some tables on the back.
7-4.
Tabayev, King 10 suited. Haven't heard much from him lately.
60,000. 10 fold. 1 fold, 3 fold.
60,000 is the raise. Soul of Toss. Suited.
4 fold. Heads up.
Flop is Queen 7-4, a heart heart.
4 checks.
Seems like a pretty standard check. Ooh, check back from Tabayev, huh? And Soul of Toss now has a draw.
4 checks. 8 checks.
Check, check again. And nobody connects with that river card. King High's the best hand. And can King High station here?
80,000.
Because Jack Trey is bluffing. Is that crazy that I kind of would always bet my flush draw there after raising pre-flop?
No, not at all. You don't ever want to fall in the category of ever doing anything all of the time,
Nope, I disagree.
but extremely frequently is fine also there.
Sometimes you gotta check back the nuts. You gotta be balanced. You don't want to do it all the time.
You don't always have to be balanced.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This feels like we're about to zero in on somebody who is walking off. Alexandru Todorita, here of Romania, out in 22nd place, $31,940. And that gets us one step closer to the final two tables. And even closer to a page up. One more elimination. And we go from the $21,000 prize bracket, excuse me, the $31,000 prize bracket to the $36,000 prize bracket.
Raise. 10 raises, 60,000. 1 fold, 3 fold.
Jack 9, Lasuski. Oh, sorry, it's Lasovsky.
5. 10. 210,000 raise, seat number 4. 210 total.
Lasovsky, the open, getting re-raised by Soloftas.
I think this is a defendable hand, Joe.
Well, Dragon Burst really likes how Lasovsky's been playing today.
Well, that's good.
This doesn't look like a defend, however.
Looks like a raise.
This looks like the best defense is a good offense. And Soloftas going into the tank over this decision.
Wow. Yeah, it looks like only one time bank left, Joe.
Well, it definitely needs to be used in this exact spot.
Yeah. So 39 big blinds behind. Oh, wow, wow,
Well, that wasn't worth the time bank in the end, was it? And that's what we call a pre-flop hand.
That happened pre-flop, yes. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to use a time bank, make it count. What a move, man. That is just power poker right there. These two must have some serious history.
It does seem to be motivated by something other than...
It wasn't even ace-5 suited, Joe.
Yeah. Lights Out Loser says, as someone who's never been to an EPT event, I appreciate the insight and the behind the scenes of James Hartigan's EPT Cyprus vlog.
Which you can find on his YouTube channel, I think. Like and subscribe.
More like lights on, winner. Tabayev under the gun. What do you got, Nick? What do you want me to show for you?
Oh, no, I'm all good. I'm happy just contributing to the stream.
Why are you liking all of Anton Wigg's old photos? You're like 3 years deep right now.
I was trying to find this table business, Joe.
Oh, the tables. Yeah, sure. He probably has a separate page for the tables.
I think that's what I was looking for.
Lasovsky and Soul of Toss again. Getting a little out of line. OOL. OOOL so far. Can we add a fourth O? If this goes 4-bet, I'm gonna freak out. He's got all the time bank luxuries though. Dude is 80, likes these moves. But I think you might be right, Nick. If this is more contemplative, pre-flop chip swinging.
Oh, wow. What have these two been up to on the other tables, Joe? What's going on here?
They have history.
They literally just tangled in these exact two.
360,000.
Can you imagine if he just puts him in again?
I can imagine it now because I just saw it. No.
Oh. Couldn't make a wheel, had to fold. Didn't have the sourdough.
These two have history. Or in honor of the Women's Winter Festival this November 21st through 24th at the Hippodrome in London, they have herstory.
Correct.
How crazy you are. We will see how crazy you are. Gen or just average?
Thing is, Joe, if we do end up going to BSOP, that is the week of KJ's
Women's Winter Festival.
Yeah, including that 50-50 event, 50% men, 50% women in the field.
As a rampant misogynist, I'll be going to Brazil instead. Thank you.
Based on your herstory, that's what I would expect from you,
That's
Joe.
right.
6 folds.
We're going to go for it here with ace-10 off.
Tabayev keeping it tight. Had about 28 to 30 big blinds to start that last hand in the big blind.
Not at all. Not the least bit.
And on the small blind, of course.
Hungry though. I could eat.
Yeah. We will in 10 minutes.
Well, that's why I'm hungry.
Pasta.
Not sure about that.
It's booked. Brazil is booked.
Half marathon in a month, so I gotta
Like whole marathon, 42 kilometers?
half.
21?
Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah, I know.
Full marathon, I wouldn't.
Just got my flight confirmations.
I mean, there's
Next task on the list, Joe.
Lot of training.
Got to start shopping for mankinis.
Get in shape, yeah. Same thought.
Life, maybe.
1 fold, 3 folds.
I'm never coming back.
Do me a favor and lose like 20 pounds immediately.
60,000.
6 raises.
Dread Dato's had enough of the business convo with Anton Wig. He's like, I'm going to play some poker now, thanks. King 3, yeah, good enough. Sure, raise. Obrigado.
Call.
Oh, the dominated threes. Lisowski defending with Jack 3. Just one diamond on the flop. Nobody hits a king, a jack, or a 3. Raksha, who says, I have a vision of Joe to Mankini burning in my brain right now. Thanks. If you look hard enough on YouTube, you can find me in a Mankini. The original video has been scrubbed. Remember when I did that challenge Stapes and I had to walk around Fremont Street in Las Vegas? The problem is my junk was too big for the Mankini and I had to wear Spanx under it anyway. Couldn't contain me. But it's there. Dato bets 55,000, gets it through, and done.
Me?
What is that, AI version of you?
So I asked ChatGPT to make me an image of PokerStars commentator Joe Stapleton. There's a policy on ChatGPT, though. They can't make images that look directly like specific personalities. However,
I can generate a character resembling a poker commentator with characteristics similar to Joe Stapleton, like a lively, humorous persona, dressed in casual professional attire, perhaps with glasses and a headset.
It's missing my trademark chest hair and beard gut.
It is, but also it kind of looks like Robert Downey Jr. for some reason.
Something in the eyes, though.
Yeah, it's close. It's pretty much, it's pretty impressive. The jacket shirt combo is pretty on point.
It's weird. AI always thinks I wear glasses, by the way. It's not the first time that's happened.
4 raises, 60,000.
It's probably because they know that I do need them. Like it knows my prescription. Pocket 4 is for Soul of Toss.
5.
And Andrea, the announcer, Dato, announces 180.
180,000. 7-fold.
I think Strag was just complimenting James's vlog when I missed it. Oh, you know what? This is good length for a copy pasta.
8-fold. 10-fold. 1-fold.
Back to toss. Oh, look at all the love in Twitch chat for James's vlog. Practically filling the screen and the stream. Is that AI's interpretation of
It's Bo Stapleton.
Nick, you are truly one of my favorite people, but people who find AI images to be funny, it couldn't be me.
It was specific. I wasn't expecting it to spit that out, okay? I'm sorry. It caught me off guard.
A village in some island in the South Pacific just lost power to make that photo. King, Queen, 5. Top pair, top kicker for Dato.
I just thought it was funny that we can't do Joe, but we can make you a Bo Stapleton.
110.
110,000 back. Seat number 6.
Fours don't like it, Joe. Gonna find a fold.
Closing in on 5 minutes left on the level. Just a couple of hands to go. Then the dinner break. It feels like we could go that full level after the dinner break, too, without getting to 16.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, I do think we're in that zone. Luxury blind levels, Joe. Keeping it nice and smooth here.
Lily white luxury levels.
That's right. I do look forward to the dinner breaks here in Cyprus, though. That buffet upstairs is calling my name right now. What's your go-to at the moment, Joe, up at the buffet?
I usually just go for some of the fresh grilled meats.
You enjoy the halloumi, don't you, as well?
I have not had a piece of halloumi since arriving
I thought you had a whole bit about eating all the halloumi.
What? Oh, the halloumi salad. Sorry, at the buffet I haven't had any halloumi. I did have a halloumi salad, which is, by the way, fantastic. It's just 6 pieces of deep fried halloumi surrounded by like a couple pieces of lettuce.
Yeah.
It was a salad so unhealthy I thought it was American.
Here's Miri in the small blinds. 25 big blinds.
105,000.
Gonna start with a raise. I like this. Goes for 3 and a bit bigs. Blind v blind. You do want to size up. Leo has a hand that he will never fold in a million years, though. 6-7 suited in absolute position against the small blind. Let's go to a flop.
Yeah, these are 2 fun hands. Jack 8-5. Some interaction for both hands. A pair of 8s and the open ender.
This is more than just interaction. This is destiny for the 6-7 suited. Not only the opportunity to make a very good hand, which would be the nuts, but also backdoor hearts, which is another opportunity to make a strong hand, but also absolute position where your opponent is going to struggle to perhaps fire. Ace-8's a pretty good hand here, though I think the continuation is fine. I think we just call and see how it goes on the turn. We'll have lots of opportunities to bluff if our opponent slows down.
Nobody ever makes a straight, by the way, Nick. You got a better chance of making a backdoor heart here. Obviously, you make a pair.
Yeah, and actually, if we know anything about Miri, I feel like he's the kind of guy that fires this turn again. Does tend to lean into the more aggressive play here. And actually, I think I really like it here in this situation specifically.
Mary's betting 150,000 on this particular street. The 8's still good. And the river is the queen of hearts. Like I said, better chance of making a heart flush than hitting an open-ended straight draw. When are they going to listen to me? A straight needs to be worth more than a flush. It's so much harder to make straights.
Okay, wait a second. Guys, if Miri checks this river, can Lee Ho put him to the test for all of it? Will he even have the chance to do so? Will Miri just fire right out of the gate? He's going to fire. And that will do it. Nice hand, Miri, there. That was a pretty good pickup. Got about 37 big blinds after that exchange.
Is it over yet?
You know, guys, when you come back from dinner break, you're going to be back on your original table 1 over there, all right? Yeah. Thank you.
That is the players being informed that they were off the hook after the dinner break. No more feature table for them. And we're going to get some of the bigger personalities, specifically Robert Peter James, a.k.a. Bobby James, and Halil Tajarek, not to mention Yisha Chen and Arian Hassa Kashani.
Enjoy your dinner.
Thank you, you too.
Yep. Enjoy your dinner.
Some folks, likewise.
Wonder if he's going to have dinner at one of his tables. Pocket jacks for Tabayev.
Starts the hand with about 26 big blinds.
AKA meat hooks. Am I referring to the man or the hand? You don't know.
You were so greedy. The river. I fold. Yeah.
One fold.
Oh yeah, 7-6.
Yes.
Are we going to a break? I think there's a chance we are going to a break.
You win.
Meat hooks win.
Отлично.
Oh, everyone left, but we're getting one more hand in. This is crazy. Just kidding.
You will see TV. Watch.
Oh yeah, they're gonna see some fun stuff on the dinner break when the delay catches up. Both outer tables still in play. Gonna keep an eye on those, make sure nothing crazy happens. Looks like Yisha Chen might be involved in a hand. Maybe she won't be coming to the feature table. That's a call and a showdown And Yisha is going to muck. And pay up. So she's going to head to break with a couple of less chips than she had at the start of that hand. These are the chip stacks headed back out into the field. Anton Vig, the chip leader, very quietly holding the chip lead at that table. The announcer with 52 bigs. Everyone kind of bunched up in the middle there. Boris Tabayev, the shortest, but 21 big blinds, not in any immediate danger. Looking forward to having Bobby James and Yisha Chen back up on the feature table. Now, we did have 3 gold pass winners cash here in Cyprus, but for Ivan Zetchev, this is back-to-back EPT main event cashes. He's having a good time. I'd like to know a little bit more about it.
My name is Ivan Zetchev. I am 32 years old and I'm from Bulgaria. I've been playing poker forever. I started with some friends, home games, just for fun. Eventually I started playing online, enjoyed it, and I've been playing ever since, grinded it up from very low stakes. There was a WQ Bootcamp leaderboard. I saw that it awarded a gold pass to the top 6 players. So yeah, I grinded the series, ended up getting first or second in the end. There was a gold pass. It was supposed to be for the W Coupe events, but I asked PokerStars if they would let me use the gold pass for EPT. They were happy to, and yeah, I'm thankful. The EPTs give you a chance to visit so many cool places. So yeah, I try not to miss any when I have the opportunity and the means. I had a very deep run in Barcelona in the main event, the last EPT. I love Cyprus as well. I've been coming here a long time. In terms of the poker, I got tickets to the 1K Eureka tournament and the 5K main. I managed to cash the Eureka as well, but still waiting for that big result.
NAPT coming to Vegas.
I heard that's gonna suck. Yeah, I'm looking forward to going to the NAPT in Las Vegas.
Can't wait for the party, can't wait for the main event. It's gonna be a blast.
Last year was the first NAPT back after a very long time. This year, we're cranking it up. Instead of a 1K main event, it's a 5K main event. We really are putting on an entire festival in Las Vegas in November.
I'm excited to bring some of my subscribers along with and show them the PokerStars experience. Viva Las Vegas, baby.
I will make it 800. And I might. Yeah, he's got power. Redeal the turn. So if you think, Olga, you can hit that little heart on the turn, no. Not gonna happen. If you think you can spike a king on the turn, also not gonna happen.
Welcome once again to the PokerStars Mystery Cash Challenge. It's James Hartigan with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
We are 2 rounds into the game, and is it fair to say things aren't going Lex's way?
In a word, yes. Lex is in for 3 entire buy-ins. Now, he did have a chance to pull himself out of the basement with the mystery prize last round. Unfortunately, he drew a child's tricycle.
To be fair, we threw in a free helmet. Anyway, there is a glimmer of hope for Lex. For the 3rd round, he has a power-up that's pretty powerful.
Lex now has the ability to redeal 1 flop, 1 turn, and 1 river.
So I've lost 10K in round 1, 10K in round 2. Pulled an amazing prize, you know. I'm a father of a 3-year-old son, so this is the best thing I could have pulled, you know. At least the one positive thing about this is that I got a really strong power up. All right, there it is.
Whoa! Everyone act like you like that flop. Oh, shit.
Lex's power up is very strong, yes. Not changing the cards and being able to bluff that the board is really good for you. So even when you don't use the card, not using the card is also a power.
Changing or what? I am not.
Ooh.
I
I want to crush Lex. He loves crazy bluffs like I do, and it would be fun to crush him, I think. I want to punish him a lot.
Okay, quick recap of the rules. In every episode, we play 10 hands. The first 9 form the qualification phase. Win a hand, earn a token. And this token gains entry to the 10th hand, which is a bomb pot, where the winner gets to pick a mystery prize. After 20 hands, Parker and Barney are both in profit, while Lex is already on his 3rd buy-in. After all 60 hands have been played, we'll crown a winner. The most profitable player will earn themselves a gold power pass worth 10k. Blinds at 25.50, we're pot limit pre, no limit post. Let's go.
Good luck.
Good luck to you. Lex has straddled, so the action starts with Barney.
Straddle's a blind raise that buys you pre-flop position.
Barney calling with Queen 3 suited.
I've learned a lot about Barney's game the past few shows, and none of it is good.
Spraggy with Jack 9.
I like Spraggy's style, much like my own. Call, miss, fold.
He raises to 375 euros. Olga's out. Wolfgang, 7 deuce.
Do it for the memes?
Round to Lex, who has 8-7.
Oh, he's in.
Okay. Why not?
Never a doubt.
And Barney?
Well, now you gotta. They're suited.
I guess we're going 3-way to the flop. Well, that's top pair for Spraggy.
He did not miss.
Check.
I'm allowed to check, right?
Call back.
Spraggy checks it back. And improves to trips. Everyone else is drawing dead.
Check.
Not only does Spraggy have the best hand, but he probably can't get bluffed off of it this time.
So Lex has checked a second time.
But he can change the card when it's just dealt.
Yeah, as long as there's no action.
That's 650.
Yeah, so now I can change it.
Right.
Barney has just bet 650 euros.
It's a little confusing, but we'll get used to it.
I think like she's asking him before that any action on the street, right?
That's what she says. Options.
Options. Yeah, exactly.
So
Can he still
what if
change
he
the
was
serve
on
when
the
he's not in the
button?
pot?
She's going to offer him options.
His
first.
powers are useless. Or does it go like?
No, he can still change the serve.
No,
he can screw you up.
No, he cannot. He
has to be in it.
Once he's out of the pot, he cannot touch. Yeah.
Why would he anyway?
It's just another
Why would
limitation.
he?
Spraggy maybe giving a little bit away there. Then again, I can see all the hold cards.
An inconsequential Barry Greenstein appears. Barney checks.
Didn't bite.
Yeah, the check again.
And I don't think whatever amount Spraggy bets here matters at all.
Well, he has to go for some value. 1,600 euros.
1.6.
Shan't be called.
Congrats.
Hey. Nice answer.
1 for 1. Token nice and early. On my way to the bomb pot.
So after winning that hand, Spraggy has a token. He gets to play the bomb pot.
Okay, come on. Let's get a wash.
I need all the help I can get.
If this isn't a good card for me or Ogo, we're gonna get a wash.
True life player.
Get a wash.
True life.
I'd love to get a wash.
I've never asked for a wash.
I've asked for a lot of washes.
You've
in my
asked
time.
a lot of-
Oh yeah.
Never had one.
I get it. Funny.
Barney is limped. Tonka is limped. Spraggy folds. Olga's out. Round to Wolfgang in the small blind.
Guys like Wolfgang love hands like this and games like this.
Pot.
250.
You just want to say it.
Yeah, I wanted to, but I gotta give it a break.
He's raised the max.
Lex said pot for a living for like 9 years.
10 pass.
And other people said coal.
I'd like to report a murder.
Oh, Barney re-raises.
And now it's raised 750.
to get rid of Tonka.
What a cool spot to raise this would be.
Twould.
Great fun. Thank you.
It's going well.
I knew you were
in
going
the
to
beginning against you, I had your number, but ever since you've been laying the hammer
Oh my
down.
God. Show him a 6, Barney.
Show him a 6?
Yeah, please.
I can't.
A 7 then.
I can't show him anything. I can't. It wouldn't be right.
Embarrassing, Wolfgang.
Barney's just like good old school.
I mean,
Like this is an old school move. Limping UTG, limp 3-betting, that's a fucking old school move. I do that all the time. I love it.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
It's old school, new school.
What's old is new again? What is old is new?
It works in this.
But it's yes.
What works is Barney's old man coffee image.
So Barney earns a token, and Lex is yet to use any of his power-up cards.
Well,
you haven't used it yet?
Then do something.
Come on,
you
say
do something. Yeah. Lex is genuinely going to get to like hand 5 without using one.
He's
and
gonna
just be on like full panic mode, and he's going to change the board. Yeah.
We gotta lay a line. Like, what are the odds he doesn't use one of the cards?
I mean,
I think it's pretty high.
I'll find a way to misplay it.
So Tonka is straddled.
Trying to feel bad for you, Olga.
I think the chair will perform better than me.
Well, your chair is performing better than I am.
Chair's 2 times the play Alexa's.
Double homicide.
See, I didn't say it as a question this time.
Yeah, good. So there you go. I'm out.
someone's
Yes, Wolfgang got it.
So with the max raise from Wolfgang, actions folded to Tonka.
Crystal Palace Santa will not be folding.
He calls.
Nice call, man.
Thank you.
Great call. So what did I do? 3,
I do appreciate that.
75. There you go.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lex. He's got all the power.
The flop gives Tonka top pair.
Wolfgang meets Salieri. And if you bet here, you're going to get effed Murray Abraham.
Wolfgang has nothing, but bets 250 euros.
Requiem.
Tonka check raises.
875.
Bang indeed.
875 total.
You can pick one.
The one closer to Olga. That one.
Whoa. Oh, that's a good one.
Just the nuts.
Pretty pure run over there.
How did you do it, man?
How did you run so good?
It's a good one.
Gotta be a team pro to run good, huh?
How many hands do we have left? I'm starting to sweat a little bit. Yeah, you are. That's 3 hands
I want to
in.
run good too.
With that win, a token for Tonka.
Wolfgang, you're going to feel sad when you pack your bags up to leave and you put all the bang stickers back in.
I'm trying. I am going to feel really sad.
I never got to use one.
I'm trying.
60 hands, no one's been banged yet.
You can check raise with the nuts and all this shit. Okay. I'm going to rebuy here.
Before we started, he goes, if I win a pot, I'm going to throw the bang at you. But,
if I win a pot is the hard thing.
We're waiting.
And if I'd known that was going to be your only pot, I promise I wouldn't have taken it.
Too small.
No. I don't want any pity. I don't want any pity.
No,
I'll take some pity.
talking straight.
See, that's the type of shit. We don't want that. We don't want that.
Wolfgang and Olga taking on 4 of the best 20 team pros.
Fourth hand of the round. Spraggy folding under the gun.
Just can't do it.
Round to Lex. King Queen.
Suited.
Olga,
Yeah,
they said you wanted to crush me.
at least if one of us wins this hand, other side of the table can win.
All right. I feel a 4-bet opportunity for either Barney or I.
I feel like one of his cards is coming out here. I feel like it's a funny one.
So Lex has made it 500 euros. Barney has ace-9 suited.
I'm going to make the nittiest fold ever seen on this show.
No.
Confirmed.
10-4 suited this time in the small blind. I'm not sorry.
Tonka with 7-4 of diamonds in the big.
There he goes.
He's called.
Well, Olga, you tried.
She was the original raiser, now facing a 3-bet.
Oh.
I just call.
You just call. That's okay. I have all the power, as people have been saying.
So would you like to change the flop before you see it?
Ooh. Wow.
Changing or what?
I am not.
Brother, ooh. Ooh, brother,
Ah.
He likes that one. Or does he?
He does, but so does Olga.
Yeah, Lex flop top pair. Olga has a flush draw. Tonka has nothing but is leading.
Classic Tonks.
Oh. I will make it.
Don't fold.
800.
Brother, ooh.
800 it is. 800. And I might.
Yeah, he's got power.
Redeal the turn. So if you think, Olga, you can hit that little heart on the turn, no. Not gonna happen. If you think you can spike a king on the turn, also not gonna happen.
Wow, that is wild. I mean, the king doesn't really help, but still.
Do you need a heart?
Oh. Get him, Olga. All right. Get him, Olga.
This is dangerous.
Olga calls, heads up to the turn.
That is quite the stare down.
Well, Lex is now a 3-1 favorite.
I will keep it this way.
Wow. Brother.
I check.
What an odd combination.
Board pairs on the river.
It's so weak, isn't it? It's actually a curse.
It is kind of, yeah, I think so.
Wait 1 second.
Give him a chance
let
to
his
work it
brain
out.
crank into gear. I need a second because I can tell you honestly, there's nothing happening right now. I will keep it this way.
I do not think Lex can be bluffed, and I think he was kind of playing his hand face up.
Oh.
Min bet? And Lex now seems perplexed.
It is an odd bet.
So, okay, my turn was a little bit weird because I didn't change it, but then I also didn't want to use it. Then the river, definitely pretty good. I do have some ace-5, I'll say that. I do have some ace-5 also. Because I know I can put a card on the flop. I will raise to 1700.
Come on.
That's why you should not be saying stuff like that in the pre-game interviews.
Girl!
I want to see Lex suffer. Okay, well...
doesn't forgive, does not forget.
Feels like foreshadowing.
Well, Olga has nothing more than king high.
Wow.
I checked the turn, which is
Such
really weird.
Such a humiliation.
Jack 10.
This is not fair. Like,
I didn't change anything. I mean, it seems like a pretty fair pot to me. I'm sorry. Did not change the flop, did not change the turn. Love that river, so...
you said, like, if I want to hit a heart or a king, like, how you know all my cards? Like,
It's, I think it's crazy that I'm down this much. All right.
Nice hand. Nice hand.
Thank you. No.
He doesn't have it into Pat bluff.
After I just barrel it off for 10K with 7-4, and you get that money.
Yeah, that was a gift.
And then he just puts in the knife.
That was
Okay.
a gift.
A gift. Okay. All right.
I mean, he was just agreeing with you.
So Lex earns a token as well. No hand has gone to showdown yet, so the steal card is not in play.
No showdowns.
I'm so curious what you had.
It's kind of funny because even if I don't use this, it's very powerful.
I feel like I've heard that before. Someone calling that powerful.
Good luck hitting flushes against a guy who can change cards.
Queen 8 suited for Wolfgang. He raises. 8-7 for Lex in the cutoff.
How many hands?
This is hand 5.
Hand 5? Okay, I'll just...
10 5.
Got so many chips, he doesn't know how to act.
I'm so happy now. You know, I want a pot, like I'm all gloating.
Wow, in that case.
Barney, you don't have to impress us.
King 5 off. He calls on the button. Tonka in the small with King 10. Is in. As is Spraggy.
Oh, good. 4 ways.
My
chances are very high in this one.
Spraggy has the Spraggy suited. Top pair for Tonka and Barney.
The Spraggy was the best hand.
Bet 50.
Tonka bets the minimum.
1 down, 2 to go.
Call.
Never.
Is Barney thinking about raising?
Careful, Tonka's about to call the clock.
Barney, the call is coming from inside the flop.
3, 2, 1.
He does raise.
Great, 500.
Generally, as long as you take the aggressive action, it's okay.
Yeah, but how do you know if they're going to be aggressive or not?
You don't. That's why you call the clock.
Gamble.
Call.
What is it?
500.
Shit.
Yeah. We're going heads up to the turn. The 6 of spades pairing the board. Chopportunities emerge. Tonka almost a 2-to-1 favourite to win the pot outright. And it doesn't look like he's checking to the raiser.
This is how little he fears a Barney raise. He kind of wants him to do it again.
175 euros. Barney calls. We go to the river, which is a 10. 3 pair for Tonka.
How does he do it?
2,000 euros in the pot. And that is an overbet. 3,250.
The worst part is Tonka would have worse than a king here sometimes.
Yeah, but Barney might start suspecting he has kicker problems.
Wait. Here's a good one. What were you, raised in a Barney?
I thought you said good one.
I should have waited till there was a raise.
He lets it go.
So happy with himself. Steamrolling the table.
Happier with a call.
Steamroll.
You wanted a call, you just betted slightly too much.
500 too much.
Probably true.
So Tonka earns a second token. Useful, because the player with the most tokens at the end of the round earns the button for the bomb pot. This will be the 6th hand of the round.
Do you have a favorite hand, Lex?
Yes. Ace 5 suited.
That's why you said you have a lot of 5s here.
Yes. What's your favorite?
7s.
7? Oh, okay.
The hand I tried to bluff him with. Didn't work. Should have gone bigger.
Is there a reason it is 7s?
Yeah, when I was first learning poker, I was playing 1-2, ran it up to like 400 or 500, and then I went to the big boy table, which was 2-5, and I immediately picked up 7s, flopped quads. The dude turned it straight, we got it in, and I hit and ran. Wow. so I think it's a super funny story, because I vaguely remember, and my friends were telling me too when I was cashing out, that they were like super pissed, and I thought it was just because I like got their money, but it's really because I left, you know?
Yeah.
Because I was free money at the time.
Yeah.
I saw him do that last week.
So Wolfgang is straddling. Lex with King 8.
Great raise. That's strong.
Raises to 200 euros.
We know he's going to use one of his cards this time, don't we, as well? It's guaranteed.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Everyone come in.
I was going to make it 300 if he folded.
Well, he didn't, did he? Sorry.
Nice call, man.
Thank you.
That's one of my favorite lines.
Don't influence the action. Nice call, Olga.
Nice call and nice fold.
Oh! That bad, huh?
Yeah.
Insert angel noises here.
Oh, we wanted to squeeze.
Come on, change the flop. Change
I know you were.
flop.
I think he
I'm going
wanted
to have to
squeeze
conceal
really.
my reaction, otherwise, you know.
Otherwise known as a poker face.
So Lex has the power to change the flop if he doesn't like it. 9-6 deuce.
All right. There it is.
Oh! No! Everyone act like he liked that flop. Oh, Are you kidding me?
Literally nobody liked that flop.
Say goodbye to it.
Such an insane waste because I have a dog to dance, but whatever, it doesn't matter.
He's a high card enjoyer.
New flop. Queen 4 deuce.
Barney hits the flop hardest again.
That's kind of similar.
Okay.
I like that other flop, Lex.
Yeah, Barney has a pair of deuces. Spraggy has the best hand with threes. Lex is betting.
He can't use any more cards now, right, in this hand?
This is true.
In that case, I call.
And Spraggy missed a set twice. Statistically, he'll need 5 to 6 more shots at it.
Folds the best hand. Heads up to the turn, which is a 6.
Okay, so that missed Barney, but open-ended just got there. Plenty of low card hands improved in some way, and Lex is betting.
Jeez, big bet.
Barney's still ahead, by the way, 92% favorite.
Wolfgang's a big action influencer. Which I'm a big fan of because I.
Wow.
But
wow, that's huge.
Wow, that was
that's
the best.
double the size of the pot.
Play by our rules. Whoa. After changing the flop?
And he still has both his cards left.
I think Barney's going to know there's something very sus about this.
What was that hand on the original flop was 9-6 deuce, wasn't it? Yeah, didn't like that.
I think it was 9 of hearts, 6 of diamonds, deuce of black.
Yeah.
Let's all piece it together.
Deuce of spades then if it's deuce of black.
What does it all
deuce
mean?
of clubs is there.
What does it all mean?
I think we're on the river. Barney would snap this bet off. 1 card to come, more bets to face. Really tough to call here.
Is this €1,700 bluff going to work? Yes.
Nice bluff, Lex.
Show one.
Yes.
Jack 10. Oh, it is actual bluff.
You got me off a monster, I tell you.
Still stings a little, I bet.
So Lex earns his second token, guaranteeing him entry into the bomb pot, and still no steel card in play yet.
No showdowns?
3 more, right?
3 more. 3 more. 2 cards.
At least he cannot redeal the flop, so.
Yeah,
at least
Goodness.
that. You're just
We're a little safe. I will adjust.
We're a little safer.
I will adjust.
Please.
Why am I straddling? I already have 2 f***ing tokens. What am I doing?
Your accountant has the same question.
Tonka with Jack 7, calls. Spraggy's out. Queen Jack suited for Olga.
Get in there, Olgs.
Yes! Another question or statement coming?
It's pot limit pre-flop, right?
Okay, he calls then. Wow. Oh.
No shame in folding.
For the ooh.
Check.
Wow, no shame in
Good
folding. That'd be
man, good
kind of
man.
cool.
Yes, yes. Warm up bomb pot.
Please, please, please.
He is asking nicely.
4-way to the flop. And it's Lex who flops best.
Check.
Checkaroni and cheese.
Check. Check.
Min bet from Tonka.
Whoa.
Nerd.
So bad that you couldn't change the flop.
Oh, yeah?
Snap.
Call.
Snap.
I will call.
Call.
Take him.
Lex is going to get an extra shot at his flush draw, too, if he wants it.
Turn card. King of Hearts. Scratch that.
We go again. We go again.
He wants
luck,
his
everybody.
spade. Give him a spade.
You see, but I secretly want the 6.
He wanted that king, but he doesn't want us
He
to.
has pocket kings. He's just throwing you
That's
off.
high level.
New turn card. Boop, the 10 of clubs.
Ooh, check. This. I already have a flush. And I just. Oh.
It's such a good job we don't have power-up poker anymore.
So
You'd be broke.
50.
Trying to play these power-ups just all over the place.
Nasty. People don't play like this in Texas. Min bet, over bet. I'm out of my element here.
I feel like my hand's a tiny bit face up right now.
Tiny bit.
So, what's near?
This ain't Texas.
But it is Hold'em.
Okay.
Wow. Tonka wins another pot. He's now almost 20k in profit. Meanwhile, Spraggy and Lex have managed to crawl back a bit. So for this round, Barney, Tonka, Spraggy and Lex all have tokens. Olga and Wolfgang still need to win a hand, and still no steel card in play yet.
How no showdown?
Barney with ace-10 suited. Raises to 150 euros.
150.
Brother, ooh.
3 pass.
It's a nice timepiece over there. What brand is it?
Longines. Had this watch for 11 years.
Longines?
I used to call it Longines, but then I got corrected.
Oh, Spraggy. Spilled the pot.
Spraggy is 3-bet with queen-8 suited. Forwarded to Lex. He's out.
Barney very happy to call this.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere. Makes the call, heads up to the flop. Nut flush draw for Barney, plus ace high, still the best hand.
Barney very happy to flop this.
This is hand number 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one more.
Yeah.
I've seen this before.
Come on.
You've been in one bomb pot though, right? Yeah.
This story has been running for the last 20
Yeah,
years.
and I got bluffed, like, and folded to better hand.
I'm just happy that I haven't lost 10k this round.
Still a hand, buddy.
I'm confident.
And a bomb pot.
You can make it happen.
Yeah, and a bomb pot. I'm confident you can make it happen.
Is Lex rich enough to be this mean to him?
Oh.
So Spraggy continues for 425 euros, gets a call. Spraggy pairs his 8 on the turn, but that's the flush for Barney.
The poker gods seem to think Spraggy was a little out of line.
And Barney's gonna lead. €875.
That 875.
I feel like half the hands are Barney versus Sprite.
Barney knows his Huckleberry. Spraggy, you don't have to call this to try to impress us.
He calls. He does have 11% equity. But Barry Greenstein does not change the outcome.
Doesn't change the outcome, but might be a bad card for Spraggy.
€3,725 in the pot.
This is a card Barney would bluff at sometimes, and that's why it could be bad for Sprag.
Well, this is a value bet. 2.5K.
Ben's taking his time here.
Is he considering heroing with just an 8?
Barney has been bluffing a fair amount of the time. Man, I hope this doesn't turn out to be a case of think long, think wrong.
How long before Tonka calls the clock on him?
In a cash game?
3, 2.
Here we go.
This is totally unrelated. One time, We were playing in here. It was here last year. We were playing a cash game with Mac and 2 other random dudes at like 4 in the morning. And Spraggy tanked for like 8 minutes. Like he tanked for like 2.5 minutes.
I remember that.
He tanked for like 2.5 minutes, and I was like,
I called Jack High and the guy to full hands.
and I was like, okay, I won't call the clock. I went to the bathroom, came back.
I kind of feel like that's.
He tanked for 2 more minutes, and then called like a $1,300.
Kind of where I'm at.
$1,300 river bet at 1-2. 1,300 euro river bet at 1-2 with Jack High, and the guy had a boat. Shocker.
Can we watch that game instead?
I'm starting to feel like I want to call now.
What goes on, Barney? What goes on?
What's he representing?
That's good.
That's actually the voice in his head right now.
This is what I'm representing. Same firm as you.
Come on.
All right.
Clock, you have 30
Okay, I'm
seconds,
thinking it's a tough spot. I have been dealt a pair, you know?
All right, 37.40 at 37.10, your action is dead.
Fair. Yeah. Go, let's go.
It's coming over card and everything. I mean,
I'll count you down from 10. The clock has been called by Lex
Holy
on this
shit.
hand. I just want to say it wasn't by me.
Okay. Smallest spot of the orbit, whatever.
2,500 euro.
You have 10 seconds left to Axer.
That's a call.
That's not good.
That's
reaching for his cards. That's such
Aye,
a
aye.
strong hand. Wow.
sorry, buddy.
Queen High was close.
It takes so long and I make such a bad decision.
Queen High was close, honestly.
I feel so much better about laying down that deuce against you now. And now. I had a deuce.
Steal.
I really wanted to call.
Barney, the Steel Master is back.
Oh yeah, and the Steel Master. Yeah, of course. Ace high flush.
Yes, the steel card, which is earned by winning at Showdown. The player who shows the best hand gets the steel card, but later in the round, if a player shows a better hand, they get the steel card. And whoever has it at the end of the round is allowed to take 1 token from another player.
Aha, so everyone needs 2 tokens to be safe.
1 more hand to go before the bomb pot, where there is major value. Big prizes up for grabs. 3 gold power passes worth 10k each. 2 silver passes worth 2.5k each. Passes that can be redeemed to play in PokerStars live events. Of course, the fun prize, the tricycle, is gone already, along with one of the silver passes.
Oh boy.
Man, that was maybe one of the worst calls I've ever made.
No, the Jack High was worse.
No, I've made worse. That was bad, but I made worse.
Strategically, that was not very sound.
3 punch.
No, it was, you know,
Raise,
a technically
175.
bad call, but I looked the man in his eye and I thought he didn't have it. And I was
Then he had the nut flush.
and I was aggressively
That's all I've got
incorrect.
in my game. Looking like I haven't got it.
Spraggy has raised with 9 deuce. Olga with king queen suited.
I bet pot.
There we go. Mama needs a token.
Where he raises to 600 euros.
Raise it.
A prayer before the Lord.
One more time for the memes. Thinking about it. No memes.
It didn't work.
Wait, was that Spider-Man?
Oh wow.
Raise 1.6.
A 4-bet from Lex.
1 plus.
I really
Let's
that
go,
man.
Olga. Or Spraggy.
Spraggy also tempted?
No.
Good try.
Now the question is, if we go all in pre-flop, can I use this on the river? Maybe you weren't paying attention to the rules. No interference.
I'm all in.
Boom.
Okay, nice.
Nice, okay. You have 2 options now.
Olga.
Spraggy or Olga.
Congrats.
Yeah,
Thank
good.
you.
Nice.
Has Spraggy got one?
He's got 1.
Oh,
And
thank
so
God
does
for that.
Olga's got 1 as well.
I've already been gone.
The trouble is, I think you're short stacked, and that's good for the bomb pot. Yeah, so.
I already know what's happening. Just take the chip, all right?
Not a lot of showdowns in this round. Barney had one of only a few. He ended up with the ability to steal. I saw you took
Again.
Again.
It's nothing personal. 2 out of 2.
It does feel a little personal at this point.
Okay, it's a bit personal.
All right. We got the answer out of Lex, your power-up is over. Did you have fun?
Yes, I feel like it served me reasonably well.
And Olga, you're finally back in a bomb pot.
I'm so happy. Thank
All
you.
right, Spraggy, you're going to have to do it the hard way. It's bomb pot time. Good luck, everybody.
Yes, the 10th hand is played as a bomb pot. Everyone has to post 100 euros and we go directly to a flop. Only players with tokens can play. In this episode, we have Barney, Tonka on the button, Olga, and Lex. And we've got 4 pretty ropey hands.
Okay.
Right, let's have a flop then.
Good luck, Barney.
I can think of it. Cheers.
What the fuck is this?
No, I can't let you. I already made the mistake once with you.
Wait, you're not in the bomb pot?
In the bomb pot.
Oh, fucking stole it, Wolfgang.
Like, he's so bad at it, he's even getting blamed by people not in the bomb pot.
Yeah, you've never been in a bomb pot.
Under no fault of my
Man
own.
can't spell bomb pot. In fairness to Barney, I gifted him the steal.
No, I still would have had the steal.
But no showdown. I gave you the showdown.
Because he called.
Didn't I already have the thing though?
No, you did not. You got it then.
I've really screwed myself. I lost the pot, gave you the steal, lost my chip, lost everything. A disaster.
Classic Spraggy. Here comes the flop. Wow, a flush for Barney.
Wow.
A check.
Money.
What the fuck is that?
That's money. Must be funny in the rich man's world.
Look at him playing with my money.
In the rich man's world as he grabs Spraggy's chips.
Yes.
God damn it, dude. It's so unfair. I'll never win a bomb pot.
Lex's bet has been raised by Barney.
At least I tried.
You tried, Olga. You tried.
Oh, so defeated.
So much money.
Well, he definitely can't change any of these cards, can he?
No.
Right, okay, cool.
Why? Episode 3 of the Barney Boatman Show again. Says something when I'm rooting for Lex. It really says something.
Oh my God.
Lex is drawing dead, by the way. Well, that 8 pairs the board.
Ooh, all the things I could do.
What an obnoxious turn. God.
You think that was an obnoxious turn card, do you? Yeah, you think so, yeah?
Wow.
My timing is the absolute fucking worst. It's unbelievable.
Barney wins the bomb pot. He's the second most profitable player in this game. Tonka is the biggest winner. Lex is still the biggest loser. And now it's mystery prize time for Mr. Boatman.
Barney, when you won EPT Paris, do you remember what you said to me? Do you remember that old turn of phrase you said to me about a dog in the sun?
Yeah.
You're looking pretty sunburnt right now back there.
Yeah, all over the place, yeah.
Time once again to choose a mystery prize, and the tricycle's off the table.
That's a shame.
So you can't win that. Looks like a $10,000 gold pass.
Well done, Barney. Well done, Barney.
We're all happy.
Maybe he'll make it to EPT Barcelona this year.
Yeah, I think I'll be there.
He'll be there.
I might even have a rebuy.
All right, Barney, time for either a power-up or a forfeit heading into the next round.
This needs to be a forfeit, surely.
I'm better with forfeits than power-ups. You will be put on a 5-second shot clock for the next 9.
Can I buy that one? Can I buy
have it for free for a tricycle?
All right, we'll see how Barney fares with the 5-second shot clock next time.
You'll see the quickest knuckling you've ever seen in this game.
Cash challenge.
And coming up next time, quads and a slow roll.
Nope. I'm used to a slow roll. Come on. Show the hand.
Wow.
Crazy bait. You're such a bad person, Parker. It's unbelievable.
25 minutes left in this level with 95 players remaining. 96, pardon me.
Still a little while to the next pay jump.
Fade into Marta.
Marta is out. Dan Jackson. Deuces.
Dan Jackson flexing, lets him go.
D2 Roy says no thank you. Hugo Delmare sizes.
5 raises to 12,000.
That's a yes. To 12,000. The minimum raise.
Giorgio's taking pause here on 20 big blinds, but he's going to fold.
Did you see? Maybe forget. Maybe forget.
Queen 7
Should
suited.
be, yeah, a clean complete here from the big blind. Both sharing the 7. Delmare going to be dominating Mustafov, but live suits for both.
Ooh. 9-8-6, both players with a straight draw. Just one spade for Mustafov. No backdoor flush draws for Delmare.
Yeah, a board that will favor the big blind calling range in Mustafov here. So that's why he elects to come out with a lead. You know, were he up against something like Ace-Jack, going to be very difficult for Delmare to continue. In this case, of course, Delmare has the dominating King 7. And we'll be seeing a turn card quite happily. Wouldn't a 5 or 10 of spades be fun?
It's the 3 of hearts instead.
Aww.
30.
Was that a snap bet of 30?
That's what I heard.
I'm suspicious of the snap bet. Ooh, 53, way more than 30.
So who said 30?
Maybe I just heard 53.
50-30.
3 sounded like 30 to me. I never think a bet that's that quick is going to be that strong, personally. Me as a live tells expert. We play 4 live tournaments.
Rule number 8, right?
It's page number 8, which is the penultimate page. There's only one rule per page, though, so I guess it is also kind of rule number 8. River is 7, so it's always coming 7. And both players with a pair of 7, but Mustafov is out-kicked.
But a lot to think about here for Mustafov. Okay, now I've made my 7. But if I think my opponent has something like Ace-9, maybe something like Ace-8 or King-8 suited, I'm going to lose at showdown here. How many 10s do I think my opponent has? Pocket 10s, maybe. Ace-10 probably folds some of the time on the turn to the very big bet. Do I need to turn this 7 into a bluff? Do I think my opponent has enough 10x's? Certainly if it's 10x of hearts, we would have seen a call on the flop and then a call on the turn. You know, something like a Jack 10 of hearts, Queen 10 of hearts, Ace 10 of hearts. So there are a lot of 10s, and you know what? He is going to turn this 7 into a bluff. Because he could have been leading
what
a lot
about
of
the
10x's.
9-10s and the 8-10s?
I mean, I don't think that Delmare is going to raise a lot of 8-10s from the cutoff into the 2 chip leaders, right?
8-10 of hearts?
Might be, but... Mustafov bets 81,000 and Delmare shoves through 189 and gets it through.
So kind of what you were saying, just the opposite player.
Yeah. Says to himself, you know what? Actually, I think I have more 10s here. So goes
Some
all
of the
in.
9-10s and the 8-10s probably included
Well,
in that.
yeah. I guess you're right. What a badass hand.
16.
And we see a flat from Delmare with Ace-Jack. Round to mallets on the button. Ace-Queen suited.
56.
Yeah, this is squeeze territory, James.
7 raised to 56,000.
Chip leader has folded. Martin McCall folds the big blind, so action back on the original raiser.
UTG +2 versus button. This is tricky. Honestly, I don't know where 9-10 suited falls in terms of 3-bet defense, but then also, of course, we have a player to act behind as well, James. So that makes it a little bit tricky. I think I might just default to a fold, but we might be deep enough where we just want to call in. The cool thing about calling here, James, is the player behind you, the last player to act here on your left, is probably unlikely to put in another raise. So you're going to see a flop, and they're often priced in, so you get additional dead money in the pot anyway. So there's kind of like, it's kind of like a moment where you kind of know you're going to see the flop. You're not going to get pushed out too often.
Okay, Delmare responds by moving all in.
Never mind.
Now, does this just look bad to me because I can see that he's dominated by Malitz's ace-queen? Is this actually a good move against an unknown hand squeezing from the button?
Yeah, I don't know, James. This feels somewhat dissimilar to the spot where the ace-queen suited back raised into the aces that we saw earlier today. I think it's probably fine if you think Malitz is capable of squeezing here on the lighter side, which of course we know he is. I think Malitz is probably pretty happy just to shove over the top now, I suppose. 322K. It's still a lot of big blinds, though, James.
Also looks pretty strong. You flat the open, and then you re-jam against the 3-bet.
Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah, the Grafton has to be folded there, but I was not expecting the shove from the ace-jack.
So this is domination situation, and Delmare's going to need to get lucky against Sebastian Malitz.
Good at the elevators. I mean, I'm really bad because I have to run here, but I made it.
Yeah, Malitz did make it back for the hand, just.
It's like 90-10 flip.
He's going to move above the million mark if ace-queen holds here.
But now it's more important to win.
Yeah, this is a big moment.
I
This
have
is
less
for a
chance.
decent chunk of change.
Is he going to get spraggied? Is he going to get done dirty by ace-jack? Good start. Queen high flop. Delmare gaining 2% equity by standing up. Does he have a jacket? Does he have a bag? Can he get any additional percentage points?
You save so much chips here.
Wait a second.
Oh no.
He is drawing dead on the turn.
9 on the river.
Good luck. Nice playing with you.
Unbelievable.
Delmare KO. And Malitz up to 1.12 million. I think he's just taken the tournament chip lead now.
Yeah, I mean, guys, that was a lot of big blinds at this stage in the turn. As you said, James, what were we saying, 40 big blind average, something like that?
He's almost
yes. I'm going to write down what they called ace-9 on the original big game, because I still don't know if it's a swear word or not, if it's something I can say. Okay. They called it this.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
He's just drawn a picture, ladies and gentlemen, of a giant... No.
Can't say that?
No, don't say that, because it's... No.
Oh, do you want to see? Here, there you go. That's why I knew better not to do it.
Wow, by the way, this is a new dawn for Joseph.
Right?
Mr. Corporate.
I'm glad that he's checking
sort of
with us. I mean, we were joking about you getting fired earlier, but this is getting dangerously close.
Yeah, that does need to be redacted off the internet. Do not go search up those big game episodes.
So that's why you never see that episode.
Yeah, there was certain terminology that was employed at the gut shot as well, which for certain things which wasn't great. Thankfully, those days are in the end.
It's not one of the 7 dirty words.
No.
It wasn't that bad. I was exaggerating, but.
So we are changing feature tables, by the way, at the break. And I can't even believe these words are coming out of my mouth. We're going to bring up to the feature table chip leader Bobby James.
What about Nadia Razadine? Can we get her on the feature table? We haven't seen her all day.
Rania went broke yesterday.
Wow. Let's go, Jesse.
A flopped straight for Jesse Wiggin.
Yeah, and
wow.
Tabayev gonna bet for value here. Of course, there's so many hands he can get called by, and ordinarily this is a board that you want to play very passively because of the fear of ace-king, which obviously makes up something of the cutoff range and you don't have. But I wonder whether Jesse, with such a strong holding, gonna make an adjustment because of that small sizing. And I really like this. Not gonna let his opponent get away with setting their own price to go to the turn.
Yeah, position just so important, right? I mean, if you do decide to just call this 15, maybe you see some checkbacks on the turn, suddenly you're getting to the river and the pot is, what, 70K or something?
Yeah.
This way.
And Tabiev probably not going to be able to fold here. Yeah, it just makes perfect sense to continue. As the pot bloats now to 161K.
And shows no signs of slowing.
Yeah, and it's going to allow, on certain run-outs, Jesse to go for it all. And that's a bad card for Jesse Wigan, because now that straight becomes very, very obvious. Obviously, sometimes as well, his opponent has a king. Hands like King Jack, King 10, King Queen come to mind, and he's only playing for half the pot. And now we can't really go the polar sizing. Might want to sort of dampen the sizing.
70.
Does continue to put in money. And I wonder what Tabab... You see how it's a very good sizing against hands like Ace Queen and Ace Jack, where you feel a bit... you kind of don't want to fold. You've got that. You can imagine the king coming off.
Super duper sizing here.
Yeah, and what do we want to do?
Yeah. Tabayev calls. Got a couple of people heading to dinner.
Wow.
And no flush draws out there.
Oh my goodness.
You hate to see it.
A disgusting run out.
You hate to see it. Poker gods, no.
Puke. Straight on board.
300K out there. And now Jesse needs to decide whether he wants to go for a 10% pot, but I guess we probably just have to check it. I mean, the ace
0% pot.
Just favors in position.
Just go to dinner right now. Just leave. Let them kill your hand.
Checks over to his opponent, and what a delightful river card for the Kazakh.
I would say he should.
I'm getting that flag right. I hope I am.
He should check it back for the memes, but he has a
penalty.
penalty.
A lick of the lips. Jesse impassive. And those larger than average hands going to go to work. What's the sizing? That will be deployed. It's a very weird spot, by the way. I don't blame him for using a time bank card. It's very unclear what imposition should do. It's such a rare line.
I mean, very reasonable for Tabayev to have something like a set here, right? And now maybe think, okay, well, maybe I should be turning this into a bluff now that I have all the aces.
200.
I like it.
Yeah, and for Jesse Wigan, a terrible run out. And from a theory point of view, of course, you do have to pull some calls out here. You don't end up on the river with the ace all too often yourself.
Yeah, I mean, should Tabayev even have that many aces that isn't ace-king, right? You would think ace-10, no flush draws out there, ace-10, ace-jack should fold the turn a lot, even ace-queen.
I think Jesse's going to know that he doesn't have ace-king, I think, just based on the way the hand went down and probably some sense of his opponent. But, yeah, does he have...
All in.
What?
Oh, no. A valiant effort by Jesse Wigan, but runs into the nuts.
Jack deuce of diamonds for Barney.
You can mix in a couple different things here. going to be too
Raise.
strong heads up to just fold. So certainly can call, but I think he plays nice as a 3-bet too. It's going to put Kaufman, pardon the pun, but a little bit of a cough in. What do you do with ace-9? Do you put it in for your tournament life for 30 bigs? You just started here, you know? The older gentleman has 3-bet you. You're playing for a difference of 500,000 euros. And you have one of those middling aces. Do you just shove it in like you're getting 3-bet by any other aggressive pro? And Kaufman going to play it a little cautiously.
Okay, makes the call. Will have the advantage of position. And has the best hand, as we can see. The first flop of heads-up play. Jack 9-6. Ooh, top pair versus second pair. My apologies, the first hand of heads-up play went to the flop as well. But
Yeah,
this one is
wow.
going to involve probably more than one betting streak, Griffin.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends, of course, how the board shakes out. There could be some scare cards on the turn that shut the two of them down, but with Boatman with top pair is going to be playing it pretty confidently, and if we get some bricks, Kaufman might just call this all the way down.
A continuation bet of 2 million from Barney Boatman into a pot of 6.2 million. Kaufman with second pair top kicker calls. This hand going to the turn, and Kaufman now has less than pot behind.
Yeah, and what he really doesn't want is a low card like that. Something in that deuce to 5 range where it doesn't really change the complexion of the board too much. You know, maybe a king or a queen of spades.
Wow, Boatman shoves on Kaufman. It is all in to call. And what does Kaufman do here with a pair of 9s?
Am I allowed to ask for a count? Even if it's coversome?
Asks for a count, which I guess buys him more time without having to play a time bank card, but really?
Well, in fairness, he did say, am I allowed to? You know, it wasn't like he was, it's just like with trying to understand within the rules. This is a very important spot for Kaufman and you know, wants to utilize within the rules.
Yeah.
But you know, it's a little. I agree with you, James. But you know, it's like it was polite.
I don't know how exact it wants to be.
Is Kaufman out of time banks? Is that why he needs to do this?
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Or he might have a limited number left. Either way, it is a huge decision, right? You make the correct call here,
I guess
and you have pretty much evened things up.
I guess it's just something a little comical about counting 40 million.
It's fine. Thank you. I call.
Makes the call, and this could be it. The chips go in, and Barney Boatman is near enough a 9-1 favorite. David Kaufman needs an ace or a 9 on the river, or this is over.
Yeah, certainly Kaufman also considering maybe
Ace
hands
9.
like King 10, King Queen that would shove the turn here.
This is only the second hand of heads-up play.
My gosh.
And it could be the last hand of the tournament.
And that is a confident smile of a man that I think believes it is his time. Is it Barney Boatman's time?
An ace or a 9 required for Kaufman to continue. The river is a queen!
Very well played.
The oldest EPT champion ever, the 68-year-old UK poker legend, takes down EPT Paris 2024.
Just an incredible story, and you can see welling up a little bit with pride. People on the rail who love him, and it's just a beautiful thing to see.
Right now we are in Cyprus with the PokerStars European Poker Tour, and it's day 4 of the main event. It's the day we play down to the final 2 tables. Right now we're at 3 tables with 21 players returning from the dinner break. That means 5 more eliminations needed today, and it sounds like it's a hard target. They want to get to 16, so we may play through all of this level and maybe into a 6th level to get the job done. These are the big stacks right now. Martin Mikkel is chip leader with 3.37 million, followed by Anton Vig and Oliver Weiss. Former team pro Mikhail Shalamov also inside the top 5. The start of day chip leader Bobby James is actually one of the shortest stacks right now with 25 big blinds at the new blind level. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. This entire time there's been a guy named Eleftherios Sinos, and I'm just hearing about it now.
We did see him in a big hand earlier, a double KO. He was the beneficiary of the chips, and he is the biggest stack at our new feature table with 2.8 million, 70 big blinds. Average stack right now, 1.8 million. So we've got 3 Brits, Philip Joyce, Ariane Hassan Kashani, and the aforementioned Bobby James. Yisha Shen is also at the table, along with Andrei Lubovetsky and one of last year's finalists, Halil Tasirak, made the final table in Cyprus last year, as did Andrea Dato, last year's runner-up. Both those guys still in the field.
Pretty cool.
As we get the action restarted with the blinds at 20,000, 40,000 and a 40k big blind ante. It's level 25 of the main event. And just to highlight, 7 minutes left to enter today's EPT live stream free roll. Registration opened while we were on break. We've been revealing the information in the live chat on Twitch and YouTube in case you missed it. Merit is the password. We are at the Merit Resort right now. Merit, M-E-R-I-T, uppercase characters. Merit is the password you need to play today's free roll with $2,000 in Power Path tickets in the prize pool. Only available in selected markets, specifically shared liquidity licenses excluding Belgium, Germany and Sweden.
Nice.
Just in time. Just in time to catch the virtual all-in.
950,000. 3 passes. 5 passes.
Sinos opened in early position. Joyce flatted. Chen has re-raised. Both players fold.
Get out of my pot.
Some dessert.
Important to discuss what was on offer at dinner. And another prime opportunity for me to selfishly promote my vlog, showcasing my journey to Cyprus and my first few days here ahead of the first stream we did. At the end of the video, I do showcase some of the dishes available for you to consume at the EPT Cyprus buffet.
Life is like the EPT Cyprus buffet. You never know what you're gonna get.
It is true. Many of those dishes, by the way, unlabeled. The contents, unclear.
Not important.
I mean, if you have a food allergy or in any way are gluten intolerant or a vegetarian, it would be nice to know.
That's how we cull the weak.
6 raises.
If you can't handle giant dish of baby melted meat and cheese and who knows what else, then you don't deserve to breathe the same air as us.
3 passes.
Russian roulette with food. I love it.
4 passes.
Was this a Gibbons? Did we get a Gibbons from Sinos here?
This is weird.
Eleftherios?
I thought we were playing 10-20, so I thought I've been min raising.
I did wonder what you were doing.
Oh, unintentional Gibbons.
I thought we were playing 10-20, so I thought...
I thought he was min-raising, and actually,
5 calls.
he was limping.
Okay.
Welcome to the game.
Yep.
Well, Joe,
So
the good
blinds
news
go up.
is
Yeah,
we
yeah.
don't have to do this level alone. Joining us
It's on the other
live
table, you didn't do
via
that once, and I was
satellite
like, wow, he's really doing
is
some fancy
Maria
shit
Ho.
on
Good
TV.
evening, Maria.
Good evening.
Hi, Maria.
He just changed his playing style completely.
Oh, hello there.
Oh, jeez. If you could,
I mean,
it's daggers right off
you
the
know
bat.
why. You know why.
Wow, what?
Well, it's a double whammy. You first of all you insult Nando's, and I believe you also insulted Maria as well.
What are you guys talking about?
Right. Like, I love Nando's, but I don't like pumpkin spice lattes. So what you said is not true.
Just
I'm
because
not
it
a
spikes
basic
your
bee.
glucose, otherwise you'd be all over that basic.
Lubavetsky has successfully raised under the gun, making it 80k with queens. Tasiarek with Jack 10 on the button.
So this is a raise, yeah?
Maria, I just want to warn you, they do serve beer and wine at the buffet here, so I could be a little more cantankerous than usual.
Maria, I know you've only just joined us, but I'm assuming you were watching from the top of the level and would have seen that there is another Maria who's currently top of the leaderboard in the catbird seat.
I saw, and that is amazing. I don't feel like I've ever seen her or played with her, but I'm really interested to see, how she maneuvers this deep run with the big stack.
It's actually a martyr, not a Maria. We've got enough Marias in poker. This one's a martyr.
Close enough.
Thanks, Marie. Yisha Chen's been kind of a boss, by the way. Not sure what we'll see now that she's down to 28 big blinds, but certainly has not been afraid to move chips. Maria is so smart and funny. Oh, I hate a kiss ass. You're banned.
I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but historically, has 2 women ever made the final 6 of an EPT?
Ooh, that's an excellent question. I don't think it's ever happened.
I'm going to say no.
I'm definitely going to say no.
Okay, we've got something to root for.
Absolutely.
History in the making, potentially.
As JZ famously said, history in the making, part 2.
Is that 2 rap references from James in 1 week?
I have eclectic music taste, Joe. You know that.
Yeah, right. Eclectic. It's called having a teenage daughter.
By the way, while we're on the subject of music, can we please spare a thought for the dealer who is currently listening to Walk of Life for the 18th time today?
Check, check here with top pair against bottom pair on the flop. And, this is pretty interesting turn in terms of giving the pair of 5s here flush draw. I got to warm up a little bit for these last names. I'm coming in cold.
Lubavetsky has the 5-3. Hassan Kashani has the Jack 10.
114.
And it is Hassan Kashani who's betting here, 140,000. Does have the best hand, but big draw for Lubavetsky.
Certainly feels like a spot where you're just happy to realize your equity with the call.
Does indeed make the call, and these two will go to the river. It is the 7 of hearts. So Lubavetsky left with just a pair of 5s.
Yeah, it does have just the slightest bit of showdown.
Well, at least gets to show it down for free.
Marian Hassan Kashani currently playing 57 big blinds, slightly above average right now. Bless you.
Thank you.
That was weird. Must be allergic to missing value on the river.
Maria, have you changed your icon, your avatar on the YouTube?
No, it's always. Oh, maybe? Oh, I have 2 YouTube accounts. Wow.
Burner alert.
James, you would make an excellent, and I mean, you are an excellent boyfriend, and I feel like you're the type of person that if Michelle got her hair cut, you would notice.
Absolutely. But also,
Who's Michelle?
I do have an insane attention for detail.
I realize that I'm logged in to YouTube from my other account.
I want to go see all the comments that she's left under this other account.
It can't listen. How could it be a burner if I'm using my own image?
She's
Clearly
just
not
like,
a burner.
she's just like libtard this. Jet fuel can't melt steel beams.
Are you having to use the second account because Joe banned you during the last event?
Whoops.
But that must be it. All right.
Oh, Lobster667 says, I was in Wiston's chat one day, and I was the only one who noticed he'd had a haircut. He was so happy that someone had noticed.
That is very sweet.
Aren't we running at like 96% probability now that Chat Pro Saturday will happen?
It's high. Yeah, really high.
Tom will be happy.
You know who could ruin it? Maria's burner account.
Spoil it for everyone.
Average Joe's card says audio quality for Maria is fantastic. Sounds like she's right there with you guys. I mean, what are we paying for this satellite? $25 a minute? So it should be good.
I'd take the over.
Oh no, that's just the line fee. The actual cost of
getting it here.
Yeah, and that bit of kit, the satellite decoder, that's like 5 figures.
I found one of those in a cereal box. Oh my goodness, look at you getting just a little bit out of line with the ace-9 on the button and running into the biggest of slicks.
Timing is everything in poker. And a great spot for Bobby James, who is now the shortest stack at this table.
Yeah, James had a heck of a day yesterday, but today, maybe this is where he's going to get himself back into the chip lead spot that he was able to hold yesterday.
We got brutalized by Marta on at least 2 occasions.
Exactly. I'd say that today has been a game of 2 halves, Brian. It was a great start, and he was running pure. But yes, during the second half of the day, it's not gone his way.
Just know what Joe's commentary is going to be.
Yes. Tell me.
One for the good guys.
What's really sad is that Bobby's going to watch this back later and realize that Joe didn't say that.
One for the okay guys. Sorry, I was too busy reading a comment on YouTube about how good my comic book is. One for the good guys. There we go. Sorry, Bobby. I'll tell you this. Bobby would make for a terrible poker hand because he is one of a kind. You know, 2 of a kind is 3 of a kind.
No,
Yeah.
you don't explain it. I'm kind of nodding along, saying, yep, I get it. I get it.
Hey, we got Wendy as
Okay,
Beth
so
in chat, too. Oh, my goodness. Hello.
Ah.
questioning whether the positive review of your comic book was from Maria's burner account.
Jacob wants to know what's the book about. It's about 150 pages. Thank you for your question.
Well, it's ace-5 against 9x and a pair of 9s for Yisha Chen. Could be better than that. But at least a pair of 9s, and that is the winning hand right now.
Yeah, blind versus blind here. You would assume that, you know, Chen might not have a spade if she decides to check back the flop, just because, you know, sometimes a pair with the flush draw might decide to bet that flop, but she's probably just wanting to exercise a little pot control. Might not have the redraw. Very likely to have the best hand now that it goes check, check on both flop and turn, but probably not the best river card in Chen's mind.
Nice and easy.
Yeah, I think she's pretty lucky that Joyce just found himself with the hand where he still might have a little bit of showdown with ace high, that he decides not to turn his hand into a bluff.
Flush still pays the bonus, even if it's just a deuce.
So a reminder that every day we do change the CD on the dealer's Discman. Yesterday, Simply Red. Today, Dire Straits. Tomorrow, The Best of Men at Work. It has...
Was it a 4-track CD?
Down Under, the 7-inch version. Down Under, the 12-inch version.
Yeah.
Down Under, instrumental version.
And Down Under, the remix.
Down Under, ex-David Guetta.
I'll give this good bad lookalike for Joyce next time we're on. I'm with you, Wallace, though. Yes! Tazarek. You better check yourself before you Tazarek yourself.
1 under to anyone.
Is Chen's reader broken, or does she just have the deuce of spades again, and maybe that chip isn't working?
It's entirely possible.
Well, we'll get some clarity here, because I think if she did have 10 deuce, she's going to be folding to this raise. Okay, she might have had the deuce of spades again.
Santosh just busted.
Oh.
Spoiler.
Bobby referencing that Santosh just busted. That'll be Santosh Sivana.
End of day at 16.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, which Santosh?
Are we able to give them a 1-round penalty if they spoil it from the table and not in chat?
You don't want to be asking me questions like that, Maria. I'd be handing out penalties left, right, and centre for all manner of minor violations and grievances. We will witness Santosh Sivana's demise in just a moment. But yes, I can confirm we are down to 20 players as we see Philip Joyce open here with Queen 9 at the cutoff.
One raises all in.
Chen, 26 big blinds, just gonna shove.
Sorry. Discount.
Unexploitable play here. Just happy to pick it up, get it through.
Yep. So let's see what happened a couple of minutes ago at one of the two outer tables. It was Sancho Sivana all in with Jack-9 against Queens. It was an uphill task, and Jack-9 did not get there. And that was the moment Santos Shivana was eliminated in 21st place. So he cashes for $31,940, and we are at 20 players now as we continue to play down to 16 on day 4 here at EPT Cyprus.
Maria, do you think
Man's so rich, he was trying to leave without his payout.
Yeah. Sorry, if it's 5 figures, I don't care.
7 raises, 55,000. 10 passes.
Sorry, Stapes, what was your question?
Do you think that we are going to get to 16 by the end of this level?
Well, I feel like these bold predictions are really only meant to be made by the widget. But, I mean, certainly chip distribution has a little bit to do with it. How many shorties we got out in the field?
Not
Nobody
that
at
many.
this feature table, so...
The shortest stack
I
at the
think
feature
it
table
might
is
take-
26 big, so...
Right, so nobody here, but what about the outer tables? I'm going to give it, you know, a good 2 hours.
Okay.
So a little more than a level.
I think that's...
But what does the widget say?
So the widget actually thinks that we will finish level 25 with 15 players. So the widget thinks it's doable.
This is my time to beat the widget finally.
I'm
with Maria.
I think we will play into level 26. I think we came back from dinner slightly below a 50 big blind average. And remember, as Kenny Hallett revealed the other day, that's what the widget is effectively tracking. So because of that, I think we're going to probably get to 17. And then hopefully during the first 30 to 45 minutes of level 26, that's when we're likely to get down to 16. But stranger things have happened at sea.
Yeah, it's not just chip distribution. It's also, you know, the player types that we have left in the field. There's going to be, you know, maybe some inexperienced players who are not as ICM aware that, you know, might make a slight blunder just gambling a little
Like
bit
who?
too much.
But also...
Name names.
Well, I don't want to name names.
Also, sometimes it just comes down to a series of good old-fashioned coolers.
Right.
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel like the coolers are going to
Stapes,
happen.
Do you feel like cranking it or not?
You know what? I've been really just sort of out of sorts and not feeling it, not cranking it. I've just been tired and stressed out, and sometimes no matter how much
That's
you crank
not
it,
like
nothing
you.
happens. I know.
I don't even know who you are anymore.
Just haven't been getting the same joy out of cranking it. By the way, when I say cranking it, I mean cranking the cooler machine. That
Yes.
if I crank it hard enough and long enough, eventually a bunch of chips will spew out.
Well, that's an image that's not going to leave my head anytime soon. And after that extended conversation about when we'll get down to 16 players, Akinikus asks, how many are we playing down to today? And the percentage chance of Chat Pro Saturday just dropped below the 90% mark.
I love Yisha Chen. She's kind of a boss.
She could be, I mean, she could be the female version of David Peters, you know, just the silent killer type.
I mean, look at this. Opening 8-7 suited on a 30 big blind stack.
Fearless.
Is totally going to steal this pot from Sinos unless he flops a set.
No, even if he flopped.
Wow,
she's
even,
still
huh?
gonna get him off of it. She's still gonna get him off of it.
And Lubavetsky calling as well out of the big blind, so three-way to this flop. Jack 8 deuce. She's in fact flopped best.
Yeesh. Check it to the hijack. Time to take control of this plane.
Yeah, multi-way. She does decide to check back. Just, can't really withstand a raise on the flop. So that's unfortunate. But, it's kind of bound to happen, right? You have a hand on the flop that's not really quite strong enough to bet for value or, for protection, because you're not really able to call against a raise. And against two opponents, yeah, sometimes you're just going to get the 4 flush on board and got no club in your hand. But Sinos, with the best hand here, still really isn't able to bet into 2 players.
Yeah, Chen went from first to last. Lubovetsky pairing as king, but Sinos has made the flush, and the other 2 players are drawing dead.
She's going to find a way to win herself this pot, I think.
I hope so, because I like to be right.
It's a little bit more for Sinos to call here because he does have the big blind behind him. And things will get really murky if he calls and he faces a raise, or if he calls and then there's an overcall, because on the river there's just not much he can do. I think he's planning to call once, but he's gonna very likely fold to a second barrel. Okay, 1 person down. She just needs to be able to fire the river.
Barry Greenstein.
Chen can certainly have, a lot of offsuit combos here, opening from the hijack. Range is going to be a little bit wider. This wasn't a 3-bet pot pre, it's just a single race pot. So again, just a lot of those offsuit kind of 1 spade type hands can certainly be in her range. I'd love to see this.
Okay, so we're looking at a pot of 580,000. And Yisha Chen has just bet 350K. And Sinos with this 6-high flush.
And what a great sizing too, right? Because I think that it's not polarizing. It feels like she can very easily take this line without, the nut flush. She could have the queen of spades here. I don't know how often she goes for it with maybe like the 10 of spades, because Sinos did call from the small blind. So he can have some offsuit combos as well, but, certainly doesn't look like, she just has to have the nut flush here. And the more hands you could have in your value range, the less likely the 6 of spades is going to be good.
Yes.
Oh yeah, let's get it.
Well, you called it pre-flop, Joe. She found a way to get Sinos to fold a better hand, and Yisha Chen is now playing 1.57 million, just shy of 40 big blinds.
She's terrifying.
Roll up those sleeves, girl.
Yeah.
That was some hard work. That was hard work.
What a hand.
Joe, you taking some notes?
I can't do that.
These are the things
I can't
we
bet a
need you to
third
do.
of my
Yes.
stack on a bluff.
Just
Are
to
you
be
kidding
clear,
me?
Just to be clear, Maria, the next time Joe plays poker will be in Brazil. And I'm just going to say, do not try and make a move like that in Brazil.
Yeah, we have to, talk before you go, Stapes. Just make sure that we've got some of the population tendencies of the players in Brazil down.
Now, hold on a second. I'm going to play a whole lot of video poker at the NAPT before Brazil. That's how I like to train. That's me in the lab. Ultimate X hot streak.
I love the fact that your idea of the lab is video poker and Ultimate.
That's how you learn how to hit your outs.
That's hilarious.
And if you get it right, you get a treat, which is a Miller Lite.
So Lubovetsky in the small blind completes. Bobby James with aces raises to 100K.
BB for Bobby. Finally, one for the good guys.
Lubovetsky makes the call. King, Jack, 7, second pair for Lubovetsky.
6 spot for Bobby.
Yeah, I just don't really imagine, first of all, blind versus blind, for there to be these types of hands just so strong. You know, you're just really hoping that your opponent has something to call with, and luckily he does.
And luckily does not improve.
I kind of feel there's a few more we can add to your training, to your work in the lab. I kind of feel that Mystery of the Lamp helps you deal with disappointment and negative variance.
You know what? I can't do Mystery of the Lamp anymore. It's one of the ones that I've completely sworn off because my last like really bad degen session where I could have left a winner and I left with nothing was playing Mystery Lamp. And so I don't do it. I'm out. No. This was at Thunder Valley.
Are you telling me that your wishes did not bring riches?
No, and you know how easy it is to hit a feature in that game. Like, I bricked super hard. I probably shouldn't have been playing $45 a spin.
That probably has a lot to do with it.
You do see that the sizing James chooses on the turn sets this up for an SPR of about 1 on the river.
River is the deuce of clubs. Pretty fun to have the ace of clubs here.
Yeah, it's such an uncomfortable spot for Queen Jack because, you know, if you had top pair here, then you're most likely just going to be doubling James up. But you also recognize that this texture and this run out is probably one that James is very likely to just continue barreling his air on as well. You know,
$840,000 in the middle. James with 795 behind.
7 bets.
Doesn't shove.
interesting. I mean, I think a little bit has to do with the fact that the flush gets there on the river, so maybe just a few less hands that might look him up if he were to go for essentially a pot-sized shove. I think he's really trying to keep, you know, the King X and the Jack X curious. I feel like if the flush doesn't come in, then it's a pretty clear all in on the river. But you wonder if the sizing is going to make the Queen Jack more likely to fold. Certainly getting a really good price, but, you know, doesn't block any of the strong King X hands that would have raised pre-flop. The fact that James is willing to bet again when the flush comes in is also, you know, a little bit of a cause for concern, although you do have the Queen of Clubs in your hand.
People haven't really liked folding all that much. We've seen a bunch of hero calls in spots where...
Joe, it's because folding's boring.
I know, but like I know that I'm way too exploitable. But there's just so many of these spots. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't have it here. I have second pair. I gotta go. Sorry, you win. Yep.
Single chip call and a huge pot. A much needed pot for Bobby James as he starts to turn things around now. Back up to nearly 50 bigs, 1.9 million.
He's just hoping Marta doesn't get moved to this table.
Yeah, right? He's safe as long as Marta's not here. Another one for the good guys.
It's been a very awkward situation if you jammed river. I've been very upset.
Why? You would have got all his chips.
Teşekkürler.
Raise.
One raises 80,000.
Chen opening under the gun with pocket nines.
3 passes.
Folded to Hassan Kashani. King 4 passes. Sinos with queens.
Oh fuck. 5 raises 240,000.
There's going to be quite a bit of respect given to this 3-bet, considering Sinos 3-bet and under the gun open. But, you know, 37 big blinds. You wonder if she's going to think about maybe calling here and seeing a flop. Certainly the deeper you are, of course, the more profitable it is to try to set mine. Here, of course, it can get kind of awkward on certain flops. You know, you're not really able to continue on a lot of flops, and you're just going to have to check folds. And then it's also dangerous to have a low flop in this particular situation when you're up against another overpair.
Hello, nurse.
Or you can just flop top set.
This
and have
counts.
Not a care in the world.
This counts as domination rotation. And Chen now near enough a 9-1 favorite. Checks the action to Sinos. You imagine we'll continue with an overpair, and yep, loading up.
But this is just all poker butterfly effect. You know, if she didn't get away with that bluff on the river against Sinos, she would not, or if she didn't go for it, basically, she would not have flopped this set. I am a firm believer in this.
Wait, what? I agreed too early with that statement, I think.
I'm just saying that aggression is rewarded, and going for it is rewarded.
Wait, flopping this set is because of her aggression and not getting paid on the set?
What?
Are you saying that she flopped the set because she's aggressive on the last hand, or she's going to get paid on the set because she was aggressive on the last hand?
I mean, both. I mean, she's going to get paid because Sinos has queens, because Sinos has an overpair. But I'm saying that because she got away with a well-timed bluff earlier, the poker gods are giving her this set as another reward.
Are you into like crystals or something now?
Yeah, I'm holding one right now.
Oh, my back.
It's, you know, it's my paperweight.
All right, Maria, I'll sign up for your Amway account.
I wonder if they're going to have their annual dinner at Resorts World at the same time as the NAPT again.
So good. Justin Hammer had that great joke where he's like, I'm surprised they didn't do it at Luxor.
Wow, look at this small bet. I mean, I kind of love it. Might Sinos go for a value raise here against this sizing? Just thinking that she's weak. Okay, like Chen has some serious chops. The fact that she's even able to find such a small bet here on the river in the hopes that, you know, I think she's just up against the wrong opponent. I think if she's up against, you know, a lot of the best of the best, they would have gone for a value raise with queens here. Wow. But
I mean,
okay, hold on. Who
yes.
is this girl? Who is this girl?
Yes, the pot could have been bigger, but that's still a decent win there, adding 670k to her stack, up now to 2.16 million and second in chips at this table.
Queens.
Queens? Wow.
Almost.
That would almost put me on tilt to know they had queens.
Back in the mix. Wrecking once again.
All right, does she play online or something? Like, I need to see her online results.
I think she plays the all-star video poker machine.
Part of me wants to see the numbers. Part of me wants to get a reconciliation from Thunder Valley to see exactly how much Joe did on Mystery of the Lamp on that trip.
6 passes, 7 passes.
Wow. Maria going hard at the chat with a hard disagree. Do you know what, Maria?
That's...
because of that, percentage chance of Chat Pro Saturdays has dropped below 80%. Guys, got to salvage this. Don't ruin it now. It's so close, so close.
Well, I just think it's funny that the person that made the comment thought that it was me trying to defend her play. I don't think I need to defend her play. I think we're all in agreement that she's very good. She does not need me to defend her.
According to Zeddy, Patrick Leonard picked her to win the whole tourney a few days ago. Can understand why.
I mean, if that's not an endorsement, I don't know what is.
Python says Chen is only doing this tourney to make up for how much she lost in Mystery of the Lamp. Not everyone loses at that machine.
4 passes, 5 passes. 6 passes. 85. 7 raises, 85,000.
Oh, we've moved on to the next hand, and we have an open from Bobby James with Queen Jack of clubs. Round to the big blind. Halil Tasirek, 8-5.
3 calls. Start like 1 million, yeah?
Huh?
Start like 1 million.
Yeah.
Really interesting flop here. Open ender against 2 overs and a flush draw. I do like this check back though from James. You know, it's a little bit difficult to want to play a big pot here with a queen high flush draw on a texture where, you know, there's going to be a fair portion of your opponent's range that's going to go for the check raise. You know, here, depending on the sizing, you know, which is, you know, very reasonable from 8s and 6s, James can still easily make this call and see a river with that draw.
Deuce on the river. James does not get there. It's the deuce of spades, not the deuce of clubs. And yes, Melano, to answer your point, it's many of the same dealers and floor staff working at every single EPT. We'll see a lot of the same team at each event. Check to showdown. Tasirak wins the pot.
Yeah, there might have been an argument, you know, to go for some value there and try to get called by some ace highs, but either way, decent result.
So halfway through the level now, and still just that one elimination. Still at 20 players. 4 eliminations needed to bring day 4 to a close.
Can't wait to stick it in the widget's face. We end this level with 18 players.
Please keep whatever you want to stick away from the widget, please.
Yeah, we're going to write HR on behalf of the widget, Stapes.
I mean, it's a common phrase, stick it in your face. Is that what it comes from? Hey, that's a fun one.
You've just realized. Yes, Broadway. And
Broadway.
A pair and a straight draw for Sinos.
Oh, is that new, Stapes? Is that a new thing?
No, it's just really hard to make a straight, so I don't get to say it very often.
Could be a little bloody if the heart comes on the river.
Yeah, I can't believe it went check on the flop, to be honest, but Tasirak has a complete lock on this hand, has the nut straight, has the nut flush draw, bets 80,000. Sinos, a pair and a straight draw and a no good flush draw.
Yeah, certainly some cause for concern considering the small blinds range is going to be very strong when they call and under the gun.
Well, now's the time, my friend. $100, $200, $300.
300,000.
3/4 pot.
You did that right.
Yeah, I like this sizing just to go a little bit bigger here because, you know, you could very likely have some other suited ace X of hearts here, right, that don't contain the Broadway, that bet on the turn because you have the flush draw and the straight draw. And now you just brick off on the river. So you can understand why Sinos decides to make the call.
I can't really. Everyone just keeps calling with these crazy weak hands. I mean, that's certainly not a hand so strong you have to show it.
Could have been considerably worse.
The TV table run good.
I got him.
Nice hand. Thank you.
If Tasirak wins this year, I'm going to ask him for a hug, I think. Doesn't he look like he'd be a great hugger, Maria?
Yeah, you would make a great small spoon.
So a reminder that we are casting Loose Cannons for the new season of the PokerStars Big Game on Tour. We're shooting it at Resorts World Las Vegas during the NAPT. We've got qualifiers, free-to-play tournaments on October 30th, 31st, and November the 4th. Your chance to advance to the casting stage and have an audition before the judges and potentially be chosen to play on the big game. You'll find all the details in the PokerStars Live app, the details on how the satellites are going to work, the structure, and also the important terms and conditions related to the casting process. And we'll film those shows in Vegas in early November, and chances are you'll get to see them at some point next year.
Don't reply. Don't. We have plenty of people we have to get through. It's really, we have enough.
Thank you.
We got like 100 people already.
My question is, when are you guys gonna release the rest of the lineup? Because I saw a couple names like Gronk and Nick, but I'm curious to know who else you guys have lined up
As
to
soon as we
play.
get them to agree to be on the show, we'll announce them.
To be fair, we do have some other names confirmed, but basically, I don't say anything until I'm told we're allowed to say it.
Yeah. I did see a rather concerning question here.
80?
That said,
Number 3 raises to 80,000.
hold on, I can't remember if it was on Twitch or YouTube. It was something along the lines of, when are non-Americans going to be allowed to qualify?
Well, just to be clear, anyone is eligible to compete in these qualifiers, and anyone is eligible to be considered as a loose cannon. Now, I'm not going to pretend for 1 second that it doesn't favor people who are in the Las Vegas area, because that's where the qualifiers are being held. But there's going to be a lot of people coming to the NAPT from other countries as well, and anyone is welcome to participate.
That's correct. That's the point I was getting at. Thank you. I mean, I'm sorry that you have to go to the wonderful, amazing city of Las Vegas to participate in a free qualifier at the beautiful Resorts World, hanging out with the charming and attractive James Hartigan. Getting yelled at by Nadia.
I wonder what
KGB.
questions she's going to have to try to stump the contestant this year.
None of the really hard questions she asked even made it to that show, right? The YouTube show?
I think...
Where she was like, what's the square root of 7?
Yeah.
Wrong! Get out of my sight.
That's only... No, that's not even an exaggeration. That's actually a pretty accurate impersonation.
I mean, this whole time I thought James was going to be the Simon Cowell.
No,
that's what we all thought.
I said going in, and then as soon as we started, I'm like, I have to adjust here. You can't have two Simon Cowells, and there's no way I can compete against Nadia.
Arian is that way for Finn.
Nadia be like, that's a terrible answer. You're lucky I don't have my bodyguard kill you.
I'm going to raise a value, Finn, you bet.
No comment, mate, no comment.
So we've got the loose cannon qualifiers, the big game shoot, NAPT Las Vegas. A reminder that straight after the NAPT, we've got UK IPT Nottingham in the UK, BSOP Millions in Sao Paulo, and we are going to divide and conquer. I'm going to go to the UK IPT. Joe's going to go to the BSOP. That's right, Joey in Brazil. One other event I want to highlight is November 21st, 24th, the Hippodrome in London is hosting the first ever Women's Winter Festival. I hope this becomes an annual thing, because there's some really fun events on the schedule, including a 50-50 event, which requires a pair, a man and a woman, to enter together. Not a tag team format per se, but that partnership element just makes it really interesting. And all the other events on the schedule, obviously designed for female players, including a new one they've just added, a 1K high roller.
Sorry, Maria, I'm not available. Good luck finding a guy who wants to play with you.
I mean, I might as well not go. If that's the case. What's the point?
All right, we got a raise from Joyce. Tazarex in. A7 of diamonds. Suited Sinos. So the good lookalike for the good bad lookalike for Joyce from Wallace was Ezra Miller, the Flash.
I am aware of who Ezra Miller is. Does he still get discussed in polite society, or?
He's still a good actor.
Yeah.
You have 3 green stacks, yeah?
Yeah.
So from this slide, it's not perfect angle for me to not be able to see it.
All he did was
3 green, 1
follow a couple home to their hotel room and threaten to kill them.
Just to be clear, he's talking about Ezra Miller, not Philip Joyce.
Correct.
That we know of.
Jesus Christ, Maria. Do you want us to get sued?
I just, you know, I feel like I didn't make a definitive statement, but I also didn't, you know, leave it. I left it up
No,
to.
It was close.
Let's be definitive. Philip Joyce doesn't stalk people. There we go. Jane Windsor wants to know, Maria, if you might come to the Women's Winter Festival in London.
You know, I know about it. It's you know, one of those things where I'm going to have to see if I can make the trip out. But if my schedule will allow, it sounds like a great event.
Cool.
And I've never played at the Hippodrome before, so.
Oh, well, I mean, there's
I hear
so
great
many
things.
incentives, so many incentives. Look.
And Nando's.
There is, of course.
Right?
Nando's in Covent Garden, not that far away. I would be there. I'm actually really annoyed to be missing it. Both me and my girlfriend would have gone. However, before it was announced, we had already booked a trip on a Disney cruise. So sadly, we will not be able to make it.
He's got to get Chip and Dale's Rescue Rangers autographs in his book before he can come back.
I want to meet Elsa, Joe.
Wait. My sister is going to be on a Disney cruise in November. I wonder if you guys are on the same one.
Oh, this would be so sick.
Please tell me Dr. Judy Ho is going to be on the boat.
Yeah, with her toddler, by the way, which is the only reason you should be going on a Disney cruise.
There are children involved. There is an extended family going on this trip.
All right, good. Because there's nothing weirder than Disney adults.
I resemble that remark.
So a hand has kind of happened this whole time. Lubavetsky taking advantage of the ace of clubs. Can we see another second pair hero call? This time would finally be right.
Yeah, it went check on the flop, and Lubavetsky just led turn and followed up here with another barrel on the river. No club in Joyce's hand. You know, certainly isn't beating Queen X here. A lot of suited combos, could be defending from the big blind, so he could have all the flushes here. And then you have to think a little bit about, you know, these types of calls are opponent dependent. Do you perceive your opponent as someone who is capable here of having bluffs, of being able to fire two barrels without it?
The last one, right?
All of these considerations just running through Joyce's mind in the time bank. I think having a 10 is also not great for Joyce because, you know, you block some of the natural bluffs like the king 10 and the 10-9s.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I think you'd rather have a different kicker with your Jack X.
So we saw two hero calls that were wrong and a fold also wrong.
And I believe that Philip Joyce has just used up his last remaining time bank cards.
Yeah, additional.
You put yours in the bag if you don't lose them again.
You have to bag them, yes.
You put the bag and you say, oh, I had 8
Very
time bags
funny.
and now it's 6.
Very funny. Thank you for that. That was such a bad needle. It's okay. I forgive you.
I thought you'd like it.
Bobby 40-40, please.
You won. Go on, lad.
What do you win?
Something. I don't know what. Something. Maybe the mystery, or maybe the 1K.
Maybe the mystery is what he actually won. 10 fold. Arian is confused.
Are they talking about Mystery of the Lamb?
I was just thinking about Jamie's bracelet for a second then.
1 fold.
I thought they were talking about Poirot.
I was dreaming about it for a second.
Funniest thing ever.
Maybe one day, you know.
Mate, his video is the funniest thing ever. He's like, just what a bracelet. Best thing ever.
Bless him. Cute.
3 folds. Four raises to 85,000. 5 folds.
Hassan Kashani opening with Queen 10.
6 and 7 both.
Are we sure that's his whole last name and not just a first and last name that we smashed together?
Can confirm that is his second name. Aryan is his first name.
All right. What do you think of this from Crazy Carl? The mystery is thus signed autograph of Crazy Carl. Agreed.
One fold. 3 folds.
30 minutes left on this level and still 20 players. At this point, it looks like we will definitely be coming back for level 26 at a stack that is significantly below average.
By the way, I'm going to unplug the widget if it's wrong here. It's time. It's getting a little too self-aware.
7 raises to 125.
It's an Excel algorithm, Joe. With all of the stuff going on in the world of technology, I really don't think you have anything to worry about with the widget.
I don't know, I think it's getting a little uppity.
Joe's just mad that the widget doesn't laugh at his jokes.
Jan Kite in the chat asking, where's Bobby? I'm going to guess probably in your DMs. I thought he was only DMing me, but it turns out he DMs a lot of people in poker. Diamond, diamond, diamond. 9 of diamonds, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, James raised this pre-flop and Joyce called. That's a pretty decent turn card for James to just start betting now. I mean, I think there's a lot of turn cards where he might have just given up on this hand, but here a little bit of equity. No diamond though.
Oh, but I just noticed that. Good spot, MU. We've got James Joyce at the table.
Ha! No wonder this hand's taking so long!
Yeah, that's a big old brick, and James just showing up here with the bottom of his range feels like it's kind of a mandatory bluff spot to try to win the pot.
That's a big chunk of his stack. But it gets the job done.
Yeah, luckily for him, Joyce just didn't really have much to think about there. Would have been interesting if Joyce had a hand like King X.
What about it?
What about having King X?
Yeah.
Well, you don't have top pair, but all the flush draws miss, and you have the pre-flop aggressor checking the flop, which is, you know, kind of interesting on a really coordinated texture that they would be checking some good top pairs, right? So that one could have been a really great hero call potential had he had more than just, you know, a busted flush draw on 10 high.
It's nice though. The thing is, the walk in every day is a bit long because it's like 25, 30 degrees or whatever. But it's nice to get moving, get the body flowing, you know.
Glitch Coaching says the EPT chips always look so nice to handle. I can confirm that those chips are nice. They have some good weight to it, which makes it, you know, easy to shuffle and stack.
5 raises, 8,000. 6 and 7 fold.
Gotta have a chip with some weight.
10 fold.
Not like the
I don't
ones
like
that
the
feature
slippery
in
chips.
70 to 80% of poker movies. They're like really cheap plastic ones that clearly someone like went to the.
That was like my first note on Card Counter. I just sent them pictures and I was like, do not buy these chips.
Yeah, you gotta go clay.
I believe the chips we're talking about were definitely used in both the movie Blackbird and the TV show The Good Ship Murder.
For sure. Well, obviously, like part of it is that chips are expensive, right? And you need a lot of them.
Yeah.
And so one of the funny things about the Card Counter is they can only afford a certain number of them. So I was constantly moving them from tables that were not in shot to tables that were in shot. Because we only had like 2 or 3 tables worth of chips.
5 raises all in.
Sinos.
Chen decided to 3-bet with
Yeah.
6s from the big blind, and that's gonna make it a very easy shove spot for Ace King with about 30 bigs, and that's unfortunate for Chen.
It's
I feel like
unfortunate.
6s might have been a little bit. I feel like 6s might have just been a little bit too good to not just call from the big blind, see a flop. Now, do you really want to just put in a large portion of your own stack? You know, best case scenario, hoping for a flip. You know, very unlikely that Sinos is ever going to be doing this with a pocket pair worse than 6s. So that might have been a slight misstep.
Did you have the 4 of diamonds? Okay.
I think she had it, yeah. I saw a mark on the card there, so I thought it was a
Again.
So, yeah.
Wow. Marked card read.
So right now,
Good read, mate. Good
Hassan
read.
Kashani is the table chip leader with 65 big blinds. Andrei Lubovetsky, the shortest stack with 20 bigs. So no short stacks per se at this table.
Raises to 85,000. 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold.
Umer on YouTube says, I requested Maria to give me an autograph. She didn't respond to my request. That's because her lawyer doesn't work Fridays. You're going to have to wait for that to come certified mail.
No, you need to go to Comic-Con and like queue along with everyone else and pay.
She could have been in a comic book, but she declined. Is this a real hand?
Chen, right.
Yeah, or is this Yisha
And
Chen
heavy.
bossing it?
She's right back in there, trying to recoup some of those chips she lost in the hand before.
Yisha, Yisha.
Yeah, up to over 2 million now.
It's weird because no one's really sure.
No.
But we had like 4 stacks over 120 big blinds earlier at
Correct.
the feature table.
It's really kind of like squished together now in the sense that even the biggest stacks are around 60 bigs and the shorts are around 20. And as I've highlighted, you know, we're going to come back in, well, the end. This level will end in 20 minutes, and then we'll come back from break, and everything will be a lot shallower.
Crazy Carl is noting that New York Comic Con is this weekend, and you can get trapped at New York Comic Con. Our book is there.
Thank you for clarifying. You were talking about your comic book. I honestly, I know the name of it, but it didn't resonate. When you said you could get trapped there, I'm like, what's he on about?
I mean, you could get trapped if Crazy Carl gets you in the right conversation.
He's just a fan, Joe.
He's the best.
No, to Joe, he's more than a fan. They're friends.
That's right.
Two calls. Option.
Blind v blind. Tasiarak completes in the small. Hassan Kashani in the big.
135.
135 raised token. Shoot number 4. Shoot number 4.
Raising with 7 deuce. Cheeky.
But it's suited. Same could be said for Tasiarak's hand, of course, because, you know, with these suited combos, if you decide to limp and the price is fair, you definitely want to try to come along.
Ace Queen 5. Big whiffs for everybody.
Yeah, but this is kind of the beauty of being the pre-flop aggressor here in this situation, is that you can certainly rep these boards.
90.
90,000. Oh, folding the best hand. 82% favorite. What a dunk. Got him. We got him. Just under 20 minutes left on the level. Almost certainly we'll be headed into the 6th level of the day. And Lyubovyetsky is going to kick things off with a raise. Ace 10. Pocket 4s for Yesha.
5. 1 fold.
No. She's letting you off easy this time, gang. Chose not to enter the pot.
3 fold.
Yeah, you can tell she likes to be in the mix. Definitely was considering it, but
4 fold.
I think it's a good fold against an under the gun open with, you know, a lot of players left to act behind.
5.
So I was going to get a little bit of, give a little bit of action to Lyubovyetsky here. James has completely lost it in the booth. That's why I'm laughing, guys. It's contagious. Jack 3-3. 1 club.
Check.
10-5 checks. And Lipovetsky c-bets, and that's it.
The day's over?
No. That's just the hand.
Running at 15 seconds. That's true.
Yeah, but I know, yeah, if you ask me, I know.
Yeah, we are still
You're right.
Yeah, sorry, thank you.
at 20 players in the EPT Cyprus main event. Oh, scratch that. Artyom Lazovsky eliminated in 20th place, cashing for $36,740. We have dropped below 20 players. We're now at 19, 3 eliminations away from being done for day 4. He did not look happy.
No, I was looking at his body language, and I was like, that's exactly what I would look like, probably.
It's a very wistful walk.
More like plotting revenge.
85 raise, seat number 7. 10 fold. 85.
Pocket eights, the Snowmans. Bobby James is open to 85,000.
3 fold.
Yesha Chen calls with 6s.
What a cackle.
It's the person who eliminated.
Lazovsky.
Yeah. Hassan Kashani has Jack 9 of diamonds on the button. Folds it. Sinos in the small blind, 8-4. And Lubovetsky in the big. Folds Jack 3, heads up to the flop. The flop is Queen 7-5. 8 still good.
You do have to give Chen credit for having a pretty strong range to flat the under the gun open. You know, decent flop for 8s here. You know, Chen could certainly have some Queen X here with, you know, the suited Broadway's a pretty likely combo to enter the pot pre, but, you know, also going to have some of these types of smaller pairs that 8s are still doing really well against, and Chen just not going to put another chip in there.
Sorry. Big old reach. You're quite tall as well, aren't you? How tall are you?
60.
Pretty significantly tall. No, I'm just a large man. Like 6'5". Goalkeeper, mate. Yeah, I was going to say, if you're in London, do you play football at all or not?
I haven't played in a while, no.
We've got a little football group.
Yeah?
Very good. It's like basically all poker players.
Yeah?
It's run by Steve Miles, you know, Chief. Steve Miles, who plays at Hippo quite a lot.
Kind of disinterested every time Yesha folds.
Kind of like
Where in London?
Meanwhile, Bobby James is trying to recruit Philip Joyce for his soccer squadron.
Power League on South Africa Road. It's pretty good. It's pretty intense for like semi-older fat guys.
Bobby, intense?
We just lost the player, by the way.
Nah.
I know you can't see the screen, so.
6 fold.
What's it? 80.
Cool. Seven check.
Reduces. against an open-ended straight draw.
The hammer.
180.
Sorry?
180.
180,000 bets, suit number 3. 180,000.
Tazarek going a little bit bigger on this c-bet, just really wanting to fold out some of these really weak hands.
James calls the 180k. Turn card is a 6. That's the straight for Tazarek.
Somebody made a straight. That's crazy. You know what this means? 4 on the river.
That would feel a little bit unfair.
600.
600,000 bets.
Wow.
600,000 bets.
Cool. Pair and a gut shot. 8% equity.
This would be me here. Okay, fine. I fold. Fine.
Yeah, it's an overbet,
Sure,
right? There was
yeah.
580 in the middle.
Cool bet.
Yeah, I think James is just wondering, you know, with the two-tone out there, you know, could Tazarek have some type of combo draw, you know, maybe.
Me neither. That was a fucking weird hand, that was. Jeez.
Gonna have to stop and buy some popcorn on the way home.
Mate, like, I think I'm still winning as well, and I'm like,
There's
what
not much
was
you can
that?
do about it, mate, you know?
There's not much, you're correct, mate, and absolutely nothing you can do about it. I was like,
Wow, I can't wait to see that one. I'm really excited, you know.
Arian, I was just like, oh yeah, he's probably just got like ace jack or something with like the ace of diamonds or the ace of spades or whatever, and then all of a sudden it's like 600. I was like, excuse me, sir, did you just say 600? He's like, I'm going to get this guy to fold a deuce. Yeah, well played. 600? Mate, that was excessive. That's tax. It's a recession over here, mate. 600. I don't know.
By over here, does he mean that side of the table?
I had to take two, Phil. I was like, did he say 600?
What was 580?
But if that was on an outer table, you'll have never known what he had.
Can't wait
now
to see.
We can
I'm just going to guess like ace
get
jack.
confirmation and
I'm
be
gonna
able to get some
I'm going to
sleep
guess
tonight.
ace jack off. That's what I'll take now. That was bizarre.
Threefold.
Baffled me. You've baffled me. Where are you from? You Greek?
Turkey.
5 raises.
Now I started something.
Oh my god.
7 fold.
He gave it to you Turkish style.
Hmm?
He gave it to you Turkish style.
That was mega Turkish.
It was a pot bet, guys.
Yeah, I know, but you've got like what crumbs behind.
There's only one style in my book, and it's Gangnam.
Double flush draw.
I saw. I was there. I had a pair that was probably good. And a straight draw.
Check into the razor, check into the best hand, check into ace high.
I just can't name one hand I think you have, not one.
Yeah. The purpose was that.
5 bets. 85,000.
Ace jack it is.
Mission accomplished.
Maybe. Maybe not.
You didn't pay the looking price.
10 raises. 225,000.
Ooh. Joyce. That is a nice play with the interaction with the 7 of hearts. You know, the 9-7 can turn some backdoor straights as well. You know, definitely some turn cards that will give him enough equity to continue barreling if called, but just getting the better hand to fold is nice.
Question on Twitch from Jose Elland Road. Do you think John Duthie ever dreamt the EPT would reach the level of prestige it has
How many time banks do
on
you
that
guys
very
have?
first day? I'm glad you asked because we put that exact question to John Duthie when he appeared on a recent episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast. We spoke to him ahead of the 20th anniversary of the tour.
Dealer, tell him to move his time.
Well, there's the level of prestige it started at, and then the level of prestige it once had, and now the level of prestige that it does have, which is somewhere in between
I can't even see how many.
those two. It's not exactly peak prestige at the moment.
No, I meant the stack of them.
5. 3 folds.
Certainly not at level 6 of a playdown day.
5 folds.
Point being, you can listen to that interview with John and all other recent episodes of the Poker in the Ears podcast on your platform of choice, be that Spotify, SoundCloud, Apple, Google.
10 folds.
Orson, his dad says, talk about AA. Well, it seems to help a lot of people, as many 12-step programs do. A lot of folks are looking for an answer, a way out of addiction, and it's not my cup of tea, but it seems to be, you know, it seems to me sometimes like replacing one addiction for another, but, you know, if it helps people stop drinking, I'm all for it. Thank you for your comment. I'm sorry, did someone have aces on that hand? No, we're not starting a new stream. It's going to end in the next 4 minutes.
I got a feeling we're staying on air, by the way, for another hour.
Damn it!
3 minutes till break? 3.5, yeah.
Purple.
Sevens for Sinos.
5 raises. 80,000. 6 folds. 7 folds. 10 folds.
You think this Sinos guy might be Sin Karma online? Ooh.
1 fold.
Queen 5, probably not a defend against an early position opener, does go into the muck.
So yeah, public service announcement ahead of the break that's coming up in 2.5 minutes time. Because there are restrictions on how long you can stream continuously on YouTube, we are, during the break, going to start a part 2. You are going to have to migrate to a new stream, just a precaution, just in case today goes the distance. So if you're watching on YouTube during the upcoming break, make sure you switch. We'll make sure there is a link to that video in the chat. We'll pin it so you can click on that link, continue watching the action. But you are going to have to migrate.
We don't care if you migrate. We just want you to do it the right way. The legal way.
5 raises. 80,000. 6 folds. 7 folds. 10 folds. 1 fold.
Will anyone stand up to the tyrant that is Eleftheros Sinos? There's a name that can compete.
Well, Hassan Kashani defends the big blind. Ace-Jack versus Ace-8 going to the flop. Queen 10-5.
Range advantage for Sinos. Just gonna have all of the nutted hands here, the overpairs, sets, you know, and some of these Broadway gutters gonna be in the mix with the Ace-King and the Ace-Jack.
So we are going to squeeze in one more hand at this level, and the session will draw to a close. We'll take a short break and come back as we continue to play down to 16. During the break, we will post a link on YouTube to the second half of today's stream.
One last time, no?
Nice, so at least we can go and check out some of the stacks as well. We can go and check out some of the stacks to see what's what.
All right, make it a good one.
6 and 7 fold. 10 fold. One fold.
It's break time?
Yes.
Three raises.
Yeah, what a move. What a move. Make sure everyone knows he knows that he could go on break if he wanted to. Raises 5 high.
No, actually. When you are on the button.
I haven't seen a move like this since 08.
At Coruscant, right?
Absolutely.
All the angle.
Cool. Heads up.
Just one spade.
And a pair of 10s for Sinos.
5 checks.
$75.
75,000 back. C3. 75.
You know, Tazarek just hoping that Sinos has the part of his range that he's going to get some immediate folds from this C-bet, but, you know, Sinos with that backdoor flush potential, okay, or 2-pair, you know, another reason to continue. I think that there's obviously some turn cards that would have made it a little harder for Sinos to come along, but, you know, here, just going to be beating, you know, any of the 1-pair King X, Queen X hands. Obviously, some Ace-X going to be in there betting the gutter on the flop. Tazarek not willing to give up here. And, you know, it's just that recognition from him that the big blind is going to have a lot of the weak 1-pair hands that you're really trying to get to fold with this second barrel. And I really think that it would have worked if Sinos didn't turn 2-pair. It just doesn't even feel that great, though, because as Sinos, you don't even really know if you want to put in a raise, right? Because King-Queen can certainly be out there. You know, some Ace-Jack, of course, sets. You're just really bluff catching here, even with 10s and deuces.
Oh, please don't bet into this full house.
Last time I saw this happen was the 1977 World Series of Poker main event. Some chap called Doyle Brunson won it.
Rip Doyle.
Okay, maybe this lead will save Tazarek some chips. I would have liked Sinos to just
550
check it again. But he decides to just come with the bet.
Later.
Nice one.
Okay, well, that's going to bring this session to a close, and we are going to play into level 26 on the other side of the break, because we are still at 19 players, and we're trying to get down to 16 today. sticking with this lineup at the feature table. Blinds are going to be going up to 25.50.
Not enough.
That means the table chip leader, Arian Hassan-Kashani, will have 50 bigs. The table short stack, Andrei Lubovetsky, will have 18 bigs. Everyone else bunched up in between, and it is now starting to get shallow. It's the first time in the tournament we've seen the average stack significantly below 50 big blinds. So we'll be back in around 18 minutes time. And a reminder, if you are watching on YouTube, we're deploying a new stream. You'll need to switch. We'll post a link, we'll pin the link. You can switch and continue to enjoy the action when we come back here in Cyprus. In the run-up to the final table, how much time, if any, did you spend on stream on one of the feature tables?
I think day 4 or day 5 was the first time I made it to stream. I was at a side table with Chris Moneymaker, actually.
Right.
Chris and I don't know each other super well. We've probably played, 10 hours of poker lifetime, but I've definitely kind of held over on him. I've just had the best hand a lot, and he kind of made a reference to it on stream. When I sat down, he was like, "Oh, great, I'm not going to win another pot." And I think I had like a fairly good showing on stream, picked up some chips, and then it really wasn't until I think day 7 or 8, when we were down to the final 27, that I was kind of front and center on stream the whole time.
So speaking of playing on stream, I remember not so much your final table, but especially the year beforehand, people really picking apart the play, really having a debate over, strategy and...
Oh, don't worry, Joe. There's a hand from this final table we're going to come to in a moment, which we are going to pick over, but carry on.
Okay, good. But how do you feel about that yourself, your play being talked about, being analyzed, being picked apart? Are you able to, do you avoid it? Do you read it and agree or disagree? How did you feel about all that?
Yeah, I didn't follow it too much. I know in the past few years, and I've always enjoyed watching the final table. I'm never one to like pick people apart. I know it's people playing for life-changing sums of money. The pay jump from 9th to 8th is usually bigger than everybody's biggest score. So it's hard to just, throw all the money out the window and say, I can't believe this guy, bet 3 big blinds in this spot instead of 4. What an idiot. And you have guys, Chris Krupp, great player. He's famous for going on and just bashing all of these guys. And Scott Siever has done the same thing. And, they're unbelievable poker players. But at the end of the day, I guess I'm kind of going against what I said earlier, that amateurs don't really have a chance to make it to the final table, but you don't always end up with the best of the best at this final table. So it's a lot of guys who are kind of in my position or even a little bit worse that are, good to great poker players. But as soon as you throw this amount of money in there, kind of all strategy kind of goes out the window a little bit.
I mean, when I see those sorts of opinions flying around and that sort of scrutiny, not that I really have a choice in the matter, but my fantasies of making the WSOP main event final table definitely get dampened a little bit, because I'm like, I'm not remotely as good as any of these people who are really getting trashed. Like, I don't know that I want to put myself through that. I almost like it almost kind of kills the dream of it a little bit.
Yeah, I hear you. I think I've always been someone, and in my entire life, not just poker, I really don't care what people think about.
Hell yeah.
Especially, when I played online poker, I was far and away the tightest player. Everyone made fun of, oh, Daniel's so tight. How does he play no hands? Oh, but he wins and he, grinds out a nice living. And, I think I had the advantage of playing on a handful of live streams before this, where I had made some very unorthodox plays that had all worked out. That, if those plays don't work out, I'm looked at as this idiot, like, at a WPT final table where I call it all off with bottom pair. And I happen to be right, but even if I'm wrong in that spot, I don't care what the people are going to say. At the end of the day, I'm the one making the decisions.
Yeah.
And I wish I had that.
One thing the critics need to remember, again, as we were talking about, this is day 10. It's very difficult to be at your best and be playing your absolute A game after 10 long days of poker. Now, I do want to talk about
the final day, the second half of the final table, Daniel, because there were three things that really shocked everyone. The first is that it was so short, right? Because you guys were really deep. Everyone was expecting this to be like 10 hours of action, maybe like, 5 hours of three-handed, and then another 5 hours of heads up. It was super short. I guess that was as much of a surprise to you as it was to everyone watching.
Definitely. I had a ton of friends and family come out that knew very little about poker. My current fiance at the time knew very little. Her whole family couldn't tell you, how many cards were in the deck. So we kind of prefaced them by saying, we're going to be standing around for probably 10 to 20 hours over the next 2 days. You're not going to be able to see very much. And I'll kind of tell you when to cheer. For it to kind of go the way it did, where, big hands kind of clashed and the big stack just won every all in, it was kind of a relief. I didn't want to be in there battling for 10 straight hours every day.
Yeah.
Because, I was kind of exhausted.
Of course. I'm sure you were very grateful it went the way it did, not just the timing, but the actual result as well. So the second thing that shocked everyone, and this is, I guess, the controversial hand of the final table, it's Adam Walton's shove with eights, 80 big blinds pre-flop. I mean, obviously you were the beneficiary of that, but do you think that was a case of fatigue, impatience? Do you think the hand was played correctly or overplayed?
I think what's interesting is if this had happened in, a $1,500 tournament earlier in the World Series that wasn't the main event, no one would bat an eye. I mean, three-handed poker with very aggressive players. And yes, we happen to be 80 big blinds effective. Yes, it was on a $2 million pay jump. And, maybe it was a giant ICM punt by him. I think I listened to another podcast where some people a lot smarter than me broke down the hand and they said, it's totally justifiable what he did. So at the end of the day, I don't think he made a giant mistake. I think the only mistake he might have made is thinking that, maybe I was a little crazier than I was. I played very straightforward the entire tournament. I'm sure most of my rail when I put in the 3-bet was pretty sure I had a big hand. And if you watch it back, I just kind of never got out of line.
He should have known you're the tightest player online. Come on.
Very true.
The final shock to everyone, and I know that the World Series of Poker does not officially endorse or negotiate deals for players, but we know that deals get done behind the scenes. When the payout structure for this tournament was published, everyone derided it, and the jumps in prize money were ludicrous when you consider the variance, especially when you get short-handed. Everyone was 100% sure that there were going to be negotiations, 100% sure there was going to be a deal, but you played for it all. You got the 12.1, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So when we got down to three-handed, I've been in some positions at World Series events before where I wanted to chop, and because they don't facilitate, it makes it very difficult. Right. I've had some lawyers draft up quick documents that a few people signed, and we chopped an event kind of on the fly. But when you're talking about this amount of money and when you don't have Americans involved, it starts to become kind of difficult. So there was never even a thought of a chop until we got three-handed. After the first day of the final table finished, the three of us kind of got together. We said, let's enjoy this for the night, and we're going to have 3 hours in the morning to figure out if we want to do anything. So that was kind of the plan. I was open to making a deal. I think it's very silly to play for that amount of money unless you are already stupidly wealthy. So waking up in the morning, Stephen Jones and I were actually, kind of ready to go. And Adam was a AWOL. Stephen and I were both kind of chatting, we want to potentially get a deal done. I think I had asked for a little bit extra over ICM because I felt like I had an edge. I think both of them felt like I had a bit of an edge. And Adam just was kind of late to the discussion. And by the time he got in, we couldn't really come to an agreement.
Wow.
So it kind of just, anything that could have happened kind of fell apart. I had a couple other outside investors reach out to me and offer to buy a piece. And, I did end up hedging a little bit just because I still felt like it was way too much money to play for. But, it is kind of crazy that this biggest tournament of all time didn't get chopped.
I'm Andre, I'm 37. I'm from Hanover, from Germany, and I got the silver pass here. I'm teaching mathematics and physical educational sport here. School break now, and I try to do this because I want to come to Cyprus. It's my holiday, yeah. Like 6-7 years ago, I saw the streams of Felix, and he helped me, and the community helped me to become a better player. It's a very friendly community. People in the chat box support me, and yeah, it was cool. Sometimes they come to my table, and yeah, at the cup, the whole table said, "Oh, who's the famous guy at our table?" Yeah, it was fun too, yeah.
Ace Queen. War das jetzt der gegen den noch die Achter verloren hat? Nee, das war...
I was Thursday in the stream and did commentary. The cup was very good, and the main events where I had the ticket, I cashed both. So top 5% in both was very good, yeah.
Und was hat André? Das reicht. André hat Neuner. Neuner reichen. Neuner reichen? Neuner reichen? Neuner reichen. Neuner reichen. Reichen.
Everything was good. I don't know what was best. Nice weather, nice poker room, nice deep runs. I hope I can go to an EPT event again, yeah.
The Grafton, 10-9 suited. Mike raises from the button. From the small blind, 650,000, which seems to be the standard open at this level. 4-3 off for Leonard. He calls, and we will see a flop. Ten, 7, 5. Top pair for Mike. Action's been checked to him.
Heads up when you're going to be opening a decent percentage of the time from the button. Obviously, the ranges are going to be a little bit wider, and you're going to have a lot of different board coverage. So that's why it's just really hard to fold any type of equity. But this bet, pretty sizable. Couple of draws possible, of course. Definitely puts this gut shot straight draw in a tough spot.
He's played one time bank chip so far. Okay, he decides to check raise.
Yeah, and I definitely can see, you know, the thought process behind this play, because you're not going to have any showdown with 4 high. So if you're able to check raise here and get a fold out of Watson, this is going to be a really nice pickup. But if you get called, of course, you do have some equity. And on certain turns, you would just shut down and give up.
Yeah.
So lots of possibilities. You're certainly not going to like it, though, when Watson does call.
Yeah. And obviously calling here with top pair, which is a very strong hand, heads up. Okay, ace on the turn. 7.55 million in the pot, Maria. Mauer has 7.55 behind.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous, because sometimes Watson is going to have these ace-X type holdings when he calls a check raise. You see Mao checking it over, maybe hoping to get a free card with the double gutter.
Mike Watson checks behind, and it's the 7 of spades on the river, pairing the board. So Mauer does not get there. He is left with 4 high. Nope, he's playing the board. Mike Watson, 10s and 7s with an ace kicker. And as we highlighted on the turn, Mauer has pot behind.
Could he be thinking about trying to bluff in this situation after Mike Watson checks back that turn? Might he see an opening? He does.
He bluff shoves the river for 7.5 million. It is a pot-sized bet. And Mike Watson wants a count. Okay, there was that ace on the turn, but Mike's hand is still pretty strong.
It is, and you know, from out, he feels like if Watson had an ace, he's gonna most likely be betting the turn because there are so many draws from the flop that you want to protect, get some value against. But for Watson, he's just wondering, would Mao check raise the flop with middle pair? Would a 7x type hand want to be check raising the flop? And again, so many draws that have missed from the flop, and Watson doesn't really block any of them. I mean, he blocks 9-8.
Yeah.
But he doesn't block the hearts. He doesn't block the exact type of, you know, gutters or, you know, the 8-6 combinations, the 6-4 combinations.
I'm not saying for 1 second this is in any way an easy call. And if you call and you're wrong, momentum shifts again, and suddenly the advantage is with Leonard Mauer. Equally, if he can find the call here, it is over, and he has won his 2nd EPT title. He's played 2 time bank chips so far.
Yeah, and still have plenty of time bank chips to spare. Certainly worth mulling over this decision. It's really just about, you know, what type of hands would be willing to check raise the flop and then check the turn and now shove the river. It feels like it's very obviously polarized to trips here, you know, perhaps some boats, not 10s though, because I think he would have heard from 10s pre-flop, you know, so more like 5s full potentially. But again, so many missed draws from the flop.
Understandably taking his time over this decision. Remember, each time bank chip is worth 30 seconds. He's played 3 so far. Playing a 4th. And considering making this hero call, which will give him the win.
And I like to think that against a less capable opponent, Watson might not even give it this much thought. But against somebody as good as Leonard Mao, you have to be able to be open to the possibility that he's able to make this play without it.
5 time bank chips played. So Watts thinking this through. Can he find the call? Can he end it on this hand?
I feel like Watson is going to be able to... Oh.
Yes, yes, he makes the call, and we have our winner. An incredible call from Mike Watson to win the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino and become a 2-time European Poker Tour champion, joining a very select club. And like that,
wow.
It's over, and no one can quite believe it. He's done it. He's a winner. Leonard Mauer, the runner-up. Mike Watson, the champion. Well, this is the 2024 season of the PokerStars European Poker Tour, and we are in Cyprus, where it's day 4 of the main event at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa. We were meant to play 5 levels today, but this is the 6th level of the day because we still haven't got to 16.
What?
Coming back from break with 19 players. We need to lose 3 more. Unlikely to lose any of these 3, or 5 rather, because they are the chip leaders right now.
Who the hell is Oliver Weiss?
Oliver Weiss has actually been at the top of the leaderboard at various points over the last 3 days. He has reclaimed the top spot right now. Former champ Anton Wigg sits in 3rd, Mikhail Shalamov in 4th. So those are the big stacks. There are a fair few shortish stacks. At the feature table, we've got Andrei Lubovetsky, who's playing sub 20 big blinds, because we have now gone to level 26. Blind to 25,000, 50,000 with a 50k big blind ante. But yeah, I think if we get to the end of the next level, if we get to the end of level 26, we will call it a night, even if we're not at 16 players. But there's still a chance with 90 minutes of poker to play between now and then that we will get 3 eliminations, because it did slow down a lot during the last level, and the average stack right now is relatively shallow.
I don't think we're going to get the 3 eliminations. I think that we are going to go the distance here.
Okay.
That's what my widget's telling me. This widget right here.
Please put it away. Let's get an alternative opinion. It's James Hartigan, by the way, with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And we are rejoined live via satellite by Maria Ho. Maria, do you think we will get to 16 within the next 90 minutes of play?
Well, you know, I feel like I want the widget to be closer to being right than wrong. So I'm going to say we will reach 16 before the end of the level.
I thought you were going to say...
And I also just like to disagree with Stapes.
That's what I thought you were going. I thought you were going to say I will always take the widget side over Joe's.
Yeah, always.
It's tough to be on top. Everyone's always coming for you.
So whereabouts in London?
So currently playing a 40 big blind average in the main event.
Domination rotation.
Yeah, Watford's north. Very north.
Only lived for 3 years.
You like Cricklewood area then? You're near Cricklewood.
Ebinator asks, is this Chen from Triton Cash Game? That would make sense.
Wood Green.
Given the level of bossing we've seen come from her. Ooh.
Oh. Domination restoration with that ace on the turn.
$225. 3 bets, 225,000.
Now we see a delayed continuation bet from Tasirak.
200 then.
Called by Hassan Kashani.
Not surprised to see the quick call, of course. You know, once check back that flop, you know that this is a turn card, that the pre-flop aggressor is going to rep a lot. Doesn't necessarily mean that they have it.
Ace queen.
He's saying 3 bets.
I know, it's so funny, isn't it? Yeah.
3 bets, and I'm thinking 3 bet pipe.
Yeah, but when he's like 4-fold, I'm like accumulator or.
8 bet, 3 bet, and I'm like, what? I got used to it.
English, French, Spanish, Norwegian rail sounds sick. What are you in?
The United Nations.
Any good? I should have swapped a piece for it. You didn't even offer it.
Tasirak in action again. Lipovetsky
Round
folds
2.
the small blind. Bobby James defending his big blind with 6-3 of diamonds. It's an 8-7-5 flop, all spades.
James is deciding that with that check back from Tessarek, he's just going to lead with the open ender, no spade. You know, it's pretty profitable if you just get folds from some overcards that have no spade that aren't really able to continue. Tessarek, though, does have a little bit of showdown with his pair of fives. You know, going to have to fade a whole lot on the river, and that's definitely consideration in calling here, because you don't know if the chips you put in are going to come back, and you're going to have to fold on a lot of rivers.
It's an over 18 show, right? So that's fine.
Bobby James now the second biggest stack at the table.
Yeah, but that's only 38 big blinds.
Well, the chip leader at the table's only got 43 big blinds.
I wonder what's going on at the other tables. You think it's this shallow? I guess it would make sense if it were, right? Considering the hose has been kinked.
Yeah.
For a while.
Three races, 100,000. 4 passes.
Yes, long border freak. Wig is still in.
6 passes. 7 passes.
Tessarek hovering around the 30 big blind mark now, has managed to pick up a couple of pots this session. Corrint says, does anyone know when the event resumes tomorrow in UK time?
We sure do. Thank you for your question.
Lobster 667 replies, but unhelpfully in the wrong time zone. 12:30 local time, which is actually 10:30 UK time. So because we're on the Eastern European summer time zone here in Cyprus, we are going to be live at 10:30 a.m. in the UK, 11:30 a.m. in Central Europe. Very early if you're on the east coast of the United States of America, and in the middle of the night if you're on Pacific time.
125,000. 7 passes. 10 passes. 1 passes.
You can't fold this.
No, definitely not the suited variety, that's for sure.
Eight, 8-3. 1 diamond, 1 club. Obviously, Joe, I know that if you weren't working this event, if you were back home in LA, you'd set your alarm for 2:25 in the morning to make sure you are at your computer for 2:30 to watch every single minute of action.
Of what? This?
Yes.
No.
Oh.
No, I wouldn't. Definitely not. I thought you were going to say, like, buy Oasis tickets or something, which it may be, but certainly not this. Hey, look at that. It's a pair.
And a club draw for Tessarek.
Yeah, just not much back for Lubavetsky. Just 490K in the pot's already 775K. Really was hoping that he could get some folds on the flop. Just get this hand over with. Does have the best hand now, but you know, Tasserac 2 overs, flush draw,
Ooh.
1 card to come.
Ooh.
This was a 3-bet pot pre though, and so, you know, you do have to wonder as Tasserac how often, you know, even just your ace high is good in this spot. If you give Lubavetsky his value range when he 3-bet pre, then, you know, you're really just looking for a club and perhaps an ace, but you're not even sure if you hit the jack, if it's good. Just a matter of, you know, counting your live outs here, seeing if you have the correct odds. He doesn't feel like he does.
And in this case, his feeling is correct.
I have a feeling that tonight will be a good night.
Uh-oh.
To the outer tables we go. All in and a call. Shakib Miri at risk with jacks against Anton Wiggs ace-jack.
Not today.
And that is a straight on the river, and that is a double up for Shakib Miri.
Through Anton, huh?
Yeah.
830. 450, huh?
Breathe, Chaka, breathe. Bobby James, ace-10 offsuit. 105,000, not 100.
Did he go to raise?
Can you fly, Bobby?
Where's the referee at? We'll pretend that didn't happen. What happened?
I'm sure you want to raise, mate.
Bobby.
Raise.
I think he's okay.
Nubby.
Oh, no, I was joking.
Did you,
it was like, it was the typical,
no, but
you know.
Phil, did you not see what happened the hand before? He opened to 100. I was like, 240k, I'm going to make it, yeah? And I didn't even notice this guy was still counting out a bet. And I counted out the 240, yeah? And then I saw him put chips in, and I was like, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
How about this? I didn't even see your bet. It did right now, it's 7 rate. It did the typical, you know, when you reach out and then you go like this.
Yeah, literally, mate, it was so weird. And then I saw the flop and I was like, I could have worked with that flop. And then I saw the turn, I was like, we saved money.
I do like how earnest Bobby is. He's just having fun out there.
The other day, you're like, Bobby, it's on you. And I had to click raise. I got ripped for that.
It's the player's responsibility to be following the action at all times.
I got ripped for that.
It's going to be a huge thrill for such a big fan of mine.
They're like, oh, you're playing a 5k and making mistakes like that. I was like,
3 passes.
Harumph. Yeesha. I need to know more about Yisha Chen.
Okay, let's see if she has an Instagram.
Yeah,
let's
please,
start there.
please do that.
What do you want to know? If she has a boyfriend? What do you look? What kind of info?
I mean, I don't want it to devolve into that, but yes, obviously. But I would settle for just knowing more about her as a poker player because I am somewhat enamored, even on a poker level.
Price.
One raises 100,000.
Somebody in chat said that she might be the sister of James Chen, which I feel like, I hope they're not basing that off of them having the same last name. There's a lot of Chens.
I mean,
out
how
there,
many people
guys.
could be named Chen out there? I mean, look at this open with King 6 suited.
Good show that, wasn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, look, she knows her her GTO opening ranges, that's for sure.
Tazarek, you are toast.
Yisha Chen, 249K in total live earnings.
Yeah, and the dealer threw the all-in thing, yeah, and it just landed like that, and it was on film. I was like, wow.
She's in Barcelona
After he was like, can you send that?
last year.
Who was it?
Leslie.
Played a lot of events in Macau and in Manila.
Not Leslie Chow.
The dealer.
Flush draw checks. Original razor checks. Absolute position. Oh, baby. Wow. This is cheeky.
He is a cheeky chappy, is our Halil. Sinos calls the 100K. Chen folds, so heads up to the turn. Pair of threes now for Sinos to go with that flush draw. Tazarek does not fire again.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit like one and done. This is kind of interesting. You know, does Tazarek ever have, you know, any ace X here flatting the open from the button that he doesn't 3-bet? You know, maybe could he have perhaps made a wheel on the end? But it looks like it's Sinos who is going to lead here, which is effectively turning his pair into a bluff.
Meanwhile, we have finally seen a bust out after a long period of time with no eliminations. It is Lander Leo who's just been KO'd in 19th place. So he cashes for $36,740, and we're now 2 away from being done for the day.
Crash Lander.
Nice one.
Bobby James, ace deuce.
7 raises 100,000. 10 passes. 1 passes.
Tazarek's in with King 10 suited.
You know, Tazarek, this man likes to see a lot of flops. He has a decent playable hand. He's going to try to get to the flop.
And get to the flop he does. That flop is Jack Tray 4.
With 2 hearts.
Those are the relevant cards.
Yeah, it's pretty relevant that the pre-flop aggressor here has a gutter to the wheel and some backdoor flush possibilities. Wonder if he might sometimes want to go for a check raise here when he gives up the betting lead. does end up just calling here. I do think given Tassarek's VPIP though, you might want to sometimes consider a check raise. I mean, we see that that wouldn't have worked since Tassarek did have a flush draw, but I do think that Tassarek has been known to maybe go for a lot of bets when check two, you know, and sometimes I think check raise from an under the gun open range is a nice play to have in your arsenal against somebody who bets at a pretty high frequency. But you know, this turn card is just going to be all Tassarek.
$325,000 into a pot of 575,000.
Come on, Bobby Big Wheel. Wheel it in there. Wheel it in for the 5 one time. There's a 5 on the clock. It's a sign.
Moving Bobby, I think.
Wait, what?
Yeah, with the elimination of Lando Leo, we need to balance the tables, and that means Bobby, who was due to post the big blind next, is being moved.
Tried to nick a pot before I left, you know what I mean? Alright, good luck everyone.
GL. Bobby, do you think it's coming home?
Fuck yeah. Definitely coming home, mate.
You know how many levels?
Oh.
16.
Yeah.
Okay.
One pass.
100. 3 bases, 100,000. 4 passes. 5 passes. 6 passes.
Tassarek has been pretty active this level.
Very much. And you don't really expect, you know, players to be that active right now. When you look at the chip distribution at this table, you know, everyone's kind of bunched up, and even a quote-unquote bigger stack doesn't actually have that many big blinds in play in their stack. And it's definitely something that I think his opponents are picking up on, just, you know, a pretty high VPIP from Tassarek. And again, you know, he ended up flopping top pair here, but if you notice that your opponents, you know, are always c-betting as the pre-flop betting when check two, you definitely want to start incorporating some of the check raises in there, which I think we did see Joyce do, not against Tassarek specifically, but, you know, just on the strength of some backdoor potential and turning some backdoor equity. You know, it's not all about just hitting the flop.
Tassarek with King, Jack of strawberries.
3 bases, 100,000.
In action again, opens under the gun to 100K.
5 passes. 6 passes. 10 passes.
Midlife Mark, watching on YouTube, says, to be honest, there's a lot of poker played in pubs in the UK, and the table is usually full of chatter. I'm like Bobby, have a chat. I don't like a quiet table. Do you like to converse with your fellow players, Maria? Do you like a verbose table?
You know, it depends on the day, but I don't ever mind when somebody is talkative, and sometimes I'll engage, sometimes I won't. Obviously, as long as they're respecting poker etiquette, you know, not talking too much when there's a big pot going on and all of that stuff, I really don't mind it. Poker's meant to be a social game.
That's right, Ed. Nothing wrong with the natter.
Maria is very friendly at the table, but only to a point. Like if you play in her home game, you actually have to drive to an undisclosed location, put a sack over your head, and then be shuttled to her house so you can't remember how to get there.
Obviously, I've heard stories from this home game. I've just never experienced it myself.
Yeah, well, now that you're frequenting LA a lot, there might just be the opportunity. It doesn't happen very often, but you know, a couple times a year.
Only when the big fish are in town.
Well, we just established I'm around a lot.
Right, so we don't have the game when Stapes isn't around, is what you're saying, Joe.
Look at this. A fun little flush. 6, 7, 8, 9 of hearts. Straight flush draw.
175,000.
Tazarek betting into it.
Because if there's one thing Tazarek likes to do, it's bet. And sometimes you will be beat.
Don't undo all that hard work, Tazarek.
Feels like a straight flush.
Alas, that does not determine the results. You can't go, I feel like I have a straight
I'm more
flush.
of a field player, honestly.
Well, that's 250,000.
Not going to give that one much thought with the 4 flush out there.
At least Tazarek didn't get hurt too bad there, but he is down to 26 big blinds. Shortest stack at the table is 22.
That is Andrei Lubovetsky. And it's been folded to Lubovetsky.
And you really have to give credit to Lubovetsky. He's really made things happen for himself without picking up really big hands. You know, we saw him pull off, you know, one stone bluff with the ace of clubs in his hand, the nut flush blocker, and then another one where it wasn't really a bluff, but he was really willing to risk a lot of his chips with that suited ace, 3-betting pre, and, you know, just telling a convincing story. Hitting that turn card, and now has a nail hand with the ace king is gonna flip.
Hassan Kashani shove from the big blind. Lubovetsky calling all in, and we are gonna flip a coin. Classic race at the feature table, and a race that Lubovetsky needs to win. Timing. Halil, seriously. 10, 9, 8 on the flop. 6 is holding.
Imagine busting Lubovetsky with 2 6s here and getting us one step closer to the end of the day. Do 6s ever hold? Oh, boy.
10 outs now for Lubavetsky. Aces, kings, and queens working for him. Needs to hit one of those 10 cards or we are down to 17.
Some chop cards as well.
Good point. Ace on the river. Barry Greenstein saves Andrei Lubavetsky, and he doubles up through Arian Hassan Kashani. He'll be left with 24 big blinds. Lubavetsky has now catapulted to the table chip lead with just shy of 50 big blinds.
4,140,000.
How did I know sixes are just never going to win there?
And that just speaks to how shallow and also how bunched up everyone is right now. The shortest stack at the table just doubled up. One of the biggest stacks at the table, and they literally switched places. And the fact that Lubavetsky now has the table chip lead shows you that no one is actually that deep.
Grinding Nemo wants to know, is that the correct shove with sixes against 21 big blinds?
I mean, I certainly feel like you're going to have somebody raise folding off of that stack with hands that they're not going to be able to call off with. I think sixes are definitely close. I mean, again, you know, just considering that there's pay jumps involved and, you know, ICM considerations. I would say that six-handed, it's definitely not a bad play.
Well, that's good to know.
But it's not one that I think a lot of players would take just from the variance that's involved. And again, we talked about kind of how shallow these stacks are relative to the blinds. You know, yes, if you get that shoved through, it's great, but you're risking a lot to pick up, you know, 5 bigs or something.
Yeah. Tasirek back in action, raising the button. Sinos with sixes in the big blind. And he's ramming jamming with the sixes as well. Tasirek not going to call with queen 7 of hearts. And we are actually going to step away from the feature table because there is action at one of the 2 outer tables. Mikhail Shalamov has moved all in and been called by Timo Campus, who's the at-risk player here. He's got ace-queen. Mikhail Shalamov, with the covering stack, has 7s. Another race.
That's bad for me, I guess. Oh, the meme then. Yeah. Okay, I might use it now.
King 4-3 on the flop. 7s still good, and Timo looking for an ace or a queen. King on the turn, same outs needed. Ooh. Ace on the river again. Another appearance from Barry Greenstein to give us another double up.
390. Too lucky. So close.
You can celebrate a little bit if you want.
Barry.
Campus, come on.
So still at 18 players. Still at 3 tables right now. And for those of you asking why are we still at 3 tables, because the EPT plays 8 max until we get to a final table. Lubavetsky with 10-8.
175.
10 raises 100.
Oh, look at this move.
Yeah, well, Joyce just decides to attack this limp. You know, 10-8 just is one of those hands where, you know, these middling cards, obviously if it's suited, it would be a different story. You know,
6 passes.
yeah, I think it's just a little bit too hard to continue out of position when it's off suit.
Philip Joyce playing 1.65 million, which equates to 33 big blinds. And back out into the field again. We've just lost Shakib Miri, eliminated in 18th place, cashing for $36,740. And that means we're at 17. It means we're one away from being done for the day.
The man in the mirror.
And with 55 minutes still to run on this level, I think chances are now good that we will get to 16 before the end of level 26. Just one more player to lose today.
I call.
Wow. Instead of just admitting that he was probably wrong, you're just doubling down.
I'm willing to wager my entire net worth on this going the next 55 minutes.
A whole $15.17.
My net worth being negative several $100,000.
Oh.
Therefore, getting me completely out of debt.
10 passes.
Lubavetsky has opened with 9s, Chen with 7s in the big blind. She rips.
Wow.
And Lubavetsky is called. This is not a flip. This is a domination situation, and Chen is the dominated player. And if 9s hold here, she will be eliminated in 17th place, and we are down to 16.
Wait, what? No, not like this.
There is an adage about the number 7.
Oh.
Guys, I might have to call it a night after this.
It's not looking good.
I'm going to be no good to you if Yisha Chen goes out. I'm going to be done for the night.
Yisha Chen could be drawing dead on the turn at this rate. Yeah, does not pick up the straight draw, and she is KO'd in 17th place. She did get the money jump. Cashes for $42,280, but that is going to take us down to 16, and it is going to bring an end to day 4 of the EPT Cyprus main event.
Thank you. What did you add against?
We got to call it a night after this, I think.
Ace 4. Really? What did you have? Ace Jack.
She was a pleasure to watch, but
And had a flush
you know,
draw.
that one somewhat unavoidable. Still, you know, a lot of big blinds went in pre. Also BBB, we just, you know, got to chalk it up to a bit of a cooler.
So players concluded at the feature table. There are still hands in progress at the other 2 tables. So over here, we've got Georgios Soloftis involved in a hand against Andrea Dato. They've gone to the flop, which is 5-5-3.
325.
Oh, well, you heard the man. He is the announcer. And he just verbally declared a bet of 325,000.
Wish they were all like him.
Oh my God, how many chips does Georgios have? That's a ridiculous stack. How did he get all those?
From winning a series of pots, I'm assuming.
Well, he folded that one, but he's going to be bagging tons. There's no way he can't be chip leader right now. And it looks like plays concluded at the other table as well. So 16 players will bag and tag and return for the penultimate day of this 5K MTT. Tomorrow they're going to play down to the final 6. And then we'll come back on Sunday and play down to a winner.
time banks inside and make a proper chip count before.
Oh yeah, bag your time bank cards as well, guys.
Thank you so much.
So Georgios Saloftis is probably going to be bagging the biggest stack of any player. We do have him tagged as the chip leader.
Yeah, that tracks.
Now, we've had players reach the giddy heights of like 4 million. He is bagging close to 8 million chips.
Oh, man. That's awesome.
He's going to be coming back tomorrow in the catbird seat with 7.97 million.
Not quite 8, though, is it?
Good night, guys. See you tomorrow. Good night.
Sorry, I gotta reach my arm around my big chip stack. It's hard to write at this angle. It's so big. Yeah, sorry if the zeros are a little messed up. It's just that my chip stack's so big. It's kind of hard to get the pen around it. I have to make sure I didn't cover up any of my time bank cards, my giant stack.
Now he's got the challenge of spelling his name.
He's like, oh, why is it so hard?
Meanwhile, back at the feature table, it's been a great orbit for Andrei Lubovetsky. Remember, he was the short stack. He ends as one of the big stacks now. He's bagging about 80 big blinds. 3.97 million for him. And remember, we're not even halfway through this level, so when they come back tomorrow, we'll pick up where we left off with about 53 minutes on the clock at the 25-50 blind level.
Yeah, Lubovetsky was really picking his spots well.
Absolutely, to finish the day on that stack. We see Halil Tesserac finishing around 24 big blinds, Arian Hassan Kashani 23 bigs, and yeah, the blinds will remain the same tomorrow, at least for 55 minutes. But yeah, we are going to play down to 6. Maria, thank you very much for this evening. Thank you for putting in the extra 40 or so minutes. We will talk to you again tomorrow evening.
My pleasure. Speak tomorrow.
And we are going to hit these payouts tomorrow. We are going to start hitting the 6-figure scores, and then on Sunday we'll pay out the top 6 places, including that winner's prize of more than $1 million. That means 2 days of Cards Up coverage still to come here in Cyprus. A long one today. That might mean we get to the final table a little bit quicker tomorrow, but I wouldn't bet on it.
No, never bet on that.
So reminder, live updates on Poker News, and as was the case today, they will be observing the 30-minute delay so you can follow along in real time. And of course, check out the work of Howard and Jack on the PokerStars blog. Updates and stories from the entire festival here in Cyprus. And we continue our live coverage on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels at 12:30 local time, which is 11:30 Central European Summer Time. Day 5, the penultimate day of the main event. Thanks for watching today. From Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh, Griffin Benger, Maria Ho, and me, James Hartigan, it is good night from Cyprus.